Good morning, everybody. Yes, welcome back to Pembrey, and look at this. It is blue skies everywhere. This is absolutely beautiful here, and we have some incredible racing coming up for you. Yes, the Mini Challenge Trophy are about to go out on track. We've got 3 British Truck Racing Championship races to bring you as well. The Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship are here as well. We've got track action as well, and the Junior Saloon Car Championship and the pickups as well. Wall-to-wall racing this Sunday. It is going to be an absolute treat. Right, before we get into this race, a few things to sort out from yesterday as well with the Mini Challenge Trophy. Yesterday we saw a cracking race, didn't we? It was Sam Gorner who took the win, Harry Hickton in second, Jamie Keats in 3rd place. However, the stewards were busy last night. Sam Gorner and Harry Hickton were both demoted 1 place each for gaining an unfair advantage. That means Jamie Keats was the actual classified winner, with Gorner in 2nd, Hickton in 3rd. Somebody who's not looking for any drama in this particular race is the man on pole position, Alex Solly. Let's have a quick chat with Alex. Alex, I haven't seen you yet this weekend. Yesterday was okay though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it could have been better. Tyre choice with the rain was quite tricky. We wasn't sure if it was going to be full dry, well, not full dry, but drying. So tyres went off pretty quick, but you know, we're all in the same boat, so we can only do what we could do. Quality was a bit tough, but well, we managed to get lucky with the first grid pole, so we hopefully.
Are there any concerns, Alex, about tyres? Because we know Pembrey can be a little bit of a tyre shredder.
Yeah, it's very abrasive. From what we gather from testing, we should be okay. Obviously they're going to drop off towards the end, I'd expect, but you know, again, everyone's in the same boat, so hopefully.
Good man. Alex, thanks for talking to us, mate. Really good to see you again, mate. Good luck out there as well. Let's keep going down, because there is an interesting battle that I want to keep an eye on. It's well worth watching throughout the course of this race. Reese Hurd and Stephen Chandler. They're quite pleased because they're in the, shall we say, the upper portion of the mid-pack. So let's go down and have a quick chat. I do know Reese Hurd, though, has been struggling a little bit. Actually, very quickly, whilst we're here, I don't know if you can turn around and see Ben Taylor's car there. There's been a lot of work going on. It's been quite manic trying to get that car sorted. I just wonder if it's going to be okay. Let's find out actually very quickly. He's in the car, is Ben. Hopefully everything's okay. Let me just run in. Ben, is everything okay? Are you going to be okay to start?
Yeah, we'll be fine, yeah.
What was the issue?
Power steering from the crash yesterday.
Oh, okay. But what a great effort by the team now to get this done last minute, but it's there, right?
Yeah, no, they're mega.
Top man, thanks Ben. Let you crack on. There we go. Ben Taylor is going to be starting. That's what we like to hear. Let's get back down here, shall we? See Stephen Chandler over there alongside Reese Hurd. Reese Hurd, he was saying to me a little bit earlier, he's got a couple of issues with power, getting power down coming out of the hairpin after the first corner. Stephen, how you doing, mate? You all right? It's good to see you. Nice little friendly rivalry between you and Reese in this race.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to be lined up and getting a bit further up the grid, slowly but surely. It'd have been nice if it was wet again, because I really enjoyed driving in the wet, but to say the vision wasn't very clear, I'd say it was probably about 5% vision for about the last 6 laps. It was
5%.
It was almost guesswork for the last few laps, and no, we've done well. Obviously, yeah, a bit of in-team rivalry with Reese there. We've got Ronnie a couple cars down, and then last year a few more down. And then we've also got Cam Wood as well, who's just behind me and Reese. So, touch wood, we're all moving up as a team. It's getting good. And yeah, fingers crossed for another good result for all of us.
It's a busy weekend actually for Chandler Motorsport in total. I think is it like 12 cars in total across the meeting you've got here?
We've got 10 here at the moment. We was going to have 12, and then unfortunately, just for their own reasons, they couldn't make it. But yeah, we're up to 10. So yeah, we've got 3 Arctics here and nice big awning setup and stuff, and to be fair, it's really nice atmosphere for everyone. Now everyone gets on really well, the drivers, we all work together, and it's good. It makes it a really enjoyable hobby, and not just yeah, let's go racing again. So it's good, it's really good.
So mate, I've got some cracking hospitality as well. Thanks, Stephen. Cheers. There we go. Cars are firing up. Let's quickly grab Reese. I just wanted to have a very quick chat. We've just spoken to Stephen. Battle going on here, but Reese, you said you struggled a little bit in race 1 of power.
Yeah, since that we've really just been trying to find problems, but the team have been working so hard. I can't thank them enough, especially Russell, my mechanic. Just trying to find the problem. Hopefully we think we might have found it.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can just go forward, because we know we've got top 3, top 5 pace. So
yes,
get
top
to the front.
Reese is the man to watch. Good luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Right, cars are firing up. Race 1 about to get underway here. Don't forget, if you are watching on the Bar's YouTube channel, do hit that like button, do hit that subscribe button as well. All of the action we bring you is completely free for you to watch. So if you hit that subscribe, just means you don't miss any of the action that takes place across the British Automobile Racing Club throughout the course of the 2024 season. Right, time to go racing. I'm excited. I hope you are. Wall-to-wall racing this Sunday. It's going to be an absolute corker under the glorious sunshine. I'm going to hand over to commentator Ewan to take you through the action.
Thank you, Ian. Great to hear from some of our drivers from race number 1 today. And a big warm welcome once again to South West Wales on Bark TV as we visit Pembrey in Carmarthenshire, the home of Welsh motorsport. For 19 races across the weekend, 13 of those are today. Massive, massive day, of course, for motorsport with the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix on as well. Plenty of racing action headlined by the 5-ton, 1,000 brake horsepower British Truck Racing Championship. Let's have a look at our schedule. Kicking off in about roughly 6 minutes' times, the second race of the weekend for the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy class. Likewise, second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Brilliant races yesterday in both these competitions. British Truck Racing, third race of the weekend after Dave Jenkins' defensive masterclass yesterday afternoon. They go at 10:30. Pickups, track action, Welsh Motorsport Saloon. So everything is going on throughout midday. We come back to the British Truck Racing for race number 4 of their weekend at 1:30. This is all, of course, going to plan with the schedule. Fingers crossed it will. Final race of the weekend for the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy class at 2:10. Final race of the weekend for the Junior Saloons, their third of 3 at 2:45. All of these are 15-minute races. And then we go to pickups once again at 3:15, back to the track action. British Truck Racing, the penultimate race of the day, their 5th of 5. And we close out with the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. They qualified yesterday and they have their 2 races from 12:15 onwards today. That is 13 races coming up, and we can shortly move over to our grid for the first race of today. Now, yesterday's race, the first one for the minis, that is the top 8 reversed. So that is why you'll find Alex Solly, first row of the grid alongside Gabe Fairbrother, the Graves and the Accelerate Motorsport teams. That is a massive advantage for Alex Solly because he's second in the championship. Had a bit of an incident yesterday with a big dive into hatchets, but it actually puts him on pole after coming 8th yesterday. James Black and Alex Keynes, the double Graves Motorsport on row number 2. Then Rhys Lycett and Jamie Keynes on row number 3. Harry Hickton and Sam Gornall were initially first and second over the line yesterday, but they picked up penalties to drop to 2nd and 3rd. They're on row number 4. Ronnie Smith absolutely having a stormer in the rookie category. 4 wins from 4 in that class alongside Matt Hammond for Accelerate Motorsport. That's our first 5 rows off the grid as I hear the engines behind me as they purr around towards the start-finish line to get underway with their green flag lap. Row number 6, second rookie Stephen Chandler and Rhys Hurd, both of them for the Chandler Motorsport team. Harvey Reeby and Cameron Wood take up row number 7. Ashley Gregory having a fairly consistent season, but looking for a top 10 finish today for certain, alongside Joshua Wilby of Team Vargo. Row number 9, Luca Marinoni, Osborne and Leo Purchase for Westbourne and Graves. And Graves again with Frankie Taylor on row number 10 alongside Katia Log for Accelerate Motorsport. We should have one more row. No, we don't. It's 20. Yes, we do. Yes, I thought we had a couple more. Louis Fleet and John Castle are on row number 11. Row number 12. Ignore these qualifying times of 2 hours and 8 minutes and 16:32. No real racing time set for Callum Eason and Ben Taylor. And Paul Manning, no time set starting from the back. He'll be doing everything he can to work his way through the field. So all of those qualifying times on screen, just give them, ignore those. This is around about a 1 minute 12, 1 minute 13 second lap. In fact, yesterday, fastest qualifier sorry, fastest lap was for, I'm sure it was Harry Hickton got a fastest lap yesterday. Yeah, 1:12.057. That was his second fastest lap of the season after getting the opening round at Snetterton as well. James Black is particularly fast in racing. He had the 2 fastest laps at Snetterton, rounds 2 and 3. So what a race we had yesterday. Initially, Sam Gornall and Harry Hickton first over the line, with Jamie Keats in third. But both Hickton and Gornall picked up penalties for getting an unfair advantage of 1 grid place, which dropped them down to second and third. So Hickton will still lead the championship and does so. He's yet to be off the podium in 4 races, 2 wins and a second place at Snetterton, and eventually a third place, amended results for yesterday's first race. Lycett, Keynes and Black were 3rd, 4th and 5th over the line yesterday. And one thing I did mention yesterday before the race, a stat I love in the media pack that the minis give you, and they give you a lot. I could just read out the entire media pack to get us through the next 15 minutes. I of course won't, but one thing I love is that places gained throughout the championship season, and so far, and not including yesterday, Cameron Wood has gained 16 places up the grid from starting positions. He leads over Ashley Gregory in second with 12. Likewise, Louis Fleet as of the end of Snetterton's competition. So they are on their green flag lap. Yesterday in almost all races we had 2 green flag laps because it was a little bit damp. However, the sun is shining in South West Wales. It is bone dry. It's already about 16 degrees and we are in for a hot indeed day throughout the entire 13 races we've got coming up. And it couldn't be more eclectic. Of course we've got the minis, we've got the junior saloons, we've got British truck racing, so all different sizes, but in races as well with the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship and the track action, they are a bit of everything. It's almost not quite no holds barred. Whatever you're driving you can enter, but there's 4 or 5 classes in each of those competitions, so we'll get to those as we go through the day. But right now, leading the pack, a massive advantage yesterday. Again, that big dive into Hatchett as he was chasing Gornall and Hickton, and in the end had to settle for, he was 8th over the line. But again, it was brilliant racing. We thoroughly enjoyed it and we go for more of the same again this morning. Again, our official start time at 9:30 for race 1. We are bang on that right now. The schedule ran, touching wood, perfectly yesterday. Every single race was pretty much bang on. Thankfully, no incidents at all. Even in the trucks, no red flags in the trucks, which I don't think I've ever seen in 2 races at Pembrey. So let's hope we can have 3 more of those today. And yeah, I'm just hearing from my director, I may have jinxed that, but hey, even 2 races is good without a red flag. We're okay. On the front row then, Solly and Fairbrother. Solly currently 2nd in the championship, looking to make up some ground on Harry Hickton, and they will get a green flag at the back. The lights will go out, and on day 2 here at Pembrey, in just a short moment's time, we go over to Mini Challenge Trophy class racing, their 2nd race of the weekend. Fairbrother tucks in behind Solly, so Solly will head towards Hatches for the first time. It's a hairpin turn for turn number 1 at Pembrey. You won't see that too often, and they turn the big right-hand side out. Gore 2 wheels off the ground for the car in 4th position there, all at the moment cleanly through the first corner. That is exactly what we want to see, and let's get some nice rubbing close racing. If you've never watched the Mini Challenge before, it'll be close through. Oh, again 2 wheels on the side there as they go around the Debeni and Spitfires turns up towards the shallow right-hander around the centre S's. And already Solly, a small advantage. Oh, we got 1 contact, but they carried on. They're going to get picked off left and right. There goes to Ashley Gregory as well. Well, thankfully, all staying on board. That was the car number 33. That is Jamie Keats, who is not having a bad championship whatsoever, Jamie. Currently sitting in 9th position. That is a big slide out to the grass as they come round the Honda. Oh, he's off! And that is straight. Oh, that is hopefully not too painful, but it will be damage to the paintwork. Yellow flags, of course, at the Honda curve. And we may see a red flag. They have. Well, they've not slowed down quite yet. So we're going to stay on yellow right now. I can see the pace car, getting his lights turned on just as a temporary measure right now. Solly still leads over Fairbrother, Black, Gornall, Keynes, Hurd and Hickton. So we will continue racing. Solly ahead of Fairbrother. No change then from the front two. In fact, no change from the front three because Black was third on the grid. Again onto the grass. This is keen, aggressive racing. We are staying yellow for the time being. We'll continue racing. Driver is out and safe. Fantastic. It's car number 78, which is Matt Hammond, in fact, for Accelerate Motorsport. Matt Hammond just standing in this weekend, in fact. So we are looking good. We will not get a red flag. We'll continue racing. That's what we want to see. First of all, safety. We want to see the driver standing and out of the car. That's what we've got. Can Fairbrother cut to the inside? No, we'll think better of it and stick behind Solly. Then Black in the 53, Gornall in the 96. As we will see, now we will focus for the time being on the front of the race. There will be plenty of battles behind. I can see exactly that going on right now. Harvey Reeby doing nice in the 71. And just holding off. And it won't get much further split than this. A race for 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now, as well as the overall championship, we of course have the Rookie Cup, which Ronnie Smith is leading, first in class right now and 8th overall. Also the Directors' Cup, the Team Championship, the Graduate Cup. Harry Hickton leading the Graduate and the overall championship. And coming into this weekend in the Directors' Cup, John Castle ahead of Taylor, Manning and Watson. Look at this as they come down the start-finish straight. Just looking for an opportunity, a gap, a chink in the armour of the competitor in front of them. And they go side by side. And that is James Black squeezing through into second place. And in fact, Fairbrother might drop down. No, he stayed in third place. He's got a big challenge on his hand behind him, though. Again, they go cutting inside. That is Keynes and Gornall. Keen indeed to move up the places. So Alex Solly, leader in his own class, and Fairbrother leading his as well. I see the number ones on the left-hand side. Smith, that's the rookie category in yellow. And they go astern. That is Gornall, Keynes, Hickton and Hurd. Hickton, the championship leader, in fact in 6th overall with the pink bonnet. And again they go through hatches. It's such a tight hairpin. And just wait to see the trucks going around that corner if you've not seen those before later on today. 3 races in the truck racing. Solly, in terms of mini racing, this is quite a nice advantage, 1.5 seconds. He can let those behind battle amongst themselves. Because whilst you are racing competitively in a line of 4, 5, 6, of course you're not always going to be on the perfect racing line, and you're going to be losing hundreds, if not one more off the track there. Who's that in the lime green livery? We'll pick that up shortly. Didn't notice anybody dropping down the timing screens. Solly still leads over Black, Gornall, Fairbrother and Keynes. That's Sam Gornall chasing all over the back of James Black. Accomplished driver, James Black, very experienced driver. Raced in several classes. Look at Harry Hickton in the pink bonnet there, doing everything he can down the inside. And he does go through. That is on, is it Alex Keynes? Just a breakup of pictures here in the commentary booth, but I can see them out my window. And Hickton is up into 5th place. He has yet to finish off the podium in this trophy category. He'll be keen to continue that trend and solidify his place at the top of the standings. He leads Hurd, Keats and Lycett. Solly's lead cut to just over 1 second. We said James Black already this year has had 2 fastest laps at Snitterton, so in racing conditions he is a tough man to beat. Ashley Gregory moves into the top 10. She has in the 2nd place in the places gained standings this season, behind only Cameron Wood. Gornall looking for a shot on the inside, and James Black will get there, pushes Black wide. They do rub tyres. Black with 2 tyres on the left-hand side of the grass, and he'll drop down to 4th place from 2nd, because Fairbrother gets through as well. And James Black is going to be absolutely furious with this, and he'll come blistering back, cuts onto the inside of Fairbrother. Will he get back into 3rd place? Yes, he does. Slips in between them both. And now just Gornall in front of him. And again, Solly can take advantage of this race behind him. And maybe it was 1 second clear at the end of the last lap. It's going to be more like 2. And Solly could just look in his mirrors. He won't spend much time doing so. And he can just say, yeah, you fight amongst yourselves. I'll crack on, boys. That is a great move up at the inside from the 43. That's Wood on Taylor. As I mentioned at the start, you'll see races throughout the entire pack, and with several categories, the directors, the rookies, the graduates, all racing. All of these overtakes are important. James Black has got back into 2nd place. We missed that overtake. Gornall into 3rd, Fairbrother and Hickton ever so close behind. Round Spitfires and DeBenny. Round to the Senna S's, which is, of course, 30 years this month since the death of Senna at the San Marino Grand Prix. And they go around the Senna S's right now, named after, of course, the Brazilian, and he spent a bit of time practicing here in his McLaren in the 80s, set the fastest unofficial lap record of 44 seconds, which has never been beaten. Of course, unofficial because it wasn't under racing conditions. Hickton looking for an opportunity behind Fairbrother and Gornall. We'll move further back amongst the pack again. These races, all bit of a lock-up into the Brooklands hairpin, which is a much shallower hairpin than Hatchett's at turn 1. Oh, we've got another off, and that looks like engine trouble. No, they're back underway. Can they keep on going? That's the 63 of Castle. Currently Castle leading the Directors' Cup in the Accelerate Motorsport. John Castle had a win and 2/3 at Snetterton. And then in the mid-pack, that is Keats ahead of course, where's Hickton gone? Oh, there he is right there. It's hard not to see the pink bonnet of Harry Hickton in the 64 Championship leader. And Alex Solly, just saw a flash of him there. 3 seconds to the good now, Alex Solly. And that is all he needs to do, just keep lapping at this pace, and he's got this one absolutely sewn up. Came into the weekend 2nd in the Championship. It was a pretty big 44 points behind Harry Hickton, and he did only finish 8th yesterday. So lots of ground to make up. He's going to do that, especially with Hickton down in 6th overall. But Hickton, of course, in the Graduate Cup too. Keynes looking for an opportunity outside, just as Lycett takes a chance on the inside. So a pincer movement on Hickton by Lycett and Keynes, but he maintains the advantage and let them go side by side as Lycett goes around the outside of DeBenny. Can he hold it? Yes, he can on Alex Keynes. Solly will have 3 more laps to complete or thereabouts, depending on when he crosses the finish line. Will just squeeze in 3 more laps. It shouldn't be a 4th by the looks of things. And this is speculation based on the time remaining. And it's been like this, hasn't it? Start to finish. Keats with Black behind. We'll see a change in the order of positions now as we cross over for our next lap. Gornall, Keats, Hurd, Black down into 5th overall, 4th in class. Then Fairbrother, Hickton down to 7th overall. Big wide slingshot round the outside. That won't work because it was such a tight line taken by Gornall in the 96. Once more time round Spitfires. Then round DeBenny. Oh, lovely move on the inside by Keats. Can he hold it and have the advantage? But then, of course, it'll be Hurd onto the outside. Yes, he does move through. Oh, big slide from the rear. Holds on. Well, will that give Black and Hickton a chance to pick one off? Or what's that hanging off the back left rear? Just a mudguard, bit of rear left trim being dragged along the ground. Won't lose any aero advantage. And again, just on the front right as well. The cards just falling all over the place. Hickton with it all to do with 2 laps remaining. You want to get a couple more places to the good. He'll try to move to the inside, but so will the car in front. James Black holding in front of both of them too. And it is Fairbrother with the trim damage. It'll make no performance change whatsoever. And we'll get 2 more laps in. Over 5 seconds now, Alex Solly's advantage. He's away. And less than 5 seconds separating the next Southern on track. That's how close it can be. Wilby is leading the rookie class. What happened to Ronnie Smith? I can't see him on the oh, is that Ronnie Smith's car off the track maybe? We'll come back to this. On the Ronnie Smith, yeah, 196, not going to finish. That is a big disadvantage. He won the first 4 races in the Rookie Cup. So Smith and Hammond, we saw Hammond come off. Yeah, so 196 is the car pulled over on the infield. Thankfully in a safe position. Did see a flash there of Matt Hammond's car as well. Harry Hickton looking for a chance to move to the inside of Hurd. Can't do so. But he is up into 6th overall, 5th in class. So the question now is, when will Alex Solly cross over the start-finish line? Will we get 1 more lap in? It's going to be ever so tight. It's only when they cross the start-finish line with 0 seconds remaining. And I think this may be our final lap. Oh, big off there for the number 32. That is Taylor, and that is why he is now down at the bottom of the field. And Alex Solly, he will... I'm just waiting to see whether he crosses it. I can see the timer. I can't see behind me when he's crossed the start-finish line. And this will be, yes, it will be the checkered flag. Alex Solly takes it just in time. No more laps required. Sam Gornall in 2nd place, and they do split in the end. Keats in 3rd, Black in 4th, Harry Hickton in 5th, Hurd 6th overall, Fairbrother in 7th. Fairbrother, after starting on the front row of the grid, will finish in 7th overall. Keens in 8th, 7th in class, and then Marinon 9th and 8th in class. Well, Alex Solly led from the start in pole position, first into Hatchets, and he was never really ever seen again. That will be certainly a victory lap for the Graves Motorsport athlete.
Well, what a great start to our 2nd day of racing here.
And not a scratch on him. In clean air the entire 15 minutes. And they will start. Oh, this is the replay of pulling out of assembly. earlier on at 9:30 this morning. And Alex Solly there from the off, he was away. But the big battle was behind, and throughout it was Fairbrother, Black, Keynes, Lycett, Hickton and Gornall, and they went toe to toe and spent a little bit of time on the grass also. That was Black losing a couple of places, but he would regain them. And shortly Ian Waterhouse will be down in Parc Fermé to speak to our first three at least over the line. That was Matt Hammond going off early on, thankfully got out of the car. His team will have a few hours work to do on that motor, and hopefully it is just superficial damage and nothing too serious. Racing going on throughout the entire field. This was Sam Gornall looking to take on James Black and did so on the inside. Fairbrother getting through as well. This was number 32. That was Frankie Taylor, another of the greats of motorsport, going off on the grass on the outside of the S's and Brooklands hairpin. So there is your official results as they come in. Alex Solly taking the win. Sam Gornall second for Westbourne, and Jamie Keats third for Performance Tech Racing. James Black and Harry Hickton and Reese Hurd, great racing throughout the entire 15 minutes for them. Gabe Fairbrother started first, or on the first row of the grid, finishing in 7th overall, 6th in class. Alex Keynes, then Luca Marianoni Osborne, Reese Lycett and Ashley Gregory in 8th and 9th in class, and Joshua Wilby, Harvey Reeby and Leo Purchase will be taking the win in the rookie class, thanks to the unfortunate Ronnie Smith leaving the track around halfway point, so picking up no points. That's a massive gain, because he was leading the rookie class with 4 wins, 3 from Snetterton and race 1 here at Pulborough, that's where I live, Pembrey yesterday. And fastest lap was Keats, a 108.38. 108.38. That is blistering. It was a damp track yesterday, but it was Harry Hickton who got it in a 1:12, just to show the difference between a dry track and a wet track. Almost 4 seconds difference in the fastest lap. And we will go down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé to speak to a few of our drivers.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. We've got a very happy Jamie Keats in third place. It's proven to be quite an impressive weekend for you, isn't it?
Yeah, at the end of the day, points make prizes, and we just want to be in and around the top 3 for the championship all weekend. And so far, we seem to be the most consistent car out here.
It seems to mean quite a lot to you, having pictures taken. Of course, you've got family and friends here as well. And of course, you took the win yesterday, actually, after the Stewards acquired a 3rd place today. What does it mean for you going forward?
Just hopefully carry the momentum into race 3, and if we can finish the weekend off with 3 podiums, I can't really ask for more for my first visit to the circuit.
Top man, Jamie, well done. Got to do it all again a little bit later though, mate. Right, I wanted to find Alex. Here's Alex, let's grab a word of him now. Alex, that's about as dominant as you can get in one of these, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really expect that. I expected a bit of a fight, but lap 1 we just broke away, and yeah, race is the race, wasn't it?
Oh, but you never have it your own way to start off with. Of course, you had quite a bit of pressure, but you managed to weather that, and then as soon as you broke the toe, that was it.
Yeah, I was sort of holding up the pack to sort of get them to fight themselves off, and as soon as I saw them getting into a battle, I just kept on going. Yeah, I mean, we didn't have to push too hard, which was quite nice. It was a bit of a leisurely drive, really, but no, it's good to get the win. Obviously, the reverse grid was nice.
Does that enable you to manage the tyres a bit, because we know Pembrey can shred them a bit?
Yeah, I mean, it sets us up better for the next race. So yeah, tyres weren't cooked like I said before the race. So yeah, happy days.
Top man, well done. The number 1 suits you well, Alex. Let's grab Sam, shall we, for a quick chat. Sam, in you come, mate. In you come. A little bit of disappointment yesterday, but we're back here, another P2, so all going pretty solid.
Yeah, so obviously the reverse grid, and as I won the race on the road yesterday, I had to start from 8th today. We had an amazing start, and then we started picking them off one by one, ended up getting into 2nd and then just breaking away from the pack, but Alex was too far in front.
He'd already got that lead by then, hadn't he?
Yeah.
How were the tyres holding up?
I thought the tyres held up quite well. We would just keep getting better and better throughout the race. The setup the team made was a very good decision.
Right, mate, you've got to do it one more time today, all right? Number one later.
Yeah.
That's it. Top man. Cheers, Sam. Thanks for talking to us. Do appreciate it. I tell you what, it's so hot. It's so bright as well. It's absolutely glorious. Complete contrast to yesterday when we had thunderstorms and heavy rain. Sunshine all day long. Coming up on track next is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. So I'm going to hand you over to commentator Ewan to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you, Ian. Always great to hear from the drivers straight out of the vehicles. Now, we've got a little bit of recovery to get underway with. Of course, Matt Hammond's car in the wall. They'll be picking that one out and taking that back to the paddock. So coming up next, due to start at 10 o'clock, we might be a little delayed on there. It's the Junior Saloon Car Championship, their second race of the weekend. So prior to that, Ian, if you want more Ian, here he comes. They had a chat with a few of the drivers earlier on this morning.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the Junior Saloon Car Championship assembly area here, second race of the weekend. Quick reminder of what happened yesterday. Of course, championship leader Harry Smith taking the win, Josh Salvador in second, and Kieran Roberts from sixth into third place. Great result from him. But we come down here because we've got Will Cruisins over here. We caught up with him last time out, and Will, you won the Junior Saloon Car Championship scholarship.
Yeah.
This is now third time out actually now, wasn't it? And tell us about your experience so far with the JSCC.
I've absolutely loved it. Everyone at the JSCC has been really helpful. It's been great for me personally, knowing that I'll be out to every round this season, so it's really helped my drive, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
What did you make of Cadwell Park?
It was a really interesting weekend. It's a fun track, and the weather certainly spiced it up, so it was a good learning experience. We've got plenty of time out in the wet, so it's been great.
And yesterday here at Pembrey, we had torrential rain, then it was dry, then it was wet again. Looks like we're going to have a dry run today. What did you make of it yesterday, and what did you learn that you're going to bring into today?
Well, I thought I made the most of the conditions yesterday. It's quite a coarse surface here, so all the water on the track hadn't made a massive difference. So I gained a few places out of that. There was a bit of an incident at the first corner, so I made the most of that, and I had a strong race yesterday, so that's really added to my confidence, which will help me going forwards.
I think the only concern today might be because of the temperatures is tyres. Pembrey can be a bit of a tyre shredder, can't it?
Yeah, well, we found that in Friday practice, the tyres tend to go off, so as long as we can manage them a little bit, we should, and see how far we can get the grid.
Top man. Well, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck, mate. It's great to see you again as well. Let's move round. I just want to grab Harvey very quickly, have a quick chat, shall we? We do. Oh, let me come under that brolly look so we can both. How tall are you, by the way?
I don't know actually.
Still growing.
Yeah.
Still growing. Right, how's the weekend gone so far?
I mean, qualifying was alright. I think we're 11th, 13th, and 13th again.
Yeah.
And then race one wasn't the best. Got on the slippy bit of the inside. Stand behind the camera. Yeah, and then locked up into some people and caused a bit of carnage. But
that's my fault, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all sorted. Everyone's.
Yeah.
I think they're alright. Yeah.
Well, look, we're going to have a dry day today. Is that going to suit you?
I don't know, I prefer the wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of wanted to rain, but then don't really want to ruin the car.
Yeah, so I can't do anything about that, mate. Sorry about that. Good luck, though. It's good to see you again, mate. You take care, yeah? Right, so here we go. Time for the second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. I'm going to hand over to you and to take you through the action. Enjoy.
We've also got the Squib Freestyle team here, so they will be.
And welcome back then to live at trackside. I'm just watching in front of me. You can see yourself there. One of the track cars going around the circuit and just pulled in to the pit lane. Can't quite see behind me the situation with Matt Hammond's car. It didn't look too badly damaged, but we are collecting that from the side of the circuit. Unfortunately, just went off at the Honda curve in race one this morning. Next up it is, of course, the Junior Saloons. Just heard from some of our drivers. Yesterday, in race number one, Harry Smith was your winner ahead of Josh Salvadori and Kieran Roberts. Now, let's have a look at row number one then for race number two. There is Josh Salvadori and Luca Maserati. On row two, Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore. Row number three got Ollie Kerr and Kieran Roberts. On row four, James Sherrington and Oliver Law. And on row 5, Jude Cooper alongside Jake Renshaw. Harry Smith on the second row, leading the championship coming into this one, ahead of Jonathan Moore, who's fourth on the grid alongside him. Row 6, Kyle Wells and Wilf Butler. Row number 7, Will Crewdson and Bertie Bream. Row number 8, Harvey Kersley alongside Lewis Stannard. On row number 9, Sherry Powell and Ben Smiles. On row number 10, Francisco Howitt and Lexi Powell. And that is our 20 drivers. A nice clean 2 pages of starters there. Now, earlier on in race number 1, I did mention car number 12, which at the time was of course Alex Solly. I actually meant I was getting the minis and the junior saloons. We had so many races yesterday, and even more today. Of course, it was Jonathan Moore in the junior saloons in car number 12 who had that big dive down the left-hand side yesterday. I'm just picking out my notes and things here because there's one interesting bit of information that I do want to bring you. Where did we have it? Let's have a little look on my... So many screens and bits of paper here. Here we go, junior saloon cars. Yeah, car number 12, Jonathan Moore, 5-second time penalty added to his race time. Because of a Q 2.23.3 ruling. So I haven't got absolute official confirmation on why that was, but we think we know why it might be. It was a very, very brave move down the inside to Hatchett's hairpin. And do you know what? That's what we like to see. It's competitive. All these obviously Citroen Saxo VTRs, very similar, well, identical cars. Of course, you got the mechanics and you got the team members to make it and fine-tune it as best as they possibly can. And it just comes down to absolutely driver skill, determination, bravery, and what they see as overtaking opportunities, which some see and some may not. Still haven't seen Matt Hammond's car come off the track here. Maybe they've took it round the back. From my commentary position, I can see Hatchett's and Spitfire and DeBenny and right round through to the Senna S's, but behind me is where Hammond's car was. So coming into this weekend, which is our 3rd weekend of the championship in the junior saloons, they've already been to Brands Hatch and Cadwell Park, and this weekend is one of 5 weekends where they have the triple header. Harry Smith was your... Oh, there we go. So we're repairing the barriers, which is you cannot continue the racing until they are back in place. Seen several cars or even trucks come off over the years into that area. Obviously, coming around the final corner, want to get yourself in prime position.
Damp again for this one. They got in,
and I'm guessing a bit of rain yesterday, that grass would have been particularly slippy as well. You're drying out during the day, but I think once you're on that grass at pace, yeah, it's unlikely you're going to stop yourself by braking alone, unfortunately. So Harry Smith, our championship leader, coming into the weekend, and Jonathan Moore was just 3 seconds behind, and he was looking to make up some ground there, but of course, with that incident, Harry Smith took the win yesterday, and he will extend his championship lead. Jos Salvadori started the championship in 3rd position, 4.5 points behind Jonathan Moore. So although I've not seen an updated official championship leaderboard, I'm pretty sure Salvadori will be in 2nd, Jonathan Moore down to 3rd now. 4th coming into the weekend, Kieran Roberts. In fact, did Kieran even... Oh, we had 3rd place yesterday. I'm looking down the timing screen here. So 3rd place for Kieran Roberts yesterday. So podiums for Smith, Salvadori and Roberts. James Sherrington in 4th yesterday, then Maserati in 5th. Jonathan Moore demoted 5 seconds down to 6th place in the end.
As I said yesterday, mixed conditions. It was pretty sunny considering it was supposed to be
so it's never over until it's over. And there are the cars waiting very, very patiently in assembly. Oh, there we go. There goes the tractor. So I'm guessing that means that barrier is fixed. Yeah, he's away. And they'll just... Oh, what are those... I don't like those tyres there in the middle of the grass. Are they... Maybe they're meant to be there. Didn't spot them earlier. That seems a bit odd, doesn't it? Maybe that is...
Junior saloons this morning, so I don't know whether what the championship points look like.
So, let's wait and see. So 2 vehicles on track. I'd say we're probably about maybe 5 minutes away from getting them on to the grid, depending on, because they've got staff members out there. So I wonder if Ian Waterhouse is down there somewhere and we can maybe jump to him. I know we've spoken to a few of the drivers already prior to the race this morning, which we've had a chat to, but we do love the live interviews and he's fantastically good at getting those. So maybe if we've got time we'll try and jump down, but I can hear engines behind me revving, but it feels like they're closer than what you can see on screen here. And you can see there the giant Junior Saloon Car Championship wagon or truck. Oh no, okay, going back. He wasn't leaving, he was going to get supplies. He's got some more tyres. I didn't think tyres could be sort of damaged in such a way that you needed some new ones, but hey, we do. So just in a moment you'll see him coming from the left hand side. Marshall's doing a wonderful job. There he comes. And what's he got there? At least, what's that? I'm going to say 30 new tyres there maybe, to be replacing the ones that have been damaged. They did sort of flick over the wall a bit. If you've not watched it, didn't see it happen live, Matt was absolutely fine, got out of the car really quickly. Oh, they've done this before, look at that. Oh, it's an easy job. Give that tractor driver a medal.
73.5 points.
Now, do they look in position to you? It's very, very close indeed, but they'll fit them like a jigsaw.
There is also fastest laps.
How many marshals does it take to fix a tyre barrier?
We might be able to work out where we are. It's 25.
Is he off to get some more? We'll find out. So Junior Saloon's up next. It was meant to be 10 o'clock. It'll be probably at least another 5-10 minutes away maybe. Then we have the British Truck Racing, which is scheduled for 10:30, our third race of the day. Then we go Pickup Racing, Track Action Racing Club Series Racing, and Welsh Sport and Saloon Cars. So we have 6 races before lunch. I get the feeling that it's going to be a short lunch, unfortunately. Scheduled for an hour. See what we get. So 6 races this morning, and we have Southern this afternoon, because we do it all again. All 6 races this morning go again, but we have 2 British Truck Racing Championship races from lunch onwards. So we double up on absolutely everything, but a trio of treats in British trucks. And there is that schedule for you on screen. So Junior Saloons, British Truck Racing, Pickup Truck Racing, Track Action Racing Club Series Racing, Welsh Sport and Saloon. So those 2 races at 11:40 and at 12:15. There might be only 30 cars across the 2 races, but you'll probably see 25 different models and makes of vehicle, without exaggeration, in those 2 races alone. Then the first race of the day, second of the day, after lunch we go to 1:30, come back to the British Truck Racing Championship, their 4th race of the weekend. We're so lucky getting 5 races out of a weekend of British Truck Racing, aren't we? Yesterday they were just brilliant, they always are. And Pointy joins me in the commentary box for those races. Yes, Pointy commentating, co-commentating on the British Truck Racing. Had a lot of fun yesterday. Then the Mini Challenge Trophy class, their 3rd and final race of the weekend after lunch. As per the Junior Saloons, 3rd and final race from 2:45. We assume at the moment after lunch these will go back to on-time racing, and we have a shortened lunch period. Pickups, their 3rd race of the weekend and final race for them. And then after that we go back to Track Action, British Truck Racing and Welsh Sport and Saloons to close things out. And it's meant to be this temperature. It looks a bit windy. The flags in the background there, you can see those bristling in the wind. It didn't feel that breezy walking through the paddock this morning. but clearly there is wind in the air. Now, of course, going on as well as the action on the track, it is the Convoy Cymru this weekend at Pembrey. If you're living very locally, you can still make it down. Otherwise, if you're not in the country, it's a long old trek, but you can buy tickets on the door. So, adding to the unmissable truck racing entertainment, there, of course, we got all the extra junior saloons, track action minis, but there'll be plenty to see and do off the track as well as the Convoy Cymru rolls into town. There are rides, there is food, there is entertainment, there is motocross, there is bus rides, there is absolutely everything going on. Oh, look at that, more tyres coming in, and that's a bigger load than we had the first time round. Well, let's drop these into place. Maybe Matt Hammond's accident didn't look particularly bad. He got out the car really quickly. Yes, the car had damage to its left-hand side, but I'm surprised it caused this much damage into the tyre wall. But it clearly has. So with the junior saloons, after Pembrey, they move on to Castle Combe for a 2-round weekend. That's on June the 15th and 16th. They, in fact, race pretty much every month of the year. So they had 2 rounds in April at Brands Hatch and Cadwell. In fact, 31st of March they started. Pembrey in May, Castle Combe in June, Thruxton in July, Snetterton in August, Anglesey in September, Alton Park in October, and back to Brands Hatch in November. What a brilliant championship this is to be a part of for the youngsters. Anything up to 17 years, I think it's 14 to 17 years of age, you can race in this series, and some do the full sort of 3-4 years. Many, and particularly the winners of the junior saloons, they do go on to do other things after a championship. Well, not always, but is often the case. The likes of Charlie Hand, winner a few years ago, he went on to British Endurance Championship. He was racing very competitively last year, but very sadly had an incident where he broke a bone in his back. So he was out of racing for some time, Charlie Hand, but did see him very briefly here yesterday. I know he does a bit of coaching for the younger drivers now, so great to see Charlie here at trackside. Other previous winners, Max Hall, gone on to do, he's now in the JCW, Max Hall, after a year in the trophy class, doing great things, had a win in the JCW last weekend. And then you got the likes of Dara Flock, very emotional win for Dara Flock last race of the season last year. It always comes down to the wire because it's double points at Brands Hatch last round of the series in the junior saloons, and he's gone on to do wonderful things. He's racing next weekend at Brands Hatch in the historic racing, but I know his ambition. I was in contact with his mum via the gram earlier today, in fact, and she was confirming what he's getting up to, and I don't want to get it wrong, so let me just come back to that conversation with Lorraine. I did see a photo of his new suit, which is just brilliant. It looks like a super pro. So yeah, he is starting in the Clio Cup on the 1st of June, then doing historic racing at Brands next weekend. So you'll find this is a common theme. They won't just stick to one series, they'll do several with their time, and is looking to do Clio in Europe next year is his aim, and might even do one round this year if time allows. It's always so good to see what the young boys and girls get up to once they progress from the junior saloons. It is the first step on the ladder for them, and often comes to great things. So the current flock of drivers, which ones will be the ones to watch over the next coming years? Now, even I've probably been watching Bark racing for 4 or 5 years now, and it's a joy and an honour and a privilege to commentate on them as youngsters, then watch them go on to do superb things. In fact, I'm I'm at Spa next weekend, Spa-Francorchamps, and the Eau Rouge next weekend, commentating on the GT International Series. And I know one of the former junior saloon drivers, or maybe it's from the minis, is going to be out there. I've done so much revision on so many races over the last couple of weeks, I forget who I'm watching sometimes and what's coming up next. But I will definitely be having a conversation with them whilst out there. Now,
April that weekend.
Do we think we're getting close to having a racing action? We'll wait and see. But whilst we do, let's recap what happened on the Junior Saloon Racing yesterday in their first race at Pembrey.
Harry Smith, I don't think he scored in that one, no he didn't. So Harry didn't get in the first race at Cadwell. Then the middle race was lost for some reason, and we ran the final race, which was race 5 in the championship as such. Harry Smith pulled it back from that time into 7th. The victory going to Jonathan Moore, Josh Salvadori and Kieran Roberts, the 1, 2, 3. So if we look to yesterday, Luca Maserati was up there in 5th position. That was his probably best finish of the season, I think, so far. Now he had a 5th as well at Cadwell. I don't think he's been further up than that, so he'll be looking to go one better or a couple better today if he can. He likes 5th place because he got 5th in the first race of the season as well down at Brands. So Maserati needs to crack that and get up into the top 4 or hopefully onto the podium. Jonathan Moore, as we said yesterday, given the 5-second penalty. Let's just have a look at the times to see whether that would have made any difference. He ended up down in 6th. 5 seconds. Yes, that would have done. So basically, he lost a place there. He'd have been 5th with Maserati 6th had the penalty not been awarded. So a 1-place penalty there. I'm sure some of you talked up with the Formula 1 qualifying last night. You've seen the penalty handed out to Gianni.
Car racing for the first time this weekend, pedal to the metal, all the way down the start-finish straight towards the Hattich hairpin, which has been so important already this weekend. And a move on the outside already. Can they get it done? It's a long way round that hairpin to get it. Oh, slider! But they make it roll. There's contact, lots of contact. 4 or 5 involved. Avira Motorsports in there. An RX of Apex has been collected at the back, but they'll move away. And who is that white car at the back? Can't quite pick up the number, but they have managed to get away. It was the RX sponsored number 90. So that was Jake Renshaw, one of our rookie class competitors. But it's always nice to see, although there's contact, nice to see them get away cleanly-ish around the first couple of corners. Off on the grass, oh, that's a bumpy ride over there. Picking up some dirt and back onto the track. Those tyres will be a little bit slippy for a couple of corners. A great move round the outside as they come round Woodlands and they'll come round the Honda curve along the start-finish straight for lap number 2. And look at this, wait for a dive, look to the inside, looks to the outside, picks the latter. Again, long way round the hairpin to get a move done there. They'll go for the old switcheroo, can't get it done, or 2 wheels on the grass. Safe for the time being. This is what we love right here about Junior Saloons. It's the youngsters in the Saxos, absolutely no fear whatsoever. Again, looking for the chink in the armour. It's a tough place to be right at the front.
On the second lap is Salvador with a 39.
You see all the cars flashing by behind them as well.
39.185.
There's Jonathan Moore, though, that leads second in the championship right now. Only 3 points behind Harry Smith.
Third place. Start to make the move now as they come through and across the stripe then to complete.
And third place. Closing the gap as well.
Flying starts and Roberts really giving Kipper the hard charge down there, and it is putting that fast.
That is called tailgating to the extreme. Then a move, that is a brilliant move. Sneaks up, then switches to the outside and smoothly around Hatchett's hairpin to take the position. And you'll see that around the entire lap for this entire race. Moore leads over Smith. They've switched from the start, the top three in the competition. Salvador, third place right now. So our top three in the championship, currently top three in our first race of the weekend at Pembrey. Maserati in fourth, leading the rookie competition.
Here we are in the pit lane, everybody. I've got some good news for you. You can see the tractor, it is now leaving. Now, our understanding, I've just been chatting to some of the officials and the marshals here. The reason for the delay is the tractor had to go to another part of the track to pick up the tyres to replace the barrier. Now, my understanding is that that is it now. So if you have a look over there, that is it. We are fixed up. The cars are leaving now, so we're going to go racing very, very shortly indeed. It is going to be an absolute cracker, isn't it? Second race of the day, Junior Saloon Car Championship. They've been waiting such a long time to go out, haven't we? We've spoke to some of the drivers, getting themselves geared up, getting themselves ready. Of course, it's a triple header this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It started the season a couple of months ago. Brands have also been to Cadwell Park as well. Here they are now at Pembrey. As you can see, track is getting cleared. It's looking like, come with me, and I will see if we can get an official word. If we've got the official green light here. The marshals are moving. Are we ready, guys? Are we ready? Can we go?
Well, possibly. We'll see now.
So what happens now? Is it, does somebody have to sign it off, or...?
Those important people over there will be signing it off.
Those important people. Right, these
important people.
Actually, you guys are the important people.
We know that.
Yeah, no, it's true though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true indeed. Can't go racing without marshals.
I'm going to exactly. So thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. I wonder if we can get official word from the officials. Do we have official word? Are we okay to go racing?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have official word. You heard it here first on the Bark TV stream. Official word. We're going to go racing very, very shortly. Just a reminder, what else is coming up today? We've got Junior Saloon Car Championship. We've got the British Truck Racing Championship race 3 after this one. Then we've got the Pickup Truck Racing, the Track Attack, the Welsh Sports Car and Saloon Car Championship. I believe some of them are actually down in the garages. I haven't actually even ventured down to the garages here at Pembrey. My first visit here as well. Then we've got the lunch break. Then, of course, we've got the 4th British Truck Racing Championship of the weekend, and then the final Mini Challenge Trophy Class race of the weekend, then the final Junior Saloon Car Championship race, and we've got another pickup truck, then track action, then the final British Truck Racing Championship, and then the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. So much wall-to-wall racing today, that's it. There is no qualifying sessions at all, just wall-to-wall racing. It's going to be an absolute corker. Look at this sky as well. Beautiful, beautiful sunshine. In fact, just come down a little bit further with me as well, because the marshals are getting themselves on the start-finish straight. They're going to line the cars up, make sure they're in the right positions for this one, second race of the weekend. A reminder of what happened in race 1. Of course, Harry Smith taking the win, Josh Salvador taking second place, Kieran Roberts from 6th all the way up to 3rd place. It is going to be a bit of a fun one, isn't it? So let's just jump in here. I just want to have a quick chat with this gentleman, if that's all right. I know you're getting ready doing official business. Can I ask, how long have you been a marshal?
Oh geez, about 5 years really.
And what got you involved in it?
Just the love of motorsport.
Yeah.
My father used to race motorbikes like down here, and I used to come down as a kid, so
yeah.
Basically I ended up becoming a marshal.
Have you ever done any racing yourself?
Sim racing.
Yeah.
Can't afford the other bit.
No, yeah, I don't know. Look, thank you so much for talking to us. I think it's probably about time actually to hand back to you. We've done our utmost to fill for you as much as we possibly can. We are about to go racing though for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, second race of the weekend of 3. Triple header for them. Ewan, back to you, mate.
And enjoying the sunshine. Blimey, I'm inside in a box here. Yeah, world exclusive. Racing very shortly. Number 1 is Josh Salvadori, second place yesterday. Luca Maserati alongside him on the front row, fifth place finisher in yesterday's first race. Leader on the second row alongside Jonathan Moore, who is his challenge. Place podium finish yesterday for Kieran Roberts. Short. Coming up in just a moment. The sun is shining so brightly. We had some absolute downpours yesterday. But Josh Salvadori is from row number 6. Or maybe we don't. Yes, we do. Wells and Wilf Butler. And Bertie Bream, then Harvey Kersley and Lewis Stannard. Ben Smiles and Lexi Powell. And we had a few more. Is it 20? Perfect, excellent. Agree. We do have more entrants than 20 for the championship, but for several reasons, some non-start. And we've been waiting for it to get underway for a little while now. It was scheduled for and 10:23 on the clock right. I can see from my comms position lining up. But the lovely thing about the paddock here, motorsport fans opportunity to get and with the drivers, it's a very open.
Right, here we are again on the start-finish straight here. The car's just coming to line up. Just apologies, I believe we've got a little bit of an issue with the mic, with Ewan's microphone, but we'll get that sorted as quickly as we can. Car's coming down now for the Junior Saloon Car. We've got a great view here, haven't we? Look at them coming up. Here's Sherrington alongside. We've got Law there, the number 77. Here comes Cooper. We've got Renshaw, the 90 coming through as well. Salvadori maybe looking to see if they can get a win. A reminder, race 1, Harry Smith taking the win. Josh Salvadori in second. Kieran Roberts in third place here as well. There's Butler. We've got Will Cruzen coming down. We heard from him a little bit earlier. He's the Junior Saloon Car Championship scholarship winner over the winter Junior Saloon Car, running their scholarship. Fantastic. They've got to do a number of different sort of challenges, I suppose. A number of them go toe-to-toe. Well, I don't know if Will's waving at us or he's waving for the marshals. I wonder if we could get Wells to give us a wave here as well. The number, I wonder. I'm trying to wave. There we go. Look. Hey, we get a wave. I wonder. I don't know. I don't think we're going to get one from Renshaw either. 15-minute race coming up for you for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. In fact, a lot of the marshals have gone further down. I wonder if Kirill will join me, and we're just going to walk down and just see if there's an issue down here or if everything is okay. It's the number 50. Is it the number 58 car? Let's just keep moving down a little bit further, shall we? Just make sure everything's okay down here. It looks like so okay. Yeah, we do have green flags, so looks like they're going to do the formation lap, getting themselves ready, come back, and then we will be racing. Let's get back on. Here's Sherry and Powell. You may remember yesterday for the Junior Saloons we did. I'm going to see if I can get away from Sherry. If we turn the camera on to the number 42 car there, you may remember yesterday we did our Welsh Word Association game with the Junior Saloon Car Championship drivers, celebrating women in motorsport. Sherry was one of those who took part in our little game. A number of Welsh words, if they can identify what they are in English. I've got a point. Sherry took part in that. And I wonder, actually, do we have Lexi Powell is on the grid for this one as well. She had a bit of an accident here on a Friday. Didn't race yesterday, but it's looking like she has taken the grid here as Lexi Powell, the number 333, right at the back. She's the daughter, of course, the British Truck Racing Championship racer, Stephen Powell. The cars are just heading out now on their formation lap. There goes Smiles, we spoke to him yesterday as well. There goes Howard, and there goes Lexi Powell as well. The 3-3. It's great to see Lexi out on track. I'm sure Dad Stephen is watching. In fact, he's racing in the very next race in the British Truck Racing Championship as well. Let's keep going down a little bit. In fact, I believe we might have solved our comms issue as well. So it sounds like we're going to have audio back for you in. So race 2 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship about to get underway. So I'm going to hand back to you, who's going to take you through it, and I'll see you in Parc Fermé after the race.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Ian. I hope you can hear me. Ian doing great work down on trackside, as he does absolutely every single weekend. And we can just about, in a few moments' time, get back racing underway with our Junior Saloon second race of the weekend. Race number 8, or second race of the day, race number 8 of the weekend. And there'll be 19 in total, so we will have to squeeze them all in. I get the feeling that I won't be having much of a lunch break, hence why I did squeeze in half a ham sandwich during Ian's little talk there. See us through the day. So, as aforementioned, Salvadori ahead of Maserati, Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore on the front 2 rows of the grid. And great to see Lexi Powell, who does start. She didn't start yesterday's, so we'll keep a close eye on her. It's going to be a tough going to make spaces up from the back of the grid. But of course, all these young drivers, number one, getting experience of driving cars under racing conditions. And they will pull round around the Honda curve. Now the fixed Honda curve, that took a while, but as we know, you've got to get it right. There's nothing more important than safety. So a massive thank you to our marshals for getting that done. Hats off to our tractor driver who went back and forth, probably covered about 15 miles over the last 20 minutes and did a wonderful job, and we are good to go racing once again. On the front row, Josh Salvadori in the 1110, that's the red car on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, Luca Maserati in the 46. Behind them, the championship leading duo, Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore in the 10 and the 12. They will be looking to put an absolute charge in right down into the first corner. This could be an electric start. It's race number 2 of the day, second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and not a great getaway from Luca Maserati, and round the outside will come Jonathan Moore in the yellow bonneted car, and he's going to move into second place. Harry Smith will move him into third, and down to 5th place for Maserati. Not the start he wanted, but the start that Josh Salvadori did want. He can move away and kick on round Hatchett's hairpin, all through cleanly. That's what we want to see every single time. Now round Spitfires and round to Benny, so already massive changes at the front. Harry Smith into second, Jonathan Moore into third, Josh Salvadori leads. Couple of tyres on the dirt, picking things up. The 448, that's Kyle Wells going round the outside. And there is our leader, Salvadori, currently third in the championship right now. In fact, second in the championship after a second place yesterday, behind Harry Smith, who extended his lead at the very top. 25 points for a win, 22 for second, so there are gaps, and there was only 7 points separating the entire top 3 coming into the Pembrey weekend, so every single point is incredibly important. Of course, bonus points for fastest lap as well. And as per the minis, this will be races throughout the entire grid, just coming off and making his way back onto the track and losing absolutely no places. That is the way to do it. You will spend some time on the grass. Here's a big move up the inside. Oh, is he going to get it done? Yes, absolutely wonderful stuff. So less than a second separating Salvadori, Smith and Jonathan Moore. And that is really, in terms of the championship, that's your top 3. That is the race we expect to see. Oh, just clinging on there. It's on the right rear, picking up some dust. And this is behind our front pack, but this is what we want to also keep our eye on, because every point is important. You've got the rookie class on top of the overall championship. Leading the rookies right now is Luca Maserati, who started in second but didn't get the best getaway. But in terms of his championship and the rookie, that's not going to be too as critical it is for the overall. Nice move from the 222 down the inside. That is Kerr over Cooper. That's the lovely stuff around the Honda curve, and once again back onto the start-finish line. Not done yet though. Looking left, looking right. Keep your eye on those wing mirrors. And Cooper is looking for any opportunity. Big one down the outside of Kerr. Can he get the place back? Surely too wide. He'll get the advantage though around Spitfires and around to Benny. Oh, they're really side. They talk about it side by side. They're glued to each other for a few metres. Jonathan Moore, again another one just picking up some grass clippings as they go around the centre S's. Salvadori in front, Maserati now trying to make up for the poor getaway, and that'll put some fire in his belly. Chasing right now Roberts for third position. Salvadori and Smith have just started to pull away from the race going on behind them. Roberts right now started the weekend 4th in the championship, and did have a podium yesterday, a 3rd place finish in race number 1, so picking up points, all important points. And what is the gap now between these two? Oh, every single time round the Honda curve, looking to find optimum track position for the run into the hairpin at the opposite end of the track. Once again, they group round hatchets. Great to see so many cars and vans on the banks around pretty much the entire northern side of the circuit here. Everything from hatchets right round to the centre S's and the Brooklands hairpin. Cars and families all over the embankments. Oh, pushed wide. Wow, 3 astern round Brooklands. They'll come along, officially turn number 7. Woodlands, a slight left-hander before they make their way back to the Honda curve. That's round Woodlands. That's Roberts. So Kieran Roberts leading the pack behind in 77. And is that Law, who has moved up to 4th place. A brilliant 3rd lap for Law, the number 77, 5th in the championship coming into the weekend. 20 points behind Harry Smith. Outside of the top 8 in race number 1, so looking to improve on his weekend thus far, but just finding himself off track momentarily. 6 seconds now, Salvadori and Smith out in front. Again, nose to tail. Jonathan Moore in a little bit of trouble here on the grass. He's going over. Can he hold on? Yes, he can. Just gets it back onto the track. But this is not where Jonathan Moore wants to be. He did, of course, start on the 2nd row of the grid, and he started, I thought, pretty well. So what's he doing down in 6th? Maybe we missed something on track here. He has been, not the first time he's had a couple of wheels on the Astro.
It's really about this battle for.
So we will see, let's see a glance of our leaders that they're away right now. 1 second between them. There we go. Salvadori over Smith. Smith has yet to be off the podium this week. He had a couple of wins at Brands Hatch. A win and a 5th place at Cadwell, but of course the win again yesterday. We do tend to find this at junior saloons. At the start of the season, you see it very, very often. One driver will dominate, and then, of course, they're young, the pressure mounts, they need to continue this run of form, and all motorsport, the true sort of season of motorsport, becomes a bit of a reality, and then it gets very tight towards the end. That's what I also love about the double points at Brands Hatch. It is not over. With double points, and it is 2 races at Brands Hatch, you could potentially pull back 100 points across a weekend. Didn't quite work in Formula 1 for me a few years ago. I'm glad it's back to singles there, but the junior saloons, absolutely brilliant. 7 seconds now our leaders to the good, and that will most likely only extend as those behind them go hammer and tongs between 3rd and down to 9th, 10th position right now. So there's the same amount of time between 3rd and 10th as there is between 1st and 3rd. That is the time gap you can build up if you're not involved in a head-to-head race. And Salvadori extending his lead on track in front of us over Harry Smith. Behind them, Roberts, Maserati, Law, Sherrin, Wells and Moore is in 8th place right now. He does not want to lose any more ground to Harry Smith this weekend. But Salvadori starting on pole, leading the way. Kieran Roberts in 3rd right now. He started in 6th, fastest in qualifying for this race. So he's doing a great job to be up again in the podium places, looking for his 2nd consecutive podium. He did have a 3rd place finish in race number 3 at Kedwell Park. Race 2 at Kedwell Park didn't go ahead because of horrific weather conditions. And in fact, race 2 at Brands Hatch also half points due to an incident stopping the race prior to 75% completion. So at the moment we're heading for the first weekend where all races are completed and all points are available. Over halfway through our race now, 6 minutes remaining of the 15. It took us a long time to get underway, but once we did go, the time absolutely flies by. Salvadori continue to extend on Smith, 1 and 2 for the time being wrapped up. So we'll concentrate our entire focus on the racing going on behind. Roberts in the lime green. No sponsored team officially on the entries. We do have several, of course, for the Chandler Motorsports, the Oryx competition. Harry Smith in his own sponsored vehicle. So racer and team owner effectively right now. That is Law chasing the back of... Oh, there's been a switch up in positions here. Hang on a second. Roberts, Maserati, it switched back again. Yeah, it was a bit of confusion. So it is Roberts in 3rd place, of course. Can't mistake him in the lime green. Then Maserati, Law, Sherrin, Moore and Wells. So Moore's picked up 1 place into 7th. Can he go around the outside of Hatchett? It's a long old way to go. That's Wells looking for a position on Kerr. You can watch that happen all day long. If you are coming down to Pembrey in the near future, make sure you position yourself at around about Spitfires. You can see the first 4 turns. That is where most of, but not all, of the action happens in terms of overtaking manoeuvres. We've seen it in pretty much every single race yesterday. The big moves, the big moments, always at Hatchett's. That is Law looking to make a move on Maserati. Can't get it done right there. Roberts currently still controlling 3rd place. And the longer he's in that place, the more comfortable he'll get. A look back at our leaders. Salvadori over Smith. And that is grown to a couple of seconds now. So Harry Smith, only chance here currently is Salvadori making a mistake, but with clean air, although you did see a flash there of a car, that was potentially Lexi Powell who's running at the back, so possibly coming up to a little bit of traffic, our leaders soon. Yeah, they're about 2 corners away from the back markers are our leaders. Lexi Powell, son of Stephen, he'll be racing next, in fact. So Stephen will be watching this closely. Then it's going to be concentration competition mode. And Lexi will do likewise, from racing to watching her dad in the next race in the trucks. What a family weekend this is for the Powells. Lexi making her debut. Didn't start yesterday, so great to see her racing. Oh, we've got one stopping. And that is a moving chicane in the road. We'll find out who that is in just a second. You might see somebody dropping down the timing sheet as they come over the start-finish line. Let's concentrate, though, on Roberts, Maserati, Law and Sherrin and Moore. And I will, a bit of a rear slide there. And every effort being taken by Oliver Law in the number 77. trying to gain hundredths of a second. Right, let's have a look. Can Maserati look up the inside into Hatchett's? Roberts has gone wide into it, and he'll hold that position. Very nice indeed. Sherrin and Moore with a bit of a gap to catch up. Just a small one, but in Citroen Saxo Racing, the smallest of gaps can be the most hard to bridge, and that is what we're seeing right now. Roberts, he's had this about half a second advantage for 3 or 4 laps now, and Maserati just can't get there. We're getting close now. Law in tow. A couple of wheels onto, not quite on the grass, but they'll keep on swinging round. Somebody has got to make a very, very brave move, or somebody's got to make a mistake to see any change here. They'll only get 2 more laps in. Once again, round the Honda curve, and this will be with a 1 minute 10-12 lap. This will be the final or penultimate racing lap. Once again, Roberts knows exactly what Maserati's going to do, but this time Maserati goes to the outside rather than the in. Goes for the switchback. No, not this time. Law follows, so does Sherrin and Moore. Oh no, he's slowing down. What's happened there? He's going backwards. Well, will there be changes? Maybe he was just a little bit wide potentially. Looked to be going backwards to me. 10 seconds to the good now, Salvadori and Smith. And yeah, Law now leads. Oh, he's set to 4th place. He's moved up. There was a change in position because it was Jonathan Moore. It looked like he'd gained a couple of places, but then fell back ever so slightly.
Josh Salvadori has got this one in the bag.
And now Jonathan Moore has got, well, he's got in front of Sherrin, has he? But look at this, absolutely all over his back. And it was Maserati, who is now dropped back to what is at 6th place. Quick look at the leader, Salvadori, on his final lap. That is round Spitfires. And next time round, he'll be likely having a lap of applause and celebration. So 2nd place yesterday, and currently leading from pole position. Harry Smith, championship leader, started on 3rd on the grid, straight away at turn number 1, moved into 2nd place, and that is how it's been for the entire 15-minute junior saloon race. Round Brooklands hairpin, they'll make the long right-hander round Woodlands. And for the final time, round the Honda curve. There we go. Josh Salvadori from pole position, start to finish, 15 minutes of full send into clean air, and takes his first win of the weekend after a 2nd place finish yesterday. Championship leader Harry Smith, after a win yesterday, settles for 2nd place in race number 2. And Roberts in the car 78 finishes in 3rd place, fending off every single challenge that came his way and getting it done. His 2nd consecutive podium of the weekend. And the chasers behind, Law, Moore moved up to 5th place after starting in 8th, got that done on the final lap, I think. Sherrin, Maserati, who started on the front row of the grid, down in 8th place as they crossed the finish line.
In a race, but just goes to show how much
job done for Josh Salvadori.
From the very off.
And all important points to bridge the gap to the top of the championship standings. There are our official results, and Ian will speak to a few of the guys and girls very shortly. But it is Josh Salvadori on top, 4-second win over Harry Smith, and a big jump back to Kieran Roberts, who held off the fight of Oliver Law, Jonathan Moore, James Sherrington, Luca Maserati and Oliver Kerr for so long. Then Kyle Wells, Wolf Butler round out your top 10. Bertie Bream, Jude Cooper, Will Crewston ahead of Francisco Howitt. Fastest lap, also Salvadori, bonus point for your winner with a 1:10.48, set on the 2nd lap of the race. Wow, we got off a blistering start, didn't he?
Okay,
Okay, John, and down here amongst the pit crews.
And we do have cars coming down the pit lane and into Parc Fermé. The top three will stand by to have a chat with Ian Waterhouse. We'll go into him shortly. Here's a bit of a replay. Plenty of bumping and grinding and time spent on the grass in the early stages of our second junior saloon race of the weekend. But Salvadori moved ahead. Look at this, a pincer movement down the outside of the number 90. That was Jake Renshaw having a job done on him, but picked up the places once again as the race progressed. But great challenges throughout the entire field, and this was really the race that we watched the entire 15 minutes, and this was probably the move that was the most important in the entire race. It was Roberts just getting on the inside as they came round the Brooklands hairpin, and that would stick. Moore and Maserati would settle for places off the podium. So, as we run through these replays, our drivers are ready with Ian Waterhouse. It is Ian, over to you.
You seem to have the hardest race there, because you were involved in a big battle for a lot of that race.
Yeah, I was in quite a big battle.
Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. I've got a very, very happy Josh Salvadori. Come on, Josh, everybody's been getting hugs. I haven't had a hug, mate. Come on, well done, well done. Look, once you got away, you kind of just managed to maintain the gap from Harry there, didn't you?
Yeah, I kind of just tried to stay consistent, not make mistakes like yesterday. Yeah, try and set the pace and not let anyone catch up to me.
It's been brilliant racing, isn't it? Because you and Harry going toe-to-toe all weekend, and the beautiful thing is you've got to do it again a little bit later, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right, but hopefully I can get away, come starting pole again later, so yeah, hopefully we can get the same result.
You had big smiles on your face. What does it mean to get the W?
Well, it's a lot, because we've put in a lot of work, and all my sponsors and my parents and my granddad getting me here. Yeah, I wouldn't be here without any of them.
Is there anything you'd like to say to the team?
Well, thank you for giving me a great car. You know, first weekend with the team and got a win under our belt.
Josh, congratulations, mate. Well done. Go on. Got to do it all again a little bit later. We'll chat to Harry shortly. Let's grab Kieran again, shall we? Because I'll tell you what, here's Mr. Consistent over here as well. Well done,
Hello,
Kieran, mate. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Another third place finish. Nice little pot. I hope you've got a trophy cabinet big enough.
Yeah, I think I might have to build one, hopefully, if these keep coming in. But yeah, really pleased with how the race went.
No, the race did go well. Then these two kind of got away a little bit, didn't they? But you had a lot of work to do to defend, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a very tough battle. I just had to keep calm, keep my head. I managed to do that.
Fantastic. And more of the same in race 3, maybe one of those two positions then?
Yeah, definitely going to be pushing and putting up a strong fight, so we've just got to wait and see what happens.
Top man, Mr. Consistent. Kieran, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Here he is. Let's grab Harry, shall we? Harry, I'm really enjoying this weekend. I'm really enjoying your battles with Josh.
Yeah, it was good. I started second, third even. Josh started on pole. I managed to get second off the line. I was close with Josh, and then I think we kind of broke away from everyone else by a fair margin. Yeah. And it was kind of just us putting in laps. He's pulling away for a little bit each lap, not massively. And then a couple of mistakes like going wide at certain corners and stuff cost me a fair bit of time.
Was that you just trying to push? Because you didn't have anything to worry about behind, did you? No. And he was just close enough to be able to see and think maybe, but perhaps just trying a bit too hard.
No, yeah, I knew with the time left that I wasn't going to be enough to catch Josh. I wanted to try and get fastest lap for that extra point, but I think at that point the tyres had already gone off too much to be able to get it.
Right, Harry, thank you so much for talking to us, mate. Congratulations. You've got to do it all again a little bit later as well. That third race is going to be a cracker. Who's your money on? Harry Smith, Josh Salvadori. It's going to be an absolute corker. What's that? I'm hearing thunder. Yes, I'm hearing thunder because look at this over here. Come round. Guess what's on track right now? The British Truck Racing Championship Race 3 about to get underway. Here's Pointy. Pointy, go. Are you excited for this one? Are you looking forward to this one?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be an interesting start. Obviously, Neil Yates, Simon Cole front row. There's going to be a lot of action on that first corner. Bearing in mind, you know, Division 2 driver and a small further back in the pack Division 1 driver, they're going to be braking a lot earlier than I would say the rest of the trucks behind them, so it could be quite interesting.
It's always interesting. What have you made of the weekend so far?
I think it's been a pretty good weekend. Not the best weekend for some drivers. Obviously, a lot of technical issues going on. I mean, John Powell, for example, new head 5 minutes ago, doing the bolts up, talking them up just before this race. And of course, Stuart Oliver out for the weekend after race 1 yesterday. Massive disappointment for him. However, we have a treat, a bit of a surprise bonus for the listeners at home. Stuart Stuart, can I borrow you?
Stuart, come
this
in.
is you might recognise this guy, Stuart Oliver. So I don't know whether Ewan's aware or not, but Stuart's going to be joining us in the commentary box for this next race, just for a bit of a kind of driver's eye view of what's going on the track.
Brilliant, Stuart. Really shame you're not going to be out there for this one, but it's like a little bit different this time, then.
Yeah, a little bit different. That's a get a chance to spend a little bit of time with your good selves, and but I'd rather be out there.
Sorry about that.
Someone has to, right?
Right, guys, you better go. Go on, get into commentary box. Enjoy it, won't you? Right, we're going to hand over. Look at that. We've got Stuart Oliver, we've got Pointy and Ewan in the commentary box for this one. It's going to be an absolute corker. What a treat this is. British Truck Racing Championship Race 3 under glorious sunshine here in Pembrey. About to get underway. Ewan, over to you. Enjoy, everyone.
Cheers, Ian. Well, this is going to be a squeeze. Come and join us, guys. So, Pointy coming in and Stuart Oliver. Not the second. To be honest, we didn't want to see you, Stuart. You didn't want him to be here, of course. It's for the championship. We've spoken to Pointy yesterday. This sat with us now, although I'm sure it's going to be an absolute pleasure. This is not where you want to be, is it?
No, I would much prefer to have been out there, and beautiful conditions. I love Pembrey, and but like I just said downstairs to some guys, I got a chance to spend some time with you fellas.
Can you tell us technically what was wrong with the vehicle? I think Pointy alluded to it yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah. That's right. It's we had problems at Brands Hatch. We rectified them, but strain must have been put on certain components in the engine that we didn't envisage would be what were. It went great on testing, went great in qualifying, got 2 fastest laps, put us on pole positions, but unfortunately when it came down to the race, the oil pressure went away. We dropped the sump off and it's full of metal, so it's come from somewhere, so we've got a bit of investigation work to do.
And in terms of the team, all efforts on Michael's truck now then?
All efforts on Michael's truck. That's right. He's got plenty boards. No pressure. That's right. He's just got to. I said you'll be fine as long as you get to the front.
Now we've got Simon Cole and Neil Yates on pole position on the front row today. First corner at Pembrey is, of course, a hairpin, and these massive trucks. It's such an important corner every single lap, isn't it?
It's a massive important corner. Yeah. And the trucks. They're obviously modified from a road truck to a race truck. One thing that gets changed in them is you don't have as much steering angle as you would in a normal truck. So if you keep too far over, you kind of get round the corner. You have unavoidable contact because your steering only goes so far. It's not like a normal road truck or even car. So it is important to get it right, get the line right, make sure you've got room and the person next to you is given plenty of room, so it's certainly exciting.
Right, let's have a look at the grid then. Neil Yates on the front row, of course, reverse grid with Simon Cole in the Iveco. Then row 2, Division 2's John Powell and Michael Oliver. We'll be watching that one very, very closely. Row number 3, John Bowler and Dave Jenkins. A brilliant win yesterday from Dave Jenkins. Some of the best defending you'll ever see in a truck. Row 4, Stephen Powell and Ryan Smith. Row 5, Sam Osborne and Tom O'Rourke. And it is just the 10 trucks on track today, isn't it?
It is, yeah. As I say, there's certainly been some sore heads this morning, not necessarily from the booze last night, unfortunately. So, like Stuart's had some issues yesterday as well. There's been some other issues in the paddock, but of course it's the first day, Sunday, first race of Sunday. Banks are full, loads of spectators waiting to see some heavy metal action, and I believe with the way the grid is set up for this first race, they are going to get just that.
Stuart, you'll have spent plenty of time being chased by Ryan Smith. How good was Dave Jenkins yesterday?
Yeah, he's good. Ryan is good, as we all know. He's got a good racecraft, and he's a master at the cheeky moves. And Dave, he defended well and managed to get across the line first. I think another lap he would have struggled, but he did what he needed to do.
We certainly had fun in here calling it, didn't we, Pointy?
Oh, we did. And I mean, if you head over to official BTRC on Instagram as well, which is of course our Instagram page, you'll see the replay of that last lap yesterday, and it's gone absolutely mental on social media. Just come up on the screen. Apparently, Stuart, you're actually out on the grid this morning. Is it like a virtual Stuart truck?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got my little remote control box here in front of us. I don't know where we're going to go if it goes off the camera, but we'll be all right. But I'm a bit surprised how it was 13 of us yesterday, and there's only 10 shown on the screen. And I know I'm obviously not there, but
Archie Handy's out there, isn't he? Is Archie out there?
Yeah, Archie's there. Yeah, he's just going around the hairpin. Yeah.
Archie, Dave, and then yeah. So yeah, it's all a bit mixed up. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? There's definitely 12 trucks on the track. Well, 13 plus the pace truck. But we won't let Andy get ahead of himself. Big Andy, of course, one of the support guys on Ryan Smith's team with me, Julie. Julie, of course, being Steve Thomas's sister, who always looks after Ryan Smith's team there in the paddock. But what an absolutely fantastic day we've got here. I mean, we were kind of promised by the Met Office thunder and lightning yesterday, which we got. But going on that result, of course, it means we've been promised good weather today, which currently we are experiencing.
I mean, I've got to say, I've been to Pembrey several times. It's always sunny here.
Global warming.
Whether it's April or October, it always seems to be sunny in Pembrey. It's a beautiful place.
It's the Welsh Riviera, apparently.
I never realised until I looked at Google Maps, and we went on a little detour a few years ago, how actually close to the coast we are here at Pembrey. Because of course you're so landlocked all the way here, you don't realise that actually if you just carry on over the backfield, you will end up on the beach.
Absolutely. I think, is it the Brooklands hair? No, not the Brooklands hairpin. It's just as you come up towards Honda, if you actually go straight on, it doesn't take long and you're on the beach.
I believe this is where Tom O'Rourke tried to go for a little drive around a couple of years back, wasn't it?
Most of us have been around there. I think, but Andy Lovenbury, a sort of racer from many years ago, he was around there, but they had to get a crane to get him back in. But we'll better get going on this one.
Pace truck is coming in. So we've got Powell and Cole on the front row. They are closely followed behind by the rest of these 5-ton monsters. And we'll hear the roar, you'll feel the roar behind us as the lights go green. And we are truck racing for the third time
and it's
this
looking
weekend.
Good. Michael Oliver, John Bowler straight behind there, looking for a gap through that braking session there. But no, it's Neil Yates heading up with Michael Oliver right behind him. Simon Cole drops back as Dave Jenkins looks for the late break opportunity. Really tight line from Michael Oliver there. Oh, we're going to spin out. Neil Yates takes out Dave Jenkins. We've also got John Bowler out as well. John Powell mixed up with the mix, and as well Sam Osborne from Napa held up. Will we get them all restarted or not? We're not sure, but Michael Oliver steaming ahead now, closely followed by Simon Cole and Steve Powell. What a start. We knew there'd be action. A yellow flag is out as we see John Bowler and I believe Neil Yates stranded on that first bend.
Yeah, they are sat and tangled. Couldn't be a better start here for Stuart and Michael, moving straight to the front. John Powell tangled up in there too. There were several trucks that got a bit of we got a red flag. Red flag.
The trucks are unfortunately just starting to move. John Bowler and Neil Yates getting going, but the red flag has come out. Michael Oliver won't be happy with that, but if we look at the debris on the circuit, that does need clearing up before any racing can continue.
And on the rules, if we go to a restart without one lap completed, we go back to the natural restart, or will
they will be regridded unless one of the trucks obviously can't carry on. Yep. We'll have to see what the recovery's like. Now, of course, John Bowler does look like he is stranded. He's out of his truck. We think we may have some serious issues. He's lost his windscreen, you think? Sure, we can get a zoom in on that. We'd be able to see a little closer. But yeah, it does look like he's missing some labels, doesn't it?
It wasn't just these two that were involved in that. There's going to be several trucks with a little bit of damage to them. So maybe we might get you and Pointy Ian down there to have a look if we are going to have a bit of a break here. Of course, there is in the series a virtual safety car. That is not going to be the case here at Pembrey. And I don't even think a virtual could get past that truck anyway. It's stranded and absolutely going nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of action down here in the pit lane, just looking out the window now. John Bowler, there we go. So he's looking for damage. We have definitely lost a windscreen. There is a huge amount of debris. I mean, what an unfortunate first lap. I mean, we were just talking before that race start. First corner is very important, but it's more important to get round it than it is. Here we go for the replay. Then we see Dave Jenkins and Michael Oliver making a great start. Neil Yates steaming ahead. Simon Cole dropping back quite early. Michael Oliver in a fantastic position, but under pressure from Dave Jenkins. This is when he goes round, loses his back end. Neil Yates spins around, just clips Michael Oliver. Dave tries to avoid. We have then an impact from behind, which I believe sends John Bowler into the side of Neil Yates. I mean, we've lost the replay image, unfortunately, there again for us. But yeah, I mean, we saw it happen the first time round. Luckily, we've got the tractor out on track now, though. Hopefully to get that truck snatch recovery, I believe they call it. It's just to tie it up and drag it out. But we have got another recovery truck down there, and the wrecker is out as well. So yeah, it might be a slightly time-consuming recovery, this one. So yes, the trucks are re-gridding, looks like in their original position. Looking out though, no major damage to the trucks I can see. Michael Oliver relatively unscathed, which is fantastic news for him. Hopefully he can take advantage of that restart again.
Now, Stuart, I know you come to trucks with lots of spare parts. Do you come with a spare windscreen?
Yes, we'll have spare windscreens. Unfortunately, windscreens are an item that's sort of gets a lot of pay. It's a massive bit of glass at the front, and anything that's on the track gets thrown up from the truck in front.
Is there anything you don't bring? Can you go for a list? Not a full list, but do you bring pretty much everything with you?
We do. So we'll have in my team, I have a support trailer which carries one truck, but the rest of the front half of it's full of spare parts. So gearboxes, differentials, half shafts, all the big heavy items, all the panels, windscreens included. So yeah, there's a lot of equipment required, to have us be able to do any repairs. Unfortunately, with mine, my own truck, we don't have engines, but no, it's all the teams are the same. You've got to be prepared, and I always work on the theory that if you have it with you, you don't need it.
Yeah.
It's the bits you don't have that you need, and that's exactly what's happened to me. But I'm sure John will have a windscreen. It looked like it was the impact that fired the windscreen out, because they get changed so regular. They're not actually bonded in like a car or a truck, so you can change them quickly. And I think it was just the impact that the truck came to a stop quick. Looking at the images there, it looks like his front axle's been knocked back, which will probably be a broken spring or a centre bolt broken. So he caught Neil's back end as Neil came round, stopped dead, which fired the windscreen out the front.
Does that look fixable to you?
It'll be fixable, but it'll not be out in this race. But I'm sure that the boys will get on it and get what they need to get it fixed and get out in the next one. Now,
in the paddock, of course, it's not just you, the driver. You've got some massive teams, haven't you? And this right now is where they come to the fray and really do their work.
Absolutely. It's as a driver, you could just about say you've got the easy job. And it's the team, the backup, the support. John's guys will be there looking now on probably from the bank, and they'll be heading back to the team, to the tent. Right, we need this. John's possibly been on the radio and saying, he'll have seen what damage there is. He'll be saying, we need a spring, or we need a wheel, or we need a centre bolt, we need a windscreen, obviously, and they'll be getting it all ready.
Now, I'm just waiting to see. You're looking at what you're
I'm looking at the window, so I've got a bit of a handy view here, just down the back of the control tower, and I can see Neil Yates' 33 truck with his team surrounding. We have had some bits of bodywork removed, damaged fiberglass and so on. However, we've had scrutineering behind that truck for some time now. I believe he's been given the thumbs up. Always a kind of bittersweet situation, that when you cause quite an incident and then you end up being the one allowed back out on the circuit when actually someone else has suffered a loss of points now.
Now, when scrutineering are looking at the trucks, of course there's been damage. What are they looking to sign off in terms of yes, you can go racing?
Basically that the truck's safe. There's no loose panels that's going to fly off sort of during the race. All the tyres are hard. And it's ready to go. A few panels missing here and there. That's cosmetic, but it's mainly the mechanical aspect of the truck. It's that it's safe to go racing.
Brilliant. Right, they got the rig coming in to pick up the truck now, and we don't get to see this too often. You'll keep looking out that window. What are you looking for?
Well, I'm just keeping an eye. So obviously from my vision here, we've got John Powell, who a couple of guys have had a little look round. So we know he got away with it. Simon Cole obviously clear of the damage. There's obviously going to be some choice words on Neil's team after this race. But then we have seen Garrett pop off to the back there to have a look at another truck. So of course, it wasn't the only truck. We've got Dave Jenkins got toiled up in there as well, but he seems to be sitting pretty on the grid at the moment, so no major issues. A scrutineer has actually come back in So it looks like he's checked all of the trucks he needs to. So fingers crossed, I believe, other than poor old John Bowler, everybody else is effectively clear to carry on racing. But we look down onto that first corner, and of course I'm sure it's probably quite interesting for the spectators. But unfortunately, still quite a bit of clearing up to do with regards to what's on the circuit.
Yeah. So our third race of 5 this week, and we were already a little bit delayed because of the incidents in the Mini Challenge Trophy class. So what this will do to the schedule, we'll just keep you updated as best we can.
There is a decent lunch break again today, another hour, which, as I say, sometimes those lunch breaks end up being quite short, especially with the trucks. But ironically, this is the first incident we've had for the trucks, really, this weekend. So for once, it isn't all our fault, which is nice. But yeah, so lunch meant to be at 12:30. We'll probably be looking more along taking away that lunch break probably now, and we'll end up trying to catch up after the lunch break because, the marshals just go without food and water for a change.
I have just literally, before that race, eaten my ham sandwich.
Wow, I think you peaked early.
I did.
Quite a bit of panelling being removed from the track now. They'll probably pop that on the back of the wrecker.
And when we get going again, we'll grid up as if it's the start of the race again.
Effectively so, yes. It will be gridded, so it will be a complete restart. They've still got 15 minutes on the clock ready to restart the whole race. So it's great that they've actually given the trucks the opportunity to have that full 15 minutes. And let's just hope that, bearing in mind, I hate to be the one to say it, but Neil Yates starting in the same position again, are we going to have a repeat of the same race start? I mean, these are the questions that people ask when they're watching this stuff from home.
Stuart, if this happens, you get a red flag, you're sat in the car now, in the truck, in the cabin, just sort of, what are you doing? Are you literally just twiddling your thumbs, or are you going through settings, or speaking to your team?
Yeah, in this situation, because it's a red flag situation, the team isn't allowed to come to the truck. So you're sitting in the truck, there on the pit wall, he's saying, does everything look all right? Obviously, it's obvious if you've had contact, you've had contact. If you're unfortunate, you've had some contact, you're trying to get them to look and see and check out. Right, pointy point you alluded to, the scrutineers go out and check over everything, so that's right. But you're sitting there, you're looking at your temperatures. One downside of what's happened here is everybody's gone charging to that bottom corner, brakes are red hot, they've come round, the red flag came out when they were coming up sort of the back towards sort of Honda. The red flag comes out, you haven't got a lot of time to cool your brakes down, so you're sitting on the grid with probably 300, 400 degrees of temperature. If you haven't switched your water off on time, you then could have a problem with fraction of brake disc, because your water cooling is done by, your brake cooling is done by injecting water through the brake disc at one point, which is fine when the wheels are turning. If you have hot brake discs and you're injecting water at one point, you're cooling only 1 point in the crack in half.
Wow. This is the insight you're here for, Stuart. It's brilliant.
so there's
cracks in the past, believe me. I mean, you can fit your hand in the gaps when they crack. They're huge.
That's right. So, for all the guys are all sitting on the grid there, I hope it doesn't happen, but it could be on the formation lap. They will be checking the brakes. When you then press your brake and you feel a bang and a clatter and your pedals sort of juddering, you've got no option other than come in the pit lane. So hopefully we don't see that. But it's them's the things you're thinking about. Did I do this in time? Did I do that in time? And now we're ready to go again. But looking at outside there now, the recovery truck's doing his job. So hopefully we'll go on shortly.
Yeah, John Baylor making his way, or his truck at least making his way in. And I think that tractor's done more laps than anybody else so far this morning. But thankfully, there's no damage to any tyre barriers. So it's literally just getting the truck off the track, making sure there's no debris down. Didn't look like there was any fluid on the ground there either.
Well, we'll soon find out when they'll go around there for the next lap. I tell you, it doesn't take them long to find the slippy bits in these trucks. I mean, we're talking 5.5 tons overall weight, but when you're doing that at like 60 miles an hour around a tight bend, you soon lose grip and end up going in an opposite direction to that you're steering.
So making its way back to the truck paddock. Now, the truck paddock this weekend at Pembrey, I mean, that used to be, I'm saying over there, you can't see where I'm pointing, but the area that you used to use for assembly is now, the Convoy Cymru's got so big it's all being used now.
Yeah, indeed. So we've got a really good turnout of show trucks this weekend, which is fantastic to see down at Convoy Cymru. And again, it's a very well supported event since Truck Sport brought the Convoy brand to Pembrey, for the extra 2 events each year. It's really grown every single year, which is brilliant. But of course, that means that, bearing in mind, Ewan, before you were involved with truck racing, this used to be the truck paddock anyway. This is where everybody used to park up, and we'd go straight out, the same as it always was. So Stuart said when he started racing here, they didn't even have the top half as tarmac, so it was literally just a field, but yeah, it's great to see the paddock though. I feel like it's a little bit better being so tight knit, all the teams very close together. We've actually got a couple of sponsors with us today as well this weekend, namely the Sylvie Group. Sylvie Group, of course, is a special mention because they're actually our biofuel sponsor this year. So they're providing all of our fuel for the teams, which is fantastic. So all the race trucks getting that free fuel. Well, it's not free, but it's paid for by Sylvie Group.
Another one to mention, actually, I haven't done so this weekend, but it's a perfect time to. British Truck Racing also aligned themselves with Man Up, which is a charity. They're trying to raise awareness on and off the track for men's mental health, which we can't talk enough about. Started in 2019, Man Up exists to raise awareness about mental health amongst men, specifically the stigma that surrounds the subject by encouraging openness. So over the course of the year, there'll be a wide range of fundraising initiatives taking place, all of which will be communicated. Great to see British Truck Racing aligning with such a fantastic charity.
Yeah, really interesting you mentioned that as well, actually, because the week we've just finished was indeed Mental Health Awareness Week, and I myself on Friday made the silly mistake of driving to Barnsley Football Club before heading to South Wales to commentate on a charity football match, all in aid of men's mental health charity Mind. Yes, it was plumbers versus electricians. As you know, I'm a plumber in my day job, and all the social media faces were there from the plumbing and electric world to raise money for charity. It is a fantastic cause, no matter what the name of the charity. Mental health is massively important, and of course the focus on men particularly is the fact that traditionally and stereotypically men are usually the ones that literally do just man up, crack on and get on with it, much to their own suffering, I would believe.
Yeah, so we're about to go racing shortly again. We will have one green flag again under the pace truck.
Hopefully just one. We had like 3 or 4 green laps yesterday,
every
didn't
race,
we?
wasn't it? Yeah. So Neil Yates and Simon Cole back on the front row of the grid, as we were a little while ago. And we'll do one lap under the pace truck, and then we'll try and get more than one corner of racing.
I believe we might have some bad news about to pop up on the screen. Listening to the intercom here, that TSL are adjusting the restart time. I believe we might only have a 10-minute restart. I'm just waiting for it to reload on my screen as well to see if that is indeed the case. And of course, one massive downside to being in Pembrey, South Wales is the fact that no one's phones really work. So it's
as you know, Pointy, we have struggled with some images this weekend.
Massively.
A lot of the time we can see everything from hatchets right to the centre S's, but everything behind us we are guessing sometimes.
The guys at home are getting a better viewing experience than us in the commentary box.
Today the pictures have been great. The team behind the scenes have worked their wonders this morning, and we are getting pretty good images now. Right, we're back under the pace truck, and again we'll do one full lap, and Michael Oliver and Dave Jenkins looking to get exactly the same start they got about 10 minutes ago, because it was exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, we have indeed got 10 minutes on TSL's website, so we're just waiting for the screen to update for the 10 minutes there for you viewers at home. But TSL, of course, being the official timing people that do a lot of racing for Motorsport UK, and of course Bark.
Now, this race was meant to get underway at 10:30. It's now 11:15, so there is going to be time chopped here and there. I think we're going to get, of course, a 5-minute shorter race here. I think we're struggling to change the timing on screen, so we're going to run at 15, I think, and run down to 5 minutes. But we'll update you, keep reminding you that it is a 10-minute race.
Back on again. Just sort of He's tried multiple times.
So, Stuart, this is where they'll be testing brakes, making sure everything's running smoothly and not going to get any surprises into turn one.
Exactly, that's good, because that's the last thing they want is, to be going around there and then, have a problem with brakes or brake disc cracked or whatever, because we'll just end up with a repeat of what we've just had. So, fingers crossed, everything's good.
So we will see.
I'm going to let you take this one. I certainly jumped
in. I thought you did well.
I mean, it's one of those things when you see it, you go, and then the other one just has no fair play. He's got it, but this time you go for it.
And thankfully, we did actually see it this time.
We did actually see it, yeah.
And we can see hatches from where we're sat, just about from a distance away. So it's not the end of the world.
One difference I've noticed commentating again this season to previously when I first ever did it was the delay from the circuit is a lot less than it used to be. Like we saw the crash on here on the screen and it was literally still happening out the window, whereas before we were talking a good 20 seconds before you could commentate on the race.
Right, so we're just waiting to see, is the pace truck coming in? Can't see through walls, unfortunately. But it should be. Maybe you can see better than us. Oh no, we're going to go one more time, are we?
Red
lights.
No,
we are going. I can hear the engines.
Red lights are out. It's go, go, go.
And down towards hatches once again. Look at the damage on that truck already. Oh, Michael Oliver straight into the front there as we go around to hatches, so he should get around safely. And a big question mark over the rest of them. There is no contact right now. We do go around hatches successfully. Michael Oliver, what a start. Dave Jenkins alongside Neil Yates into turn 3. Round Spitfires, round 2 to DeBenny. Simon Cole from the pole position down to 5th place right now. Ryan Smith stuck in 7th. A bit of dust flicked up there. Michael Oliver is away.
He's absolutely flying, and what a hell of a first lap as well. Michael Oliver come flying around the corner there. Steve Powell, taking Neil Yates, who does appear to be having some handling issues. We've got Tom O'Rourke under fire from Ryan Smith, but Ryan Smith, of course, as we saw yesterday, is not going to wait long before making up those places. Tom O'Rourke now past Neil Yates, as well as I'm sure when the feed comes back to us. Oh no, Ryan Smith still just waiting it out a little bit behind Neil Yates there, making a safe pass as we saw him do with Dave Jenkins yesterday, but the inevitability, Ryan Smith of course is now past.
But he's got a lot less time today to catch up with that 10-minute race now, so the graphic has gone off your screen. We'll try and get that up as soon as we possibly can, but we're at 10-minute racing in race number 1 of the trucks here at Pembrey on day 2. Michael Oliver ahead of Dave Jenkins. Oh, we got Tom on the grass, and they're going to get back on safely. We don't want to see anybody in any tyre walls here. We've lost enough time. Everybody please try and get back onto the asphalt, and they've done so. Dave Jenkins all over the back of Michael Oliver.
John Powell pulling a good lap, considering his engine was still in pieces moments before the start of this race. But of course, Michael Oliver still in the lead with a 1:16.3. Very, very close behind him, though. Just 0.6 of a second. Dave Jenkins is coming for him, I do believe.
So our Division 2 drivers who were, of course, Simon Cole on the front row of the grid, already down and collecting themselves in 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. That's we happened maybe a little bit quicker than we would have anticipated. But Michael Oliver ahead of Jenkins, and Stephen Powell, who's just watched his daughter Lexi compete in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, got his concentration hat on and he's going all the way alongside Woodlands, round to the Honda curve. And O'Rourke, Tom O'Rourke in 4th place. We didn't see him race yesterday in race number 2. What was wrong with Tom O'Rourke's? Did we find out at the end?
What wasn't wrong with Tom O'Rourke's truck yesterday, I believe, was the ethos in the paddock. Yeah, Dave Jenkins looking down the inside line as they're coming around the bend from the pit lane there. Definitely got the inside line, but can't quite make it past as Michael Oliver shuts the door. Tight turn, keeps it tidy. A bit of a bunch up there from Steve Powell, but Ryan Smith, where's he come from? He's all over the back of the top 3 now, looking for a space past Steve Powell.
What's going through sort of Michael's head at the moment? I mean, in these situations when you're leading a race, you know you've got fast trucks behind you. What's going through the old ticker?
He'd be on maximum concentration without a doubt, and it's the important thing is to keep looking forward. If you're looking in your mirrors as where you've been, it's not what you want to be doing, but he's got to obviously look for any ambitious manoeuvres from behind and be ready for them, and sort of be defensive but still not lose any time in the track.
And as a father watching, how does it feel?
proudest bunch.
Usually too busy concentrated on your own race to be able to really give full gravitas to Michael's skills on the track. But yes, further down then in Division 2 at the moment, we are looking at John Powell, Cole and Sam Osborne. Sam doing quite well yesterday in his second race, getting that first place trophy. But of course, track limits in the first race ended up with a 15-second penalty, which really did hurt that British touring car driver.
Dave Jenkins' defensive masterclass yesterday afternoon. Well, he's the one doing the chasing now. He also got a defend at the same time from Powell and Ryan Smith. So Ryan Smith, he sort of got through the field yesterday, not finding quite the gaps he did behind Powell right now.
It's a very tight bunch, this top four. A bit of a lock-up from Simon Powell. That's going to Steve Powell. That's going to keep him back. Yes, indeed, the opportunity's there. Ryan Smith flies straight past him now. What a shame for Steve Powell. That tiny bit of smoke did cost him that position. But I tell you what, Michael Oliver, all credit where it's due, keeping Dave Jenkins, massive lock-up, slides out to the side. Is he going to smash? No, thank goodness. Control regained. Will he get going again? That was very close. Great control there from Dave Jenkins in that sideways slide, but he's not going to be happy. Unbelievable there, just looking for that position past Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver now under pressure from Ryan Smith. Is Ryan Smith going to take the chance to get past him?
Not this time, not just yet. So Jenkins down to fourth place, and that is a long way back now to the top three. Powell is going to be in a, almost like guaranteed third, and Ryan Smith is going to be all over the back
coming wide as
of
well.
Michael Oliver. And they'll once again come down to hatchets. Only 5 minutes remaining. Goes to the inside. There'll be no gap there, surely.
Padlock on the gate there from Michael Oliver. Fantastic defensive driving. This is probably one of Michael Oliver's best bits of driving I've seen this year so far. The pressure he's under right now is incredible.
And he's got 5 minutes of this absolutely non-stop. Stuart, you mentioned he can't look backwards. He's going to be all over his wing mirrors.
Oh my goodness, this is almost like the Dave Jenkins lap we saw yesterday. Ryan Smith literally trying every trick in the book to get past him, but Michael Oliver is absolutely fantastically defending that racing line. We've really got to keep our eyes on the number 12 and the number 1 truck. I tell you what, this is incredible to watch. We are on the edge of our seats.
This is a carbon copy of yesterday when it was Jenkins holding off Ryan Smith, and he got it done. There's only going to be 3 more laps potentially as we come down towards 4 minutes. Looks left, looks right. Oliver says no, not today. And they're going to go round the Honda curve. Oh, there's an opportunity. No, there isn't. It closes the door once again. Can he get his foot down?
Ryan Smith just can't quite seem to find that gap, can he?
This is letting Powell back in as well. Look at Powell over the back of Ryan Smith. Moves to the inside. Is there a gap? No, he closes the door again. Moves to the outside.
He's all over him. Look at him dodging and weaving, trying to get past. But Michael Oliver almost seems calm in this situation. You can see by the style the line hasn't changed. Every lap the same racing line. Absolutely phenomenal.
It's like Stuart just said, just keep looking forward, keep looking forward.
He's definitely looking forward, but like you say, defensive driving is costing time there. Steve Powell catching up very quickly, but Dave Jenkins now even closer to them than he was before.
Dave Jenkins catching up, and so is Powell as well. Powell just 1 second behind the front two now. Of course, when you're racing, you're spending a little bit of time off the racing line, doing your defensive moves left and right, and it's letting the guys behind catch up. So I thought this might be a 2-man race, but Powell's definitely back in this one.
Trying to get past the truck in front actually it's harder work than you think. I mean, you think going faster would be the way forward, but it slows you down. Each attempt to get past that truck in front will in fact cost you time and momentum. It's all gone very quiet though, I don't like that.
Yeah, we've lost a little bit of images. We're waiting for them to come back down to start and finish straight.
Unbelievable. Where are they all?
Oh, Oliver's still in front. He's okay. Round Honda then. Start finish line again. We'll have 2 more laps, well, potentially 3 more laps, 2:40. Let's do some maths.
I am on the edge of my seat, like I said yesterday on air.
And this is looking better than it has done the last few laps, in fact.
But I am Switzerland. It almost looks like Ryan Smith there charging his batteries, waiting for the opportunity to press that go faster button that he always seems to find when he needs it. And Steve Powell is still in with a chance. We only hope that this carries on the way it's going. Clean racing, great racing, fantastic skill from the entire pack. But looking back Division 2, we have still got John Powell pulling a sensible lead ahead there of Simon Cole, followed by Tom O'Rourke, strangely, and Sam Osborne bringing up the rear.
So again, we are struggling with some images, but we're looking out of our window every single way, left and right. Stuart Oliver watching very, very closely here in the truck.
I can hear tyres.
Oh, we got screeching one off. Who's that gone off, Bunty, just there?
We've got Robbing, we've got Robbing. Ryan Smith goes up the inside, just manages to tickle his way past Michael Oliver. Look at the acceleration. Like I said, the go faster button has well and truly been pushed as he flies past around Honda, showing speed that he hasn't had for the last couple of laps, certainly, as he instantly pulls ahead. I mean, we're talking a second or two ahead on that overtake. It's incredible. The power that truck has is just phenomenal.
And the defensive duties will not relent for Michael Oliver. Now has to hold off Powell for the next couple of laps. This is letting Dave Jenkins back in too. He's still a few seconds back. It's probably a little bit too much to bridge that gap. But Ryan Smith not moving away as quick as he did yesterday afternoon. But most definitely it'll be a couple of seconds to the good. So Oliver now defending from Powell. Jenkins 2.5 seconds back. Elsewhere, as you pointed out, Pointy, Powell, Cole, Osborne 1, 2, 3 in Division 2.
Pointy down, pointy.
There you go.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, but you are right. I mean, it's certainly been an exciting race, but it's not over yet for Michael Oliver. He needs to defend against Steve Powell. I mean, like I say, I'd be happy for any of them to get trophies, but of course, we've managed to hold off Ryan Smith for several laps. I mean, just to do that is a claim in its own right, isn't it?
Absolutely. Depending on, of course, what we saw yesterday, there's going to be one more lap to run here.
The checker's out, it goes, Ryan Smith. Michael Oliver takes the second, and then Dave Jenkins in third place. Well, I'm not sure it's what Michael Oliver had dreams of for most of that race, but I tell you what a fantastic race for all three of those drivers. And to, of course, we can't give the guy credit for missing that incident on that first start in the first place. So really, really great race for a lot of Division 1 there. We see now, though, Division 2 crossing the line, and John Powell with the Greenhouse Group sponsored truck, again fresh head, literally speaking, on that engine just before race 1 Sunday, has seen some fantastic power come out of there. He's got to be happy with that big trophy and the bottle of bubbly.
Great entertainment as always for the British Truck Racing Championship. Stuart Oliver, last couple of words from you, watching that as a father and a team owner. Result, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it was fantastic. You know, Michael's still got learning, and he's the racecraft there is very. I'm very pleased with to see that, and you see a different perspective when you're in here and see it on the TV and see it out the window, and I'm delighted, for the team's side. But like Pointy says, Ryan presses his go faster button and he just launches himself and he's gone, and that's something we've got to work on and try and find the go faster button ourselves.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Best result of the weekend so far. Enjoyed the next 2 races. Thank you so much for being with us, Stuart. Been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much.
So some replays coming up here. We'll get Ian downstairs. Oh, no, it's going to be you, Pointy, isn't it? Sorry.
Who? I beg your pardon. I'm sitting right here, you.
Pointy will be in Park Fervey in just a few moments' time. We've got 2 more of these races coming up, so maybe we'll see you again later, Stuart, if you enjoyed yourself that much. It's some big slides there. That's the Dave Jenkins slide that dropped him from fighting for second down to 4th position. He'll rue that mistake, but that is racing. Here's the overtake that we just caught the end of for Ryan Smith. Again, as Stuart said, presses the go faster button and off he goes and whizzes away. Look at that. The gap he pulled out in the first couple of seconds from the overtake, it's just absolutely phenomenal. But what 2 great defensive plays we've seen. Another one there from Michael Oliver. So there's your official results. Ryan Smith ahead of Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell. Dave Jenkins, after that slight spin, down in 4th place, so loses a few points on the championship table. Then David Smith and Neil Yates. In Division 2, John Powell ahead of Simon Cole, who started on pole, and then Sam Osborne picks up his 3rd podium of the weekend. Tom O'Rourke down in 7th in class and 10th overall. Archie Handy finishing his 3rd ever race in British Truck Racing Championship. Non-finish for John Bowler after the incident at the first corner, and a non-finish for Stuart Oliver, who is sadly out of the weekend, but great to have him in the box here. Now, in just a few moments' time, let's go down to Pointy.
in the 69 machine. We'll ask him about that.
Hi there, me again. How are we doing? That's right, it's pointed down in the pits. We've got Ryan Smith, fantastic race. Pressure on Michael Oliver the entire time, but I think the real hero of this race, we've got to be said, we've got to talk to Michael Oliver. Out of the way. Oh my goodness! Now that was it. Now obviously we're well aware Ryan Smith taking the first place, but my God, the defence was incredible. Literally, it was like you were on rails out there, Michael.
Well, what happened was we were sat waiting to go out for so long. I'm just desperate for the toilet.
Come on, let this guy go to the toilet for goodness sake. Dave Jenkins, we got here as well.
You all right?
I wasn't expecting you to stop there.
I was trying to.
Well, he just said he needed a wee, so he's probably trying to look for a cheeky tree to go to. But honestly, the skill there, I mean, you've both now effectively been in the same position of having to defend your position against Ryan Smith. And let's be honest, when he chooses to, it just comes out of nowhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, Michael's doing a great job defending from Ryan, but what I was making reference to the incident when I doshed him from behind into the back right-hander. I was just teeing him up for a move, and he overstopped it to defend. He caught me off guard. I jumped on the brake, spun, just caught him. I didn't know how hard it was.
That's probably my fault, that one, to be fair. Cheers, Dave.
Oh, but that was honestly phenomenal racing.
It looked good.
It looked fantastic. We were on the edge of it. I mean, don't forget, we just had your dad commentating on that race as well, up in the commentary box. Yeah. So, I mean, he didn't say much, I'll be honest. He was just out the windows, like, where's he gone? Where's he gone? So, yeah.
I thought I had him, and then I went round the back. And you just kind of do about the power, man.
Literally, it's almost like we saw him. It's like the lap before he took you. It's almost like he started to drop back. Even you had mentioned, oh, that looks like a better gap than the previous lap. And then all of a sudden, whoosh, and we're talking a 2-second gap just on the pit straight. The acceleration is insane.
Oh no, it's unbelievable. You just kind of compete, but like, I just made it so hard. I was an absolute.
Well, if anything, we like to see you hard, Michael. Well done. Oh, yeah. So let's see if we can't find. Here we go. John Powell over here. Got to make sure we speak to Division 2. Again, as I mentioned earlier on, the Greenhouse Group, we had a chat with John Powell this morning, which was fantastic. Again, like I say, his engine was in bits by the end of that race. Oh, let's go to Ryan Smith whilst we're waiting for John. Ryan talking to Dave Jenkins. Ryan, wow, I tell you what, what's the secret? The power that you've got. We almost saw you drawing back a bit and then flying past Michael.
Because I just give the truck a breather. When you're in the stream of Michael, when I was so close, and you were backing me up into the corners, the engine gets a bit warm.
Is this what they mean by dirty air? It's like when you're too close, you're not really getting what you need.
You don't really get slipstream in these things because they're so big and only doing 160 kph.
Like a brick wall going at 100.
You get airflow for the engine and everything. So I had to drop back just for a little while, just to let the engine temperature drop. And then I've got to say this. Michael did very, very well.
We were impressed.
He drove very well, very clean.
He was on tram tracks, wasn't he?
He drove very well, and you know, it was just one more lap he was away. But Michael did very well then, and if he'd have won that race, I'd have had no complaints because he didn't make any mistakes.
I mean, we were looking. It was like we were seeing this clock counting down. We saw you and Dave yesterday. We were like, "What is going on? Is it? It can't be. It can't be." I was like, "Oh." We were on the edge of our seats. The entire circuit was literally chewing their nails.
Dave got that one for free.
I
gave it back, and like yesterday, like I gave that position back because Dave didn't do anything wrong. Michael drove really, really well, and if it wasn't the last lap, I would have not finished first.
But exactly, but you did finish first, so well done. Congratulations on another trophy. Very good job. Here he is. He's finished now. Right, talking to the circuit commentary before. We spoke to you earlier on. You showed us the team. You thanked the team, and I'm sure there'll be a few more thanks going around when we get back to the tent.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Jason Farnell and Johnny Farnell, grandmother and their mother passed away 2 weeks ago, and those guys come in my workshop last weekend and put that lorry together. So I'm going to dedicate it to their grandmother and mother.
Oh, that's so lovely. A race dedication.
She's looking down on us, and also John Payne's looking down on us as well. So, you know what,
Lots of
it's just
support.
things like that makes the team jump.
It's what makes it gel. It's what makes it family, isn't it? Just because of different names doesn't mean it's not family.
No, absolutely, all day long.
And I take it now, Vic Touchwood, the new head made the difference. You want the engine ran.
No, it's well underpowered anyway, so we got a boost pipe and I've got to go. So.
Oh, gotta go. He's got to go. He's got to move his truck, which means I've got to go because I won't be allowed to cross the circuit otherwise. So I'm going to hand the microphone back to Ian.
Thanks, Pointy. Get out of there. Go on, go. Right, more action coming up. Let's hand you over to you and to tell you what's coming up next. Here we go. Let's go racing.
Coming up next, our second race of the weekend for the pickups, and Ian spoke to a few of the drivers before we go racing earlier on this morning.
Right, everybody, it's time for the second race of the weekend for what is probably one of my favourite championships, the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Yesterday, of course, we saw Matt Simpson take another win this season. Mark Willis in second, Dale Gent in third place. So we thought we'd pop down and have a quick chat with Dean. As you can see, he's got the sun visor because it's so bright and so hot today, isn't it? Slightly different from yesterday, Dean.
Oh, definitely. We thought it was going to have a nice dry day, and then the rain came. It was no good, was it?
It was, and actually it was difficult for you guys as well because you're all sat here. I think most of you have gone on sort of the drier setup, hadn't you? But then the heavens opened just before you were about to go out.
Yeah, so we all went out on our slick tyre as such. I think one or two of them went out on wets, and we was all on the dry setup. But there was a dry line. It was just the back straight. The heavens opened. It was no good.
Well, a little bit different today. One thing we definitely know is that we're not going to have any rain during this race. There's not even a cloud in the sky. The concern now is tyres coming off.
Hopefully they last. We've not actually had a meeting like this so far yet on our new tyres, so hopefully they're alright.
So what's your expectation from here?
Oh, I don't know. Anything can happen with a pickup. It's
such good racing though, isn't it?
It's good, it's close. There's a bit too much contact sometimes, but it's good.
Fantastic. Dean, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Really do appreciate it. Let's move along because Alan's in the car. Let's talk to him. A race winner last time out, of course, at Brands Hatch. An absolute thriller. In fact, we had a brilliant meeting, didn't we, Alan, at Brands Hatch? And what are we expecting from this one?
We've not had a very good qualifying session at the minute, so we'll just pick up the pieces and see what we do. I never seem to get on very well around here. It's not one of my favourite tracks at the minute.
It's my first time here, but you've obviously raced here a few times. What's the trickiest part of the circuit?
Probably getting out of the hairpin on like turn one, because obviously you slow the car down so much and you're trying to get on it quick, the wheels want to spin up because the cars are so light.
Yeah.
So it's just getting it rolling really.
It is quite an exciting circuit though, isn't it? So I remember turning up here and it has a bit of an old school sort of feel, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has an old school feel and everything, but it seems to be all right. You know, all the drivers are getting on well at the minute, so
yeah. Well, hopefully we'll have a repeat of that Brands Hatch race for you as well. Top man, thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Right, here we go. Time to go for the Pickup Truck Championship race 2 of the weekend. Still another one to come a little bit later. I'm going to hand over to Ewan. He's going to take you through the action. Enjoy it.
Cheers, Ian. Ready to go underway for our second pickup race of the weekend then. Yesterday's race winner, Matt Simpson. He will start in 4th place, second row of the grid. He won ahead of Mark Willis and Dale Gent. Then Team Dean Tompkins, Michael Smith and Paul Tompkins. They were your top 6 yesterday. Fastest lap yesterday, and bonus point for Mark Willis. As we know, points make prizes, and there's plenty of points up for grabs, more than any other series in the pickup trucks. So here we go then, for our grid. On the front row, Mark Willis ahead of Tom Hutchins. Row 2, Dale Gents ahead of Matt Simpson. That's Matt Simpson's best qualifying position, or starting row, from the entire season so far, and he's won most of the races, so that bodes well. Row 3, Daniel Fisher and Chris Brockhurst. In row 4, Dean Tompkins and Eric Bolton. And then on row 5, that is Ryan Hadfield and Alan Cooper. On row number 6, coming up in just a second. See all of our marshals, though, doing some brushing up there, our marshals on the back of the grid. Concentrate, row 6, Paul Tompkins and Michael Smith. And on row 7, solitary on his own, Jonathan Hadfield. So 13 starters for race number 2. And again, Matt Simpson, let's have a look. He was leading the championship coming into this weekend, won yesterday, so extended his lead. And in fact, first round of the championship, which was at Brands Hatch, the first 2 races, Matt Simpson started from the back row off the grid, didn't set a qualifying time, and won both of those races. Then he had a 5th place finish in race number 3, leads the championship on 560 points. That is a 87-point lead over Dean Tompkins, and Matt Simpson won yesterday. I've not seen an updated championship table, but you can tell along with me that Matt Simpson has only extended his lead. Mark Willis came into the weekend 3rd in the championship with a 2nd place finish yesterday. So he will move not quite ahead of Dean Tompkins, but will get things a little bit closer. Confirmation of a delay to this race. Yet another 3 races in a row delays. Oil spill, which you can see our marshals trying to brush up, get rid of, disperse right now. And a fire truck on course as well. Maybe they're going to try and wash it away.
Row 3 will be number 5, that's Dan Fisher. Just complaining that he was...
So, as well as the oil spill, we've still got John Powell in the Parc Fermé from our truck race.
Chris Brockhurst, the number 89 truck.
So plenty going on around the circuit. So I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. Yeah, so it must have been Powell with the oil spill, because his truck, which is again in Parc Fermé, has plenty of towels underneath his engine trying to soak up the rest of the oil. So it was Powell with the oil spill, which you can see being cleared right now, and his truck look a little bit poorly right now in the pit lane. So an unknown time delay for this. Oh, is this in reverse? Well, that can't go backwards.
Buxton in the middle of the peak. Fantastic little place.
We're just hearing through another earpiece from Pointy that, yeah, there has been a failure of the parts of the engine of John Powell, causing that oil spill. I mean, I'm no mechanic, but I'd like to think an oil spill or that type of breakage is something you can fix prior to race number 4 for the trucks later on. Now we're trying to see if we can get Ian Waterhouse down to assembly for our pickups, who are waiting very, very patiently in the sunshine. So this race was scheduled for 10 past 11, and we are of course a long way past that now, 10 or 11:45 or so. So yet to be decided. At the moment we'll be running full length, which will be a 15-minute race we're scheduled for, or 14 laps. Then we still have the track action and the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship before our lunch break. which is meant to be an hour. I can imagine that being 20 minutes maximum. Our marshals, of course, do have to have a specific length break time, and they've earned it. So just hearing that Ian has made his way over to assembly, so I'll just wait for the heads up, and we can go in a few seconds time to see who Ian is found and talking to.
Drivers.
Well, welcome to the assembly area, everybody. Slight delay before the next pickup truck race gets underway. That's because if you come over here, you'll be able to see a bit of oil on the Pembrey circuit. So you can see the marshals doing an incredible job of getting it all cleaned up. We did speak to some of the pickup truck drivers a little bit earlier. We've already played those videos out, but we're going to have a chat with some of them live here as well, because they've actually had a bit of time. They've been waiting quite a bit of time. Somebody who's been here a long time, as well as Jonathan Hadfield, the number 42. Let's go have a quick chat with him, Jonathan. Bit of an eye roll there. This is a bit of a pain, isn't it? But I suppose it's motorsport, it happens.
Yeah, it's part and parcel of it. It won't be the first time I've put oil out on track, and it won't be the last time someone else will.
I suppose it's quite difficult. You just don't know how long it's going to take. So you could get out of the car, get your helmet off, you start to cool down a little bit, and then get the call within 30 seconds.
Yeah, then it's mad rush. Everyone's getting panicky, and then all hell for leather, and then it's mad fuss with everyone. So we'll just sit here and wait comfortably.
Oh, I thought I'd come over and keep you company, so I thought we'd have a little chat, you know. What have you made of the weekend so far here at Pembrey?
Never been here before, never even seen the track till qualifying.
Blimey, that's a bit of a baptism of fire for you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm just on pace, but it's only second time in the car.
Yeah.
And we're here trying our best, and we are getting quicker throughout the year so far, but we'll hopefully towards the end of the year we'll be something like on pace.
Well, you never know, you're going to get quicker and quicker, aren't you? What are you going to take from yesterday's race and bring it into this one? I know it's difficult because we had, I wouldn't necessarily say a wet race, but it certainly wasn't dry either, was it?
It was more wet than it were dry. Hopefully to be with the pack and battling a little bit, more than just been floating around at the back.
Top man, Jonathan, thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate it. And hopefully you'll be out on track soon, sooner rather than later as well. Let's keep moving along, shall we? We've got Michael Smith over here. Let's go have a chat with him, the number 93, see how he's feeling. Some of the trucks, as we saw a little bit earlier, they have got the sun visors on. Michael doesn't have a sun visor on, so you probably sat there baking here, Michael, aren't you?
Yeah. Not ideal, but I suppose it's better to make sure everything's cleaned up as it needs to be for the race. So
exactly. You certainly don't want to go on an oil line, do you?
Definitely not. I want to stay on the black stuff.
What have you made of the weekend so far?
Yeah, it was alright yesterday. Second qualifying was a bit poor for us, that's hence why I'm sat where I am. So I can only go forward from here now, so see how it goes.
Are there any concerns about the tyres? We know Pembrey can kind of shred them a little bit.
So far I think they're quite good, so I've got no complaints at all at the minute. I think it's just a test of time really, and see how long they last.
Excellent, Michael. Look, thanks for talking to us. Try and stay cool, won't you? You know, I wish I had one of those. I've got one of those little portable fans upstairs. I could have brought that down and tried to keep everybody cool a little bit. So let's move along, shall we? Chat to some more of the drivers. You can just see the marshals. They're still doing a great job. I think they're just making their way around the final corner, as you can see. Just checking the oil spill. Of course, the British Truck Racing Championship. I tell you something. What a great race that was, wasn't it? It just everybody had their Weetabix this morning, hadn't they, for the trucks? Let's just jump in. Thank you very much. We've got Eric here getting himself ready. You're not too hot in there, are you?
Nah, not too bad.
It is motorsport, it's part and parcel, and of course you'd want a safe track, don't you? But what have you made of Pembrey and the circuit this weekend?
It's not my best. It's not my favourite. It's not my favourite track.
Right, and where is your favourite track?
Donington and Thruxton are probably my best.
So you like fast tracks?
I like the long, faster tracks.
Yeah,
a lot better.
What's the trickiest bit here at Pembrey then? You know, the first corner is quite tough, isn't it?
Yeah, probably turn 3 and 4.
Yeah.
You know, when you go past the crossing there.
Yeah, but you
I
can
struggle there, but
you can put the gas down here a bit, can't you? You've obviously got the straight that we're looking at here, just literally in front of us, and then of course the start-finish straight as well. And the final corner's pretty quick.
The final corner is you got the turn before the final corner's quick. Then the last turn onto the start-finish straight, and then you've got to stop it for the hairpin.
You've got to get the anchors on, haven't you? What's your expectation for this race, Eric?
I don't know. Try and move up a couple if we can. See how it goes.
It's so tight and so close. Anything can happen, can't it?
Everyone's within within 3/4 of a second, didn't they?
Oh, mate, I love it. I love it. Best of luck.
Hopefully they get rid of the oil.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Right, let's keep moving round, shall we? Let's get ourselves to the front and just have a quick chat. So we've got the safety car drivers here. We always talk to drivers, don't we? Where we can, we talk to the marshals. Oh, you're over there. I was wondering where you've gone. Don't forget, if you're watching on the Bark YouTube channel, so please do hit that like and subscribe button as well. All of the coverage we bring you is completely free for you to watch. You don't have to pay a penny, but if you hit that subscribe button, it just means we can continue to bring you even more live motorsport throughout the course of the 2024 season. Let's find out who our safety car drivers are. We haven't had to see too much of you guys so far this weekend, but you're always on standby, you're always ready. When we go out, are we going to have a couple of formation laps just to let the drivers 2 formation laps? Can I ask a question, guys? Can I just lean across? How long have you been a safety car driver?
30 years.
30 years?
With pickup truck racing.
Wow. Wow.
30 years.
And have you done it all over the country? Have you done it all over Europe, all over the world?
Mandicore, Scotland, Ireland, we've been loads of places. Loads of places.
Wow. And of course you always have a co-driver with you, and how long have you been involved in motorsport?
Oh, since about 2003, 2004, something like that, so a couple of years.
Have you always been based down here at Pembrey?
Started at Pembrey, but now travel all over the country now.
And this car, this is just a standard road going car, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
We haven't done anything, we haven't tweaked the engine at all, have we?
We do like to thrash it a bit, really. That's the word. Yeah, no, we have different ones, different circuits, to be honest.
Yeah. Right, guys, look, thank you so much. You always do a great job. I really appreciate everything that you do. Let's just have a little look. I can't see any marshals anymore. You can probably see the white line where they've put like the chalk powder down to soak up the oil on the circuit there. So it looks like we might be going racing very soon indeed. The drivers have been out here for quite some time for the pickup trucks. They'll be desperate to get going. A lot more coming up as well. Track action are out next. We've got the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. We've still got 2 more British Truck Racing Championship races to bring you as well. 1 more mini challenge trophy race, and of course another junior saloon car championship, and there is still actually another pickup truck race to go a little bit later, 2 of the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship race. In fact, that's the final race of the weekend. A little bit later, around about 5 o'clock, might even be a little bit later actually. I'm not too sure. I think curfew's about 6 o'clock, so we've got a little bit of extra time on the timetable. We're going to need it because there's been a few delays so far today. Right, I'm going to go off and see if I can get myself a nice cup of coffee, or maybe an ice cream. There is an ice cream van actually just down the road, so that's not too far. I might head down there, get myself a little 99. Whilst I hand back to Ewan, and I'm sure we'll be going racing very soon. Fingers crossed. Come on, we want to go racing. Ewan, back to you, mate.
Well, thank you, Ian. Enjoy your ice cream. I'll have a twister. I'll expect it in the next 20 minutes, which should come hopefully at the end of our next race, the pickups. Thanks for speaking to those drivers for us. The fire engine is making its way around the track, and hopefully that's to move into a position that is off track and not going to another small oil incident. But by all accounts, we should be going racing fairly shortly. Again, Matt Simpson, you winner yesterday, his 3rd win of 4 races this season in the pickup championship. He does lead the way. Qualifying, we've seen the grid, but just to run through it, Mark Willis will lead from the front ahead of Tom Hutchins, Dale Gent, Matt Simpson, Dan Fisher, Chris Brockhurst, Dean Tompkins and Eric Bolton. Here we go, fantastic, just like that. Willis and Hutchins up top. Matt Simpson, the one to watch, undeniably having a fantastic season so far. He is so quick and fantastic at the overtakes as well. Picked up over 25 spaces in the first 2 races alone of the season. Dan Fisher and Chris Brockhurst. Chris Brockhurst on row number 3 and 4. Dean Tompkins and Eric Bolton. And row 5, Ryan Hadfield and Alan Cooper. We do have 13 cars in total in the pickup grid. Here are those 3 extra. Paul Tompkins, Michael Smith and Jonathan Hadfield take up the rear of the grid. So we'll wait and see how long we have to wait. I've not heard any more information just yet.
Haven't set again, and it's I see it's John's truck as well that's now pumped that oil out onto the floor. So we've got a bit of a spillage in the pit lane, which is being dealt with. That's dusted and got some pads on it as well. Marshals will do a bit more work on that very shortly.
So the delay is because we're just trying to get Powell's truck out of the pit lane, and we can't go racing until that's out of that area. So we might be able to see that on one of our cameras. And until that's gone, then we'll have 2 laps with change of surface flags to account for the oil spill. So we might be 5 minutes away from a lap under the safety car. And as you heard in that interview with Ian, we will get 2 laps under the safety car. And it is a rolling start for our pickup trucks. But everybody here doing their jobs wonderfully well. Of course, apologies for the delays, but that is motor racing. So we had Matt Hammond coming off this morning in the Minis. Of course, the incident in the British truck racing. And that has just led to a couple of knock-on effects. But thankfully, with the weather, and with so much going on around Pembrey, if you're here, then you've just got more time to enjoy yourselves. And there's so much motorsport going on across the UK and the world today. There's plenty to watch, but don't, of course, do not, you dare leave this stream. But maybe if you've got a second screen or a third screen, you will be able to see plenty of action going across multiple sports and multiple series. Particularly the, of course, the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix today.
Capitalise on Rivet's demise. Rivet will be back at Truxton, talking to him yesterday night in the bar, and another couple of weeks before he can get the cast off.
And whilst we're waiting, I do believe that Ian is just finding some more interviews for us to fill the gaps. It is great to speak to people. Like, for example, it's not often we get to speak to pace drivers and safety car drivers and marshals and stewards, etc., etc. So it's fantastic when Ian can grab those, and he does literally just grab them, doesn't he? He's very good at that. Come and have a chat with me, even if you don't want to. So we do get some wonderful insights from trackside. And I do believe Ian has found somebody in some capacity here at Pembrey. Let's all surprise ourselves. Let's go and see who he has found.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I've got to say a massive thank you. Chandler Motorsport have allowed us to come to the top of their hospitality unit, and we just thought we'd come up and point some things out. You can see how things look inside the circuit in the inner paddock. Pembrey is a little bit different to some other circuits. If you just come down here with me, the reason being is we're inside the circuit. Once you get in, you can't get out whilst the racing's going on. There's no footbridge and there's no tunnel. There's no tunnel because we're actually below sea level. And there's no bridge over there because they're not allowed to build it because it's on a corner. So there's a little gateway just down there. That's how you drive in and out of the inner paddock. So we're stuck. The other side, as you can see, there's bouncy castles, there's fairground rides, there's all sorts of things going on. That's where the British Truck Racing Championship, they're all based. Now inside the inner paddock, look, we've got some people that give us a wave, guys. The Simpson crew there, that's actually for the pickup truck racing. They're about to head out on track very, very shortly. He's singing Simpson, well, I think we know who he supports. If we look around as well, you've got some of the Mini Challenge Trophy cars over this side. You can see they're getting ready. They've got another race coming up a little bit later too. They've given us plenty of action and drama so far this weekend, haven't they? If we turn around, in fact, you can see a number of the track action and the junior saloon cars are just down here as well. In fact, I'm seeing the pickup trucks. They're on track now. They're actually gone on track. So, but there is still the yellow and red flag, which signifies there is oil on track. We spoke to the safety car driver as well, didn't we? There's going to be 2 green flag laps, so 2 laps for the drivers just to get a feel for the circuit to find out where the slippy bits might be. So just to confirm that one for you. And if we just look down here, that's assembly area. Just you can see the Saxo, the Kerr car there for the junior saloon car. Just the other side of that fence, that is where the assembly area is. That's where we spent a lot of the day. Over at the far side of the circuit on the right hand side, you can see the pit garages there. We've got a few of the Welsh sports and saloon cars in there, and a little bit further around the sort of tower block building. That's the media centre and race control. That's actually where we based ourselves throughout the course of the weekend. So pickup trucks are on track. I'm delighted to say we're going to go racing. You don't see my face anymore. I'm going to stop filling and we're going to get back to track action. Ewan, over to you. Enjoy this one. It is going to be some close racing. It's going to be a cracker.
Thank you very much, Ian. Great views from up there on top of the Chandler Motorsport Suite. And yeah, that last thing he pointed out, exactly where we are situated for commentary this week. And it's a wonderful view of around about half of the track. The one thing I can't see is the grid, but of course I can see it on our screens with us right now. So we are going to have 2 laps under the safety car. There are going to be flags for slippery surface. And there are not too many pickups in this race, as we know, 13 in total. Of course, no defending champion Rhys Jones, double retaining champion. No Relsert Racing, who have been with us for several years in the championship. Mum, Dad, Larissa and Natasha. They are moving on to a different class as of next year, so good to see Neil back racing in the 2025 season, we believe. Dale Gents, who was 2nd in the championship last year and 3rd in the first race yesterday. He is at the moment only 8th in the championship as of Brands Hatch, because he didn't finish the 3rd race, and that is all important. He could potentially be in 3rd place right now if he'd finished that race, but there we go. So looking to pick up points today. Starts 3rd on the grid alongside championship leader Matt Simpson. Simpson in the car number 30, the white one there in 4th place with the little bit of blue livery right at the bottom trim. Now, as we were going through Ian's interview, did see helicopters up top and a plane coming. Didn't realise how close the landing strip was to our venue here. I think that was Pointy going off to get his lunch in the helicopter. He's that high up in the Bark standings. Looked after very, very well. Mark Willis in the red and blue. Mark Willis, sorry to point it out, Mark, 5 times he's been 2nd or 3rd in the championship since 2014. Starts on pole. Tom Hutchins alongside him. Tom actually finished back of the pack in race number 1. So looking for a massive improvement. He's in the blue and the yellow. We're going to get one more lap under the safety. You see all the dust coming up there? That's all the sand that's gone down to pick up the oil spill, and that's just giving you a really good indication there of how long that oil was coming down for. Hundreds and hundreds of metres, and all those cars on the outside going around Honda, going over there with their left hand wheels. So what effect will that have on racing? They need to be a little bit tentative. That's hard to do for racing drivers coming around Honda, because they usually have almost put down. There's Michael Smith, the 93, one from the back, and Jonathan Hadfield starting from the back of the grid in race 2. We know how good Simpson is. As soon as he gets a lead, it's very hard to catch him, so it's going to need defensive work from Mark Willis, Tom Hutchins and Dale Gent to prevent him getting a second win. There he is, the car number 30, former British Touring Car Championship racer. Got a podium in British Touring Cars as well. Accomplished driver. Car number 5, that's Dan Fisher. So, safety or pace car should come in now. Mark Willis on the left-hand side, Tom Hutchins on the right. Behind them, Dale Gents and Matt Simpson. And they'll come round the Honda curve. Again, the dust will flick up. That could be very important later on in this race. They'll do a few laps under the wet, slippery conditions flag also.
They'll come down towards the start-finish line, 14 laps.
And they will come down the start-finish straight, and they will momentarily put their foot down and race towards the all-important Hatchett's hairpin, turn number 1 here at Pembrey.
For the first lap. It's going to be so close. They win here at full race speed.
Into the first corner. And all get through cleanly. That's exactly what we want to see every single time. That's caused several delays today. Not on this occasion. Great start. Oh, Goff! 65 is off. Mark Willis gets a nudge and onto the grass. Oh, he's going to go to the back of the pack after being in pole position. An absolute disaster. They're all off. 2, 3 cars onto the grass. 2 of them getting away. Let's try and do some picking up. All cars safely away. Well, what a chaotic start to the second pickup truck race of the weekend. And look at those slippery back tyres there, the 21. That's Dean Tompkins, currently second in the championship behind Matt Simpson. And this all plays in to the championship leader's hands. There they are, over the oil spill. And they've all got round safely. That was the corner, in my mind, I was just conscious of. Wing mirror hanging off the back of cars. Well, several collections and collisions. And it's the 72. Alan Cooper with damage to the right-hand side. Yeah, some trim falling off. That shouldn't cause too much of an issue. But all of this allows Matt Simpson for potentially the easiest move into pole position that he will have this season. Taking advantage of all the action. And another slide. Fisher goes off. And 42, Hadfield, well, 2 laps down and 3 incidents already. Thankfully, none of them causing any stoppages. It's a messy, messy start to the race. But one man won't care, and that is Matt Simpson again. There's the oil spill, and it was always going to cause a bit of a slippage. But again, they get through. They've got to be ever so careful. Behind Simpson, Tompkins, Gent, Bolton and Willis. And that's the Bolton-Willis battle we're seeing on screen right now. Behind them, Smith in the 93, Cooper in the 72. So that's the race for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. There are also points for fastest qualifying, and plenty of them in pickup truck racing. 20 points for the fastest qualifier, 18 for second, 16 for third. That is why you get, even through one round of the series, Simpson on 560 points leading the way. Generally, a championship winner is well beyond 3,000 points over the last few years. Mark Willis looking for options down the inside of Bolton. Thinks better of it. And the 4 of them whistle around hatchets together. Smith and Cooper join them. It is often so tight pickup truck racing. Every year, every race, apart from incidents like this where so much going on in the first couple of laps. That is Tompkins holding off Dale Gent for the time being. Just less than 1 second between those two. Now, of course, we have a back marker. Is that Rockhurst, who on our timing screens is on an out lap. But coming back into the pits, I believe, Brockhurst, yes, he's not continuing.
3.8 seconds down, and Brockhurst brings that truck back in.
Tompkins and Gent are giving us a show right now. 3.8 seconds Simpson to the good. And this was similar to yesterday. Once he got into the lead, Matt Simpson, nobody really saw him ever again. And his championship right now is looking absolutely brilliant. Only our second round, of course. They also go to the Speedfest at Brands Hatch in a few weeks' time, and then 6 more rounds after that. So 9 rounds in total for the pickups. Well, here comes Willis on Bolton. Again, not this time.
Yeah, the battle for second is forming up, but Simpson at the front is getting away. They come over the line, and Dowgent has made the
They do go round that Honda curve, that last turn before the start-finish straight, pretty much pedal to the floor. And it's a fairly hard right-hander. If you look at a map of the track, it's almost a 90 degrees right, but it's got a bit of distance. Dowgent chasing Paul Tompkins. And all the while, Smith in the 93 will take advantage, as Michael Smith, take advantage, and whilst they have a little back and forth, pick up a few tenths here and there, and make it a 3-way battle for 4th place right now. What they want to be fighting for, of course, is 3rd. 200 points for the winner of each race, then going down in 10-point increments. Willis again looks to the inside, but they're so finely and closely matched, these cars. Then he moves to the outside. Unfortunately, just losing pictures as they went round hatches. That's, I can't tell you. You saw what happened, I didn't. Simpson, though, 5 seconds in the lead.
Mark Willis has gone off. Mark Willis has gone off and made contact with the barrier in the crossing area.
That's John Hadfield, the 42, currently running in 11th position. Now, we're going to get a replay to you shortly of the incidents of the pickup. We thought went into the wall, but maybe not as bad as first seemed. Seemed to drive away. I think I can hear one coming into the pits behind me. So we'll just wait. Yeah, there is a car coming into the pits right now. Just confirm who that is for you. Yeah, so the number 12, unfortunately, Paul Tompkins making his way. Not quite yet out of the race, but his team having a look under the bonnet in the pit lane right now, and they look to be in a rush to try and get things fixed as soon as possible. So that will promote, well, the battle that was for 4th place. That is now a battle for 3rd, and it's very important, if you do have an incident, even if you do have to come to the pits, to get back out again, because with 13 cars in the race, even if you come last, you're picking up 80 points, so you want to get back out. And happy to say Paul Tompkins will rejoin the race from the pits, but he will be right down in last position. That's in there. It's going to be a back marker now. So Paul Tompkins is going to get out of the way and let these guys come through. He's a lap down. He was running in 3rd place at the time when he pulled into the pit lane. Mechanics had a quick look under the bonnet and then let him go again.
Back out on track. There he goes across the line.
So Bolton, then Cooper for 3rd and 4th. A couple of seconds between those guys. Smith chasing Cooper, 0.3 of a second. And Paul Tompkins seems to be racing well again. So just 1 wonder, I'll try and find out what the check was. Maybe Ian can find out what that check was for under the bonnet, because he was going particularly well. We'll have 4 more laps, a 14-lap race. Oh, great move on the inside of Hatchets. That was for... well, it's hard to tell what place that is, because of course he's not racing against Tompkins right now. But that is the race for 4th place. Alan Cooper in the 72, holding off Dean Tompkins. And then behind them, in the number 5, that is Dan Fisher. Fisher came into the weekend 4th in the championship. Oh, rear wheel slide, almost synchronised sliding there. Drifting around the Brooklands hairpin and woodlands. That's a lovely move from Tompkins over Cooper. 3 laps remaining. Simpson out in front, 6 seconds. Dale Jensen a very, very comfortable second right now. Picked up 3rd place in the opening race, Dale Gent. And Mark Willis, who was 2nd in our opening race, sadly down in 11th place right now, 38 seconds, in fact, behind Tompkins. So reliability issues, and of course the incidents we saw in the opening couple of laps are going to play havoc with everything other than our championship leader. We'll try and get an updated championship table before race 3 to see where things absolutely stand. With so many points, it's difficult to do with the maths without a scientific calculator. Overtaking opportunities are becoming less frequent as they get to the grips with the particularly on the curve slippy section. And again, so closely matched. 2 laps remaining. So the front 4, as you can see, top left-hand side, the front 4 split by several seconds apiece. Oh, just onto the grass there for Smith. Had a great start to the season, Smith. 6th place in the opening race and then fell away. Didn't actually finish race number 2, and he was 12th in race number 3. This all happening at Brands Hatch. But did pick up a 5th place, his best of the season, in race number 1 yesterday. And approaching our final lap of the circuit for Matt Simpson in the Simpsons Recycling sponsored outfits. So Willis, after starting on pole, not going to be his after morning. Tom Hutchins starts on the front row with him. He's done in 8th place right now. But Gent and Simpson, who started on the 2nd row, they will bring things home in 1st and 2nd place. Of course, things can absolutely change, but for the time being, they've been absolutely solid, the 2 of them, in their respective 1st and 2nd places. All the action mostly happened early on, but has also been behind them. And there's that damage on the front right-hand side. It's the first time we've seen it, Willis, a good view of that damage. That's when he went into the wall. We'll try and see a replay of that after the race. He was running well. And amazingly, not causing too much of an issue. Because he's lapping okay. There's your leader though, Matt Simpson, race leader, championship leader, Simpson's Recycling, sponsored team. And he goes around Brooklands hairpin for the last time. He'll do a long sweeping right-hander around Woodlands. And then for the last time, navigate that dusty, oily section, which seems to be absolutely fine now. And he will pick up his second win of the weekend, fourth of the season, extend his lead at the top of the championship. He's making it look very, very easy, isn't it? And difficult for everybody else. Dale Gent, second podium of the weekend, promotes himself from third to second in race 2. And third over the line, Eric Bolton. He needed points this weekend, and a third place finish will pick him up 180, much needed. In fourth position, that is Dean Tompkins. Came into the weekend second in the championship. He's going to lose a little bit of ground on the championship leader, waving to the crowd. And after the first couple of corners, didn't really have any challenge on him at all. Here's the replay then. That was the move that knocked Willis initially down to the back of the pack. He had more impact later on, but the worst possible start for Mark Willis from pole. Bit of a tumble there between a couple of cars. The 28 went off one of them. And that's it from the angle we initially saw. And there's a little bit more chaos after that as well. There was a nasty bump for Willis. That was the synchronised drifting, which really paid end to Jonathan Hadfield's chances of bagging big points. And Willis was chasing Eric Bolton, but then, bang. And how on earth that car continued is absolutely beyond me. Both the car and Mark Willis, and he lapped okay after that. And that also goes to show how important those tyre barriers are. Unbelievable how he drove away from that. So let's get the official results on screen for you. As we know, Matt Simpson extends his championship lead. Another 200 points in the bag for him. Dale Gent and Eric Bolton take up the podium places before Dean Tompkins, Michael Smith, Tom Hutchins, Alan Cooper, Jonathan Hatfield, Dan Fisher and Paul Tompkins round out your top 10. Mark Willis, a couple of incidents dropping him down from pole to 11th place, followed by Chris Brockburst and Ryan Hadfield. Dean Tompkins get the fastest lap of the race, a 1:04.10 set on lap number 3. And we can go straight down to Ian Waterhouse, who's speaking to our top 3 drivers.
Exactly where we're going to jump in to have a word.
Well, welcome down to Park Firm. I get a feeling of deja vu an awful lot with the pickups. Matt, what does somebody have to do to stop you?
I don't know really. I'm just so laid back. Honestly, I was not. You know, as Martin said yesterday, I wasn't supposed to be here this weekend. You know, my lad's just started 1 litre hot rods on the quarter mile on short tracks. Had his first win in his third meeting the other week at Eastbourne.
Congratulations.
And broke his thumb in the final. He was leading the final and got sort of a slap up the wall and broke his thumb. So he was supposed to be racing today. So obviously he was going to be priority. I wasn't even coming. So obviously he's been up the hospital, X-rays and stuff. So he's out of action for a few weeks.
Is he okay though?
Yeah, he's here, but he's obviously he'd rather be racing. To be fair, I'd rather be with him as well, if I'm honest, because I'm really enjoying being a dad watching him.
Nice, that's really
but no, you know, I've done really well here last year, and I love the track. I just love the layout. It's sort of slow, fast, technical. It's a really, really good track. The Sharon's so far away though.
Well, can you make it 3 from 3 later? That's the question, isn't it?
You better ask these lot, because they're going to probably have something to say about it, aren't they?
I'm sure they will.
But whatever, we'll be trying. As long as we just got to keep finishing. If we can just get on the podium every race, hopefully we'll be there at the end of the year.
Congratulations, well done, mate. We'll probably catch up a little bit later as well. I just want to grab. Oh, in fact, Dale's having a quick chat. Should we grab Eric for a quick chat? You can't disappear. That's more like it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's better than moving up a couple of places, isn't
well,
it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm a bit of a good luck charm there.
Maybe.
It's full of drama.
Yeah.
It's always exciting to pick up,
It always
isn't it?
is,
And
yeah.
close racing. Yeah. I mean, was there any point you were concerned about tyres or anything?
Probably not. No, they do go off a little bit, but not. No, that's all right. All good.
Yeah, no worries at all. Well done,
All
Eric.
good. Thank you very
Top
much.
man, a little bit more to do later as well. Let's grab Dale for a chat. And I particularly, Dale, congratulations, by the way, another pot to take home. But can we talk about this helmet, please? Can you explain a little bit more about it?
It was a surprise, it was. My other half, Jo, she was hoping to have it ready for Brands. But I didn't know nothing about it until after Brands, because it was a little bit... And I've always wanted a crash helmet with Johnny Cash and Earnhardt Senior.
Yeah.
On my, like, I've seen the picture, and I know Earnhardt Senior had a car like that back in the mid-90s, and it looked pretty cool. And I was like, I want to try and have that on my crash helmet, and she went and done it for me 40th.
Oh, that's really, and you had no idea at all?
I had no idea at all. And the guy done it, fair play, that's the guy down on the back there.
Yeah.
There he is there. Fantastic job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well over the moon with it.
Are we going to see it in the podium a little bit later as well?
We're going to give it a bloody good go.
Yeah.
So we had little issues last night. Well, after that first race, we had a swap engine.
Oh.
So we had another late night swapping engine.
It's never ends.
don't seem to be here at the moment, but I'm pleased with it, enjoying it, and we'll see what happens next.
What do you do to stop Matt? What do you do?
He got a little bit lucky there, I reckon, because I got pushed across the grass and I just couldn't then get back up to it. So he got a bit better tyres than me as well. So he had wets on that first one, and I had these on. So
yeah.
We'll see what happens in the next one.
Level playing field, race 3, yeah. Top man, cheers, Dale. Thank you so much. Right, there we go, pick up truck. Race 2 of the weekend for them, done and dusted. Matt Simpson taking a pair of wins so far, but Dale is not far behind. Race 3 coming up a little bit later. It's going to be a close one. I think that one is going to be full of drama. Don't miss it. Another race coming up, though, as I said, wall-to-wall racing action throughout the course of the day here with the BARC on the YouTube channel. Hit that like button, hit subscribe as well. Track action about to go out on track. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Ewan, to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yeah, he's just zipping his, he was showing a bit too much flesh there, so he's...
Thank you, Ian, once again. And prior to our second Track Action Racing Club Series race of the weekend, as ever, Ian spoke to a couple of the drivers prior to their warm-ups this morning.
Third position.
Right, everybody, welcome back down to the assembly area. The next race about to get underway. It is Track Action. Their second race of the weekend of 3. Triple header for them. Of course, Paul Roddison took the win. Charlie Constable in second place and Daniel taking third. That was the overall standings. We come down here because we're going to have a chat with a couple of the drivers. Over here, we've got Catherine Evans in the Renault Clio. Let's go have a little chat, shall we? Keep it company. How we do, guys? All right? It is roasty toasty, isn't it, today? But what have you made of your weekend at Pembrey so far?
I've loved it. It's been great. I've never driven here before, so it's all new for me.
No, I've never been here either. Well, what have you learned so far from the circuit that you're going to bring into this race?
You know, don't misjudge any of the corners because they definitely do sneak up on you, so a few of them. But yeah, just have fun.
What's it like being part of Track Action?
It's really good. This is my second year racing with them now, my first race of the season, so, but it's been great. I've loved it so far, and I'm ready for all the other ones as well.
Ready for all the other ones. Thank you so much for talking to us. Best of luck. Really hope you enjoy. I'm sure you will. Have a good time. Down there, you can see the drivers all getting themselves ready. We're going to let them crack on. They're actually watching a lot of the pickup trucks. But if we put the camera down onto them, you can see Dave Beecroft down there as well. He's racing in the Saxo. He does an awful lot of work, does Dave Beecroft. He does the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well as a lot of work with Track Action along the likes of Vicky and Laura, Craig and the team. So huge shout out and thank you to all of them. So the race about to get underway. Paul Roddison is going to be on pole once again. Charlie Constable, hello, hello, hello. We'll start in second place. Track Action, second race of the weekend. Here we go. It's going to be lights out very shortly. Ewan, over to you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, Track Action is a little bit of like a pick and mix when it comes to what's racing. We saw some brilliant action yesterday. We're going to run through the grids ever so shortly. In fact, here we go right now. So we got Roddison and Constable, who were 1 and 2 yesterday in their Volkswagen Scaroccos. We've got Daniel in a Vauxhall Astra VXR, Scott Aprigliano in the Mazda MX-5, Joel Daniels and Andrew Mitchell in a Renault Clio and a Peugeot 205. They're in the same class. Citroen Saxo with Dave Beecroft is the only one in his class, and CJ Morgan in the Peugeot 206 GTI. There's plenty of Peugeot 206 GTIs. It's the biggest class in this field, actually. Dave Scotting is in another one of them, as is Jacob Baldry. I will run you through the different classes and what's in them in just a moment's time. There's 5 classes in total. And rest of the grid, another couple of Peugeot 206 GTIs, Noah Checkley and Harley Connolly, as is Mac McCarthy, Catherine Evans in a Renault Clio, and Anthony Allett in the only Honda Civic on the grid. 15 cars in total across 5 different classes. So we have the British Marks Cup, which includes cars such as the Rover, MG, Mini Classic, Triumph, Vauxhall, Lotus and GT Cup cars. The Peugeot 206 class, self-explanatory. The Deutsche Mark Cup, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, VW. Well, there is a separate class for the Sciroccos. The Nippon Challenge, Honda, Hyundai, Mitsubishi, Mazda, Nissan, Proton, Subaru, Suzuki, Toyota. Of course, not all of these included here at Pembrey, but they are. You can compete in that class if you have one of those. And finally, the Tricolor Trophy, the 5th of 5 classes for the French vehicles. So, trying to keep up with everything that's happening. We'll just enjoy it as an individual race. We'll obviously keep you up to speed with what's going on in different classes too. Now, unfortunately, that Mazda MX-5 of Scott Aprigliano was going well yesterday, running second place before failing to finish. Didn't actually get to halfway in the race, so hopefully any issues resolved. Ian may have spoken to them. I missed the interviews from Ian a moment ago, so he may have spoken to them. I think we did catch sight of Catherine Evans. Paul ran that Renault Clio yesterday, so it's over to Catherine today in race number 2. Those guys coming from Liverpool. Oh, I quite like the grille on that Honda Civic. Looks like golden teeth, doesn't it?
We've not seen before.
So Anthony Allett is the only Honda Civic on the grid. It's the Sciroccos that we'll look to watch here, though. The VXR was brilliant yesterday, 3rd on the grid today, and of course the Mazda MX-5. Those 4 were in a brilliant race for the first few laps until the incident which pulled the Mazda out of the running. And the Vauxhall VXR was almost an identical match for the Sciroccos. Of course, Astra, the VXR.
Back, Constable. Daniel in the.
So this is the Track Action Racing Club Series, formerly known as Track Attack. You may remember that. Same competition.
The open top Mazda MX-5.
And it is classed as a very affordable racing championship to run in. Pretty much close to specification as you could possibly get, apart from safety and reliability features. So the winner is generally the fastest driver, and it's the Mazda MX-5 looking for a sneaky move round the outside. Here comes the Vauxhall Astra VXR in behind the Scirocco of Paul Rodison, and look at that Vauxhall Astra go. That is a wide turn into Hatchett's hairpin, but gets it done from 3rd on the grid into 1st position straight away. That is utterly brilliant. Then it's the Scirocco, Constable and Rodison. The Mazda MX-5 down to 5th right now, because through comes one of the Clios. Lovely move off the grid. Then we have the Peugeots. Well, a brilliant start to the 2nd race in the Track Action Series. It was Rodison and Constable, the 2 Sciroccos, that got the top 2 spots yesterday ahead of Dan Earl in that Vauxhall Astra. Joel Daniels, the number 36, picked up 3rd place in his Renault Clio. Then Andrew Mitchell in the 95 one of the only, in fact, Peugeot 205 on the grid. Plenty of 206s, but only one 205. Well, look at the VXR go. Dan Earl, 3rd place yesterday, so close behind Constable and Rodison. And now he's taken it, got the bit in his teeth. .36, that's the Clio of Joel Jones. 4th place yesterday, and big ask to catch the top 3, but he is leader in class, as is Earl and Apregliano. But of course, everybody wants an overall win in this competition. Oh, bit of a lock-up as Apregliano takes the inside of the Clio, but still gets it done. Great move, that is around Brooklands hairpin. Has the advantage around Woodlands, his slight right-hander. And then thankfully, any issue of oil on the track seems to have been, just a couple of wheels on the dust there for your leader. That gives a chance for the 55, the Scirocco of Constable, to move into the corner. Can he take the inside? He'll go for it, but no. Dan Earl holds on this time. Constable watching closely in the number 6, 3rd spot right now. And Apregliano will try with all his might to begin the chase in the Mazda of these front 3. Just see a flash from him in the background, ahead of Daniels in the blue Clio. Again, scheduled for 15 minutes of racing. Race number 11 on our entire weekend schedule, as Rodison gets ever closer to the back of Earl. Here's the Peugeots. Let's have a look at these behind the Clio of Daniels. Pretty closely matched as well, in fact. Mitchell, Beecroft, Allett and Morgan. So the Clio of Daniels. And then the grey Peugeot. And there's a little bit further back. Let's give everybody their deserves. That's Morgan in the 59. That's CJ Morgan, one of our 206 GTI. Oh, he's gone wide. Can Rodison get through this time? Yes, he can. So a bit of an error there at Brooklands allowed Rodison, yesterday's race winner, to squeeze through. Constable will be looking to do exactly this. So Earl down into 2nd in the Astra BXR. It's an Astra sandwich with Scirocco bread. And he's not happy, is he? Dan Earl, make a big lunge down the right, but a lock up. He's going to go long, far too long, and that will let Constable through, but only temporarily. Got too much speed. Can he hold him round Spitfire? Yes, he will. So that is a couple of errors from Dan Earl to let both of the Sciroccos through, and he'll be absolutely kicking himself. That was a free ticket for Constable and Rodison. They are giving it some, aren't they? There, bit of a slight drifting around the corners and the S's. Now Constable will have his eyes firmly set in the crosshairs of Rodison out in front. Ryan Woodlands, the right-hander, then onto the Honda curve.
And that's 5 laps complete by the leader as they go over the line now. 9 minutes 6 seconds on the clock.
So that was a TBR, not in this race. That is in the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship coming up. That's in the next race. We can look forward to that car. He's an absolute monster, but not in this race. So the Peugeot going past the Clio. That's all right. Throwing us off guard with cars in other races, keeping us on our toes. Oh, he's gone again! That's the third time that Dan Earl has just gone a little bit too hard around the S's towards the Brooklands hairpin. And he loses a few more tenths. Of course, he'll be frustrated for letting the guys through, but now he needs to absolutely focus. Here's our master again, Scott Abragliano, 4th place overall, first in class. Behind him in the 95, that is the Peugeot 205. Driven by the Orex competition sponsored Andrew Mitchell. And then the blue Clio. And all of this at the front is just letting Roddison get away again, as he did yesterday. So right now, exactly the same top 3. Abragliano will want to finish this race more than anything else. As you can see, a competitive vehicle, only one in class, so looking more towards the overall points. Ah, who is that? So that's one of the... is that the 205? Just got a glimpse of it. No, it's not. Oh, it's a Civic. That is a shame. So the Civic of Anthony Allett, number 16, will limp its way round as a moving chicane and maybe pull off to trackside. That was going particularly slowly, wasn't he? Hopefully see him out again. He was running in 7th place overall. No flags coming out, so he's got himself to some sort of safety. This is Morgan and Baldry. They are 1st and 2nd in class. So this is for a class win. That is why we have to keep our eyes. Of course, very easy to follow our leaders, especially when they're putting on a bit of a show for us. But concentrate, because there's so much happening behind. With 5 classes amongst 15 cars, there is stuff going on absolutely everywhere. This is a race for 5th and 6th in class. McCarthy and Noah Checkley in the 520. That's a 206 GTI competition. As always, so finely tuned and matched. It is racing pedigree that wins these races. It is a straight defence v attack. 3 seconds now, Roddison over Constable, 2 seconds over Earl, and 4 seconds back to Abragliano. And no matter where they are in the running order, you never ever want to get beaten by any competitor. Now, coming up towards traffic, Roddison now should be able to get past them both on this start-finish straight. He'll have the engine power in that Scirocco. It's a 2-litre VW Scirocco. So he's putting up a bit of a fight there, the Peugeot, isn't he? Like to see that. Yes, you're faster, but I can still race. Now, we do have yellow flags for the Civic that pulled over Anthony Allett's car. He's out of the race. It just happened around about there, didn't it? It was at the crossover between the two paddocks, the inside and the outside. But we don't want any more delays in any of these races. We're running about half an hour behind right now. Oh, a little bit wide. How many times have we seen cars go wide there? And not even racing each other. That's a Scirocco against the Peugeot. And that was Checkley in the 520. And the Vauxhall comes through. That's a Constable making his way through as well, the back markers. I mean, it's not fair to call them back markers because they are racing in a different class. And that is the Vauxhall Astra. Also squeezes through on the start-finish line. Just over 3 minutes of racing, so we'll get, at the pace these leaders go, 3 more laps in, depending on when Roddison crosses the start-finish. I do love the livery on that VXR. Oh, bit of a rear wheel slide there for Constable. Still not going to give up the chase on Roddison. Oh, big lock up right rear as well. But doesn't affect the passing manoeuvre. And the Peugeots and the Clios will pull to one side when they see them coming through. Oh, that's a nice move on the inside as well. That's lovely. That's Beecroft. That's the... yeah, the Saxo, the only one. I was just waiting to confirm it is the only 6-man Saxo on the grid, yeah, for Dave Beecroft. So in a class of his own, but racing nicely against the Peugeot 206s. There's Aprigliano also making his way past those running at the back. He is 5 seconds behind Dan Earl. Joel Daniels, who was 4th overall yesterday, running in his Renault Clio. He's going to be 2nd in class today and 6th overall right now, because Andrew Mitchell, who was 1 spot behind him in the Clio, they will switch places and take 1 win apiece as things stand. And if you're enjoying this eclectic mix, we've got another one coming up, the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. That's just as crazy in terms of what we see fighting each other on the grid. We saw a glimpse of the green TVR. This will be our penultimate lap, should be, unless Roddison is quick enough to get over the start finish before the clock hits 0, and it will be tight because he's probably running at about 110-ish, maybe quicker than that actually. So much in front of me. So no change in the top 4 for some time now. The racing really going on in the Peugeot classes and the Clios.
Still starting to build again. Mitchell closing in on the back of...
You can see Ian Waterhouse poised already in Parc Ferme to get the interviews with our drivers, and it will be the same 3 drivers he interviews in a few minutes' time as we count down towards 0. And he will have 1 more lap, Paul Roddison, to eventually claim a 2nd win from 2 races at Pembrey. Just going over the start-finish line with a few seconds of the penultimate lap completed. Dan Earl, not too far away off the back of Charlie Constable, but he's going to run out of laps. Pull it back to just over a 1.5 seconds. Aprigliano in pretty much clear air in front of him and behind him in terms of the timing. Oh, I've just spotted the car that's off track, the Civic. It's just on the inside of De Benny, turn number 3, before you get to the S's.
Has the power there, they go down inside. checkered flag is ready. There goes the race leader over the line to make it 2 out of 2, Paul Rodison. 2 second places out of 2 for Constable. And Tim Earl goes.
And your winner is Rodison once again, ahead of Constable and Earl. Same top 3 as we had yesterday afternoon, and they'll be tough to beat. Winning his class, Apragliano in the Mazda MX-5. Lovely racing between the Peugeots and the Renault Clios. Sadly, the Honda Civic of Anthony Allett leaving us around about the halfway mark. And Dave Beecroft in the one and only Citroen Saxo, of course winning his class and 7th overall. But there's your winner again, Paul Rodison. And he raises a hand to those on the banking around the S's.
So very quickly, the top 10, Rodison, Constable, Earl.
And here are our official results. Paul Rodison and Charlie Constable 1 and 2 again in the Scirocco. Stan Earl 3rd for the 2nd time this weekend in the Astra VXR. Peugeot 205 of Andrew Mitchell in 4th place. Then Scott Apragliano in the Mazda MX-5 taking a class win. Joel Daniels 2nd in class in the Clio. Dave Beecroft in the Saxo, winner in class and 7th overall. Then the battle of the 206 GTI. CJ Morgan taking that one ahead of Jacob Baldry, Dave Scotting, Harley Connolly, Mac McCarthy, Noah Checkley and Catherine Evans. Evans, of course, 3rd in class behind Joel Daniels and Andrew Mitchell. Rodison getting the fastest lap of 106.82. That is blistering. Now, I know that Ian Waterhouse is poised and ready for action. He just hasn't got any cars in front of him right now. But what we'll do, let's jump to him anyway, and we'll watch the cars come in, and he'll have a chat with our top 3 drivers.
Well, welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody. It's absolutely rosing hot. Congratulations, Paul Rodison. Before we do that, I wonder if Harvey wouldn't mind just shooting me. Oh, that is so nice. Honestly, it's so hot. Thank you. Cheers for that. Let's grab a quick word, shall we, with Paul Rodison. A pair of wins for him outright as well. It is worth mentioning, of course, there are a number of different classes as well, but we've got the top 3 overall once again. We're going to talk to Paul, and I think, Paul, we're going to have to make this a regular thing where I don't talk to you in assembly area and just talk to you in Parc Ferme. Congratulations. It looked like you had that one under control again.
Well, I had to try and dig deep to overtake something then, didn't I? Because at one point I weren't actually in the front. But yeah, it was a good race. Good race, I enjoyed it.
Tyres okay?
No, near side front is that I got a bit of a gap. But it was even better.
You're a bit like few.
Yeah.
But of course, one more race to go. Are you a little bit nervous about Charlie?
No, unfortunately, I've got now. I'm afraid, mate.
Well, there you go. One thing I can guarantee is that Paul Rodison will not win race 3. It's great to see you again. Anyway, well, have a safe journey home, won't you? Let's grab Charlie. To Charlie Constable now. Charlie, it's a couple of second places too, Paul, but he's not going to have your eye on the prize.
Yeah, I mean, Astra looked mega quick, so but yeah, hopefully I do.
The drive.
So apologies for the breakup in pictures there. We'll get those hopefully recorded for you, and we'll be able to play them out later. Coming up next, it is the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. Again, an eclectic mix of vehicles. We'll run through them shortly, and our grid. We saw the first of these races yesterday afternoon. Now let me just get the right paperwork in front of me. Okay, let's have a look at our grid. You can see it on screen there. I can't see it with you, unfortunately, but You could try and read through it in my voice if you like.
And then, of course, you were giving down
So,
the stick, and then eventually...
as Pointy alluded to earlier on today during the truck racing, the signal here in deepest, rurest southwest Wales can be intermittent at best. So, thankfully, it shouldn't be affecting you at home, other than Ian's interviews, which we've just had momentarily ago. I've got them on screen. Fantastic. So, row one, as you've seen for the last minute or so, Chris Everall and Derry Davies, Simon Baker and Damien Longatano. Just to point out here, by the way, a Ginetta G55 and a Darien T90 on the front row. Then you've got a Mazda RX-8 and a Westfield on the second row. Then we go M&R Kawasaki with Russell Haggerty and Mini Saloon with Fabio Lufarelli. You see the direction this is going. Craig Artard in the Scirocco, which you've just seen in the track action racing. Wayne Spiller, another Mazda RX-8. Roger Daden in a Davrian Mark 6, and Mike Cook in a BMW 330 Club Sport. You thought you'd just seen as a bit of a pick and mix. This is absolutely just brilliant. Just brilliant to watch on camera, and of course good to be here as well. Also in the field, a Porsche Boxster at the back with James Harvey. Now, you will see, if last year is anything to go by, you will see potentially cars being lapped maybe once or even twice during this race, because some of these are so quick. We've already seen in the mid-110s on the lap times. I think it was Longatano last year that went sub 60 seconds. So we will wait and see and hold our breath and just enjoy the next 15 minutes. We are running a little bit behind schedule, so 12:55 was meant to be our start for this race. Yeah, 12:15 was meant to be the start time. 12:55 now. We can go. Officially, race is meant to end by 5:10. The curfew of the track is 6 p.m, so we do have time to play with. Plus, we've got our lunch break, which we can cut short from an hour to maybe a little bit less than that. But people a lot more important than me will decide how much time we shave off lunch if we do. We saw the truck race come down from 15 minutes to 10 earlier on this morning, and that was during a red flag at turn number 1. But for the time being, this is the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. Wayne Spiller was the winner, championship leader last season. He's also leading the championship this season. They've had one round so far on the 1st of April at Castle Combe. It is just a 5-round series. Although it's the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship, you do not have to be Welsh to join in the fun. Everybody is welcome. They do race at Anglesey next after Pembrey on the 3rd and 4th of August. They also go to Bransatch, and they end the series at none other than Silverstone. So it was Wayne Spiller in the Mazda RX-8, which took 2 wins at Castle Combe. Simon Baker in another Mazda RX-8 was second place. But look at that, the 99 there of Russell Haggerty, the NMR Kawasaki, probably the only one you'll see this year on a racetrack potentially. And then the 44, the Ginetta G20 of Damien Longatano. Love the look of that Mini as well. That is excellent. Mini Saloon. 70 of Fabio Lufarelli. If you watched racing for the rest of your life, you might not see 13 cars or 11 cars like this line up. Totally unique. That is why we love Bark. That is why we love motorsport enthusiast racing. This is it, it's the absolute purist.
Championship, and it's got 4 tyres on it. Normally fits in somewhere.
Now, there are several classes. There's a class 2, 3, 4, 5 individually. The Porsche Boxster of James Harvey is an invitation. The Rocket Dog Racing sponsored car. They also run Simon Baker's Mazda RX-8. a Porsche Boxster, generally very fast car. But put it up against these absolute monsters. 180, that's the Clio, the prompt transport of Mark Williams. He's joined us from Bristol, so he's probably one of the closest here to Pembrey, actually, South Wales. Oh no, hang on. Roger Dowden in the Davrian Mark 6, he's actually from Llanelli, just down the road. Local track for Roger Dowden. There's the number 6.
Mike Cook, Russell Haggerty on 28 as well, but in
That beautiful number 5, the Darien T90. Derry Davies. And these are a rolling start. Well, the first of 2. There'll be our last race on track as well. The Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. And they will put their foot down and just sit back, relax, and enjoy the next 15 minutes of what could be the most beautiful, chaotic race you'll see this year. Great start for our pole sitters. And the Ginetta dropping in to pace as well. The track, they will split quite considerably from front to back. Again, you will see several overtakes here. When I say overtakes, I mean lapped overtakes, and as we get through traffic at the end, they are, of course, in different classes. Oh no, the 44! This happened last year. Damian Longatano in the Ginetta G20 is going round at snail's pace. That is such a shame. It's so quick, that Ginetta. Oh, actually, it looked like he might have found gear there. Meanwhile, the 99, Russell Haggerty's NMR Kawasaki. What a machine that is. If you're here at Pembrey, go and have a look at that up close. Then you've got the mini saloon of Fabio Liparelli. So we're just waiting to see if he comes across the line. Oh, the Mazda's body check as they go around Hatchets and Spitfires. And if you're not here, I wish you could hear the noise as they rattle around this course. So many different engine types and sizes. It's a thrill for the ears and the eyes. That's Baker and Spiller in the RX-8s. And then Dowden in the number 6. That's the Davrian Mark 6. Ahead of Cook in the 52. He's running the BMW 330 Club Sport.
Then the 99 car it was, so went through Russell Haggerty.
Round the Honda curve, and you'll start to see the big gaps forming soon. This could be a battle that we watch for the entire 15 minutes, the 2 Mazda RX-8s. You can see the amount of people on the banking. It's time to get the picnics out. It won't be a quiet one. Oh, bit of fishtailing! Can he get hold of it? No, he can't! Oh, we saw it going! Can he pick it back up again? Spiller in the RX-8. Is he waiting for traffic to pass, or is that done? That is stationary for the time being. You saw it start to waggle at the end. Oh, he has got going again. Oh, that's a shame. He was in a good little race there with Baker. And Baker will whip away in that race. Here comes the beautiful, I can't say it enough times, NMR Kawasaki. Ah, it's great to see Longatano racing again, and he now, in that nippy Ginetta, will just pick off cars in front of him. Currently running in 10th position. We have lost Andrew Willis in the Renault Clio, it seems. And look at this, Longatano will just have fun now. He's pretty much a lap down. but he's going again, and he will start to move through the field. In this series, in your class, which only applies to Class 2, which is the RX8, 20 points for a win, 18 per second, down in 2-point increments. If there's only 3 starters in your class, it starts with 18 and goes down. If there's only 2 starters, there's 16 points and 14 points up for grabs. And if there's only 1 starter in your class, as long as you finish, you get 14 points. 1 bonus point for the fastest lap in your class. Now here's a nice one.
Because he looks quick again now.
Here's Everell and Davies. Derry Davies, sponsored by Morgan Butchers Aberystwyth. Has a think about it. Oh, don't they sound so good? And Everell, the Chris Everell Commercials self-sponsored vehicle, the Ginetta G55 GT4, 6-litre engine in that motor. Oh, gets it on the inside, Davies. Very nice move indeed. And look at him, put the foot down. He was just waiting to get past, wasn't he? So Derry Davies in the Darien T90. They will find traffic as they move round the course. They're 17 seconds clear of 3rd place, these two. Longatano has moved from 10th up to 7th. No, it was 11th, wasn't he? Up to 7th. He'll pick off another one here. That's the 56 of Attard. Interestingly, the 56 not on the official start sheet, which I printed off only yesterday. Castle Combe, where they had rounds 1 and 2. Wayne Spiller won both races outright. That will not be happening after that earlier incident. Simon Baker picked up 2nd place in both races. Again, that will not be happening right now. Championship winner last year, Wayne Spiller as well. Consistent throughout the entire season. 178 points was his total. Chris Everell in the Ginetta G55, 3rd base racer at Castle Combe. He's going to pick up a few extra points. Longatano, look at this, up to 5th place from 11th. We thought this might happen. He's never going to catch the leaders. They're far too far up the field, but picks off Haggerty in the Kawasaki. Look at the speed of the thing. Now he has got 7 minutes, and I don't think Longatano was actually at Castle Combe, because he picked up no points at all, and I just can't believe that to be the case unless there was mechanical issues. Derry Davies continues to weave round the back markers. Of course, running in different classes, you can't compare these vehicles at all. Again, if you're in the paddock here at Pembrey, go and see this up close. You won't see many of them. There's our mini saloon, Fabio Laforelli, He is in class number 4, so he's alongside the Ginetta G20 of Damien Longatano, well, and the NMR Kawasaki. Currently running in 3rd place, Longatano 101.06, and Longatano is going to do everything he can to move into 3rd spot. Imagine the fun Damien Longatano is having in that vehicle right now. In the last 6 minutes, he's pulled off 7, and this will be 8 overtakes if he can get past the mini saloon of Fabio Laforelli. Nobody will have enjoyed themselves more today so far than Longatano. And without question, moves into 3rd place. He's 30 seconds back from the top 2 due to the incident where he just seemed to lose gear around the Debeni and the S's. And then it sort of sparked back into life, so maybe Ian can find out what the issue was with Longatano. That is the 40, and is Harvey. That is our invitation, the Rocket Dog Racing Porsche Boxster S, 3.2 litre. Derry Davies continues to lead the way, just 2 seconds over Chris Everill in the Ginetta G55 GT4. Again, 6 litre monster engine, currently held at bay. Now, what I'm looking at here on the timing screen is Longatano's time difference. It was 30 seconds behind Everill on the previous lap. It's 32 right now, so it doesn't seem to be closing things, and he's pulled out a 6-second lead over Fabio Laforelli. So the races we have on track right now are 4th Burst in 2nd, Derry Davies and Chris Everill. Then further down we have, where are the close gaps? They're all seconds now, aren't they? A lovely race going on in class number 2, which is led by Simon Baker in the Mazda RX-8. Then Attard, who we don't have on our start sheet, and he wasn't at Castle Combe either. He was 2nd in the championship last year though. Then you got Williams in the Renault Clio, and 4th in class Wayne Spiller in the other Mazda RX-8, which is a bit of an anomaly of a finish, was Wayne Spiller is a lot quicker than that, but off track early on, went for a spin, rejoined thankfully, but lost probably around about a 3rd, if not half of a lap. We are just around 2 minutes left of racing. That's Baker leading class 2, the Rocket Dog Racing Mazda. Teammate in the Porsche, James Harvey. He's 14 seconds behind Haggerty. Again, different classes. So your class leaders, Davies, Everill, Baker and Dowden ahead of Cook. Although in fact Dowden and Cook, they're in the Danfrian Mark 6 and the BMW 330 Club Sport. Doesn't sound like they should be in the same class, but they are. And there's only a couple of seconds separating those two. Roger Dowden will know this track probably better than anybody else, being from a few miles down the road in Llanelli, whereas Mike Cook has travelled all the way from Newcastle. That has got to be 5+ hours journey to Pembrey. Although if he was driving this vehicle, he probably did it in about 3.5. Longitano's just on a 1:01.87. He's picked up a few seconds. And we're going to get one more lap in when they cross the start-finish line. They'll just get through before we count down to 0. Wonderfully consistent lap times from our pace setters now. Bang on 2 seconds, Davies back to Everill. And I'm so jealous right now, Ian Waterhouse will get to not just speak to the drivers, but be around the heat of these engines. It's already hot enough outside here in southwest Wales. So Derry Davies, a few more corners to complete. The Darien T90 goes round Brooklands hairpin and it will get the job done. Behind him, a valiant effort from Chris Everill in the G55 GT4. And then Damien Longitano will round out your top 3. Didn't get the best start, but what a great 15 minutes he's had in that Ginetta G20. Davies takes the win, pulled out to 3 seconds over Everill and Longitano. Luparelli right now will come home in 4th, 3rd in class, ahead of Haggerty. And then the battle of the Class 2. Baker, Attard and Spiller. Dowden and Cook. Actually, Dowden, as it was a lap down, he's already taken the checkered flag. So he takes the win in Class 3. Just the two of them in that one, him and Mike Cook. Davrian versus the BMW Club Sport. So they'll roll round one more time and make their way into the pit lane and Park Fermi to speak to Ian. First of all though, let's get a picture view of our results. So Derry Davies, you win it in the Darien T90, a few seconds ahead of Chris Everill, who gets a class win. Then Damien Longitano, who came from 11th back to 3rd and 2nd in class. Fabio Luparelli in the Mini takes 4th, then Russell Haggerty 5th overall, 4th in class in the NMR Kawasaki. Then the Mazda RX-8 of Simon Baker and Wayne Spiller. Craig Attard in the VW Scirocco. Ah, that's what he was in. Of course, it wasn't on our start list, but he's in the Scirocco. Then James Harvey, 2nd in class, Invitation, Porsche Boxster. Mark Williams in the Clio. Then Roger Dowden in the Davrian takes a class win over Mike Cook in the BMW 330. And the Renault Clio of Andrew Williams at the bottom of your finishing times. So the cars are just coming in. Of course, enjoy the view of Ian Waterhouse, but more so, enjoy the view of these incredible vehicles and their drivers who he's going to be speaking to in just a second.
Ginetta.
Well, welcome to a spectacular looking Park Fermi. It really is. Derry Davies taking the win, but was under pressure from Chris Everill for the entire race. So I wonder if we could just jump. Oh, it's got. I just heard actually. Got a cold. Have you got a cold?
Just lost my voice. I have all this weekend. Pembrey.
Well, I won't ask you to speak too much, but congratulations. You were under a bit of pressure from Chris, but you managed to get it home. So well done,
finally. Thank you very much. Excellent. Managed to get first win.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Hey, and who gets a cold in this weather?
Oh, don't ask me. I'm not ill. I got no voice.
Well done.
Thank you.
You've got to do it again later, though, mate.
Yeah.
Save the voice for a big celebration later, yeah? Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Let's grab a word with Chris over here, shall we, as well? Push Derry all the way. I have to look up because Chris is very tall indeed. You just let him get his helmet off. Of course, pushed all the way. I mean, look inside the cockpit whilst we're waiting. Have a look at that. I mean, it's like a rocket ship, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. The Ginetta G55 GT4. It looks remarkable. So Chris just getting his helmet off. We'll have a quick chat with him and. Well, I'll tell you what, you ran him close. You ran him close. He didn't have it all his own way, did he?
No, I've run out of rear grip, and I should have I got a new set of tyres in the pits, and I'll save them. I know I put them on, but in hindsight, I probably should have put them on. But
you got to do it again later, though. So is that what's coming out later? Don't give too much away.
I don't know yet. It's I might have a look, see if there's anything else first, whether I can sort of find a bit more grip for mechanical grip, like rather than tyre grip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we'll have a look between sessions.
Well done, Chris. Anyway, thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it, top man. I think you're going to want to have a chat over here as well. Let's go grab Damien, because it did look for a minute like Damien might have had some sort of issue or something.
They went through the corner and it was just kicking out and.
Sorry, no, we were listening in, so sorry about that. That was a private conversation, but we jumped in anyway. Damien, you were just talking about the rear grip there.
Yeah, it just didn't feel right coming across the sort of crossing here, and I thought it's not worth trying to fight these two with not being certain if it was.
Because it did look like you slowed down for a bit and then got going again.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was going to be safe to sort of push before. There's no point in writing the car off for.
Do you feel confident now for race 2 later?
We'll get it back and check everything out and see.
Okay.
At the moment, it still feels a bit something not happy. So.
Yeah, we'll get it back. Have a look, get it sorted, and we'll see you for race 2. And congratulations anyway, hey? Third place, still pick up a pot there. Right, it is the lunch break here now at Pembrey. Straight after lunch, though, it is the 4th race for the British Truck Racing Championship. It's going to be an absolute corker. Now, yesterday, I caught up with Sam Osborne, British Touring Car Championship racer. He's been racing this weekend in the British Truck Racing Championship. We're going to hear from him very shortly. And Kirill here, my cameraman, is going to dash over, see if he can find Pointy and see what's going on in the outer field here at Pembrey. I'm going to go for a short break, but I'll be back for the racing action a little bit later. Stay tuned and don't forget to hit subscribe on the BARC YouTube channel. See you soon.
Thank you, Ian. Great to speak to the drivers once again. Let's have a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. Coming up next, we have the British Truck Racing Championship from 1:30 to the 3rd race. Oh, jump to the top now. British Truck Racing Championship at 1:30. So we have around about, well, it won't be at 1:30 because that's in 10 minutes' time. I believe we have a 40-minute lunch break. I'll be happily proven wrong, though. So the schedule said 1:30, it won't be. 10 past 2, but it won't be. Virtue Millennium Challenge Trophy, their 3rd and final race of the weekend. They're followed by the Junior Saloon Cars, again 3rd and final race for them. Same story for the pickups. That'll be around about 4 o'clock or thereabouts. Then Track Action following them. British Truck Racing, their 5th and final race of the weekend, our penultimate race of the weekend. And finally we close things out with, once again, as we've just witnessed, the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. Great way to end things when we get there. 7 more races coming today. Now, as Ian just mentioned, Paul Rivett, after a broken ankle, was not able to race this weekend in the Truck Series. However, he handed over to the very, very capable Sam Osborne, currently the Napa Racing British Touring Car Racing Championship driver. He is taking the hands of the truck for the first ever time, and he's already picked up 2 podiums and a win on his debut. Ian spoke to him earlier in the weekend.
Right, here I am with Sam Osborne. It's so nice to see you, Sam. And of course, no stranger to the Napa Racing overalls, of course, from the British Touring Car Championship. But something a little bit different for you this weekend. Paul Rivett's injured, so you've decided to step in. Now, that's quite the jump, isn't it? That's quite the change. How have you adapted to going from a tin top to these absolute weapons of these trucks?
It's a good question, to be fair. I mean, we jumped in it on Friday. We had a couple of tests in it, which were
which are great to give us a not so much baptism of fire straight into quality, which was great for me. Give me a chance to get a bit of learning behind me. I mean, Paul's been great. He's really helped me along this weekend.
He's been hobbling around, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. He's trying to keep up on his crutches, but yeah, he's fantastic. Really, he's really helped me and give me some good pointers. I mean, it is a race car, but there's a lot of weight to it, and moving that weight around takes a bit of skill and a bit of finesse. So,
how many laps do you think it took you before you were like, yeah, do you know what? I think I'm really starting to get to grips with this now.
Probably session 3 we were starting to feel comfortable in it. I was struggling with gears in turn 1. Kept getting reverse. I was like, this ain't good into an hairpin. A bit of over rotation, but hey. So yeah, we sorted that and got comfy in it for 2 and got some valuable track time under us. And then 3 we started pushing the limits, creating a bit of oversteer, getting the thing rotated. It was good. So yeah, happy days.
I was going to say, it certainly has been happy days, and your results have shown that you've adapted pretty well, certainly in race 2 for the Truck Racing Championship. But just tell us a little bit about your preparation for this weekend compared to a touring car weekend. How has it been different?
Well, to be fair, most of this season has been absolute carnage for touring cars and for this. It's been one of them. I do a lot for like look after all hospitality for us and all that type of thing. I drive the kitchen truck to the circuit, so bit of an engineer, so
you're a man with many talents here.
Jack of all trades, master of none, innit? That's the one.
No, I'm not having that, Sam. We're not having that. When you got your HGV licence, did you imagine, or was it the intention to one day maybe give this a go?
To be fair, I never even realised it was a thing up until like a couple of years ago when we met Wayne and we were like, oh, come down to trucks, it's a heat laugh, and I'm like, really?
But it has been a good. What's the atmosphere like in the paddock? They're a good bunch, aren't they?
Oh yeah, it's a great bunch. All the lads have been very friendly. They all came along and they said hello and shook my hand. And if you need help, give us a shout. So I couldn't thank them enough. They've been absolutely mega. They're a great bunch of lads and so friendly.
Is it quite nice stepping into something a little bit different? I mean, I know the Mini Challenger here as well, of course you've raced in that as well, but you probably thought your rookie days were behind you, but you've come into this as a rookie. How does that feel?
Yeah, I gotta admit, I burst out laughing when they said I were a rookie. I was like, flipping heck, I'm gonna have to go back a bit. In fact, actually, I can't remember where we were here or where I actually got rid of my novice cross.
Really?
In the minis.
What did you do with it? Did you do the customary like rip it apart social media post?
Oh no, I just threw it away. I weren't very good, and I'm still not very good at social media nowadays. So.
Right, Sam, I'm going to let you go very shortly because you need to get back over. You need to celebrate actually after race 2, don't you, for the trucks? Go back and watch it, by the way. I don't want to spoil too much, so do go back and check it out. Just before we do let you go, did you feel any pressure at all coming into this weekend? A few nerves knowing you're stepping in for Paul because he had an outright win last time out as well.
Yeah, there's always pressure. I mean, it's one of them. You always want to win, and you always. It's a racing driver thing. You always want to win. So. It's been interesting. Let's put it that way. It's been interesting.
Now I know you're desperate to get over it because I think they want to celebrate with you, don't you? But you're actually stuck for a couple of minutes. So
I don't think I'm going away.
You can't go anywhere just yet. Don't forget, you've got to take the tyre pressure pump back with you as well. Sam, best of luck. You've got a few more races to go on Sunday as well. Confident?
Yeah, three to go tomorrow. We just got to decide whether we want to get rid of this rookie cross and risk being in that front row for the reverse grid.
Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Yeah, we might. So
you're going to have some fun out there.
Don't want to spoil any of the Division 1 boys' races. So
you know what you're doing, mate. Get rid of it. You know you're not a rookie anymore. Come on.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have a good chat about it tonight, and we'll see what we can come up with.
Sam, best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers. Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks.
Great to hear from Sam Osborne and his introduction to British truck racing. Didn't know it was a thing until 2 years ago. How dare you, Sam? But he has started his truck career incredibly well. It might only last one weekend, but what a joy it's been to have him with us. We already know the schedule for this afternoon. Our next race at around 2:05. We're expecting will be the British Truck Racing Championship. So 2:05 will be our next race. Now, I understand that Kirill, the cameraman, and Pointy, the presenter, are somewhere near the paddock for the truck, so we might go live to Pointy soon to get some live action down there. And we know how good he is. He's so much loved in the truck paddock, he can go and speak to anyone at any time and they will have a chat with him, and they're generally quite good fun as well. Now, two bits of news came from Brands Hatch in the truck racing. Two bits of history were made, in fact, on what proved to be, was of course an action-packed weekend. They introduced for the first time, it's not here this weekend, but the first time ever in truck racing was a virtual safety car system and an all-new electric pace truck too. So effort to bring down red flag stoppages. Of course we had one of those this morning, but only the first of the weekend, which is pretty impressive to be honest. So the safety car, if you watch Formula 1, you know what a virtual safety car is. You just sort of go around at the speed of a safety car, but it just helps maintain progress in the race, and the stoppages, particularly in truck racing, can be significant lengths of time. Of course you're trying to drag 5 tons sometimes out of a gravel or a grassy area, as we are more accustomed to here at Pembrey. So plenty of action coming up, 7 more races to finish the weekend. We are currently officially on a lunch break for our very hard-working marshals and officials here in South West Wales. The sun is shining, the rides are spinning, the ice cream is going down very, very nicely. I might try and nip away shortly. If we can get Pointy on the ground, I might nip myself away and get a 99 with a flake very shortly, but I won't do so until I'm given the green light. We do hope you're enjoying yourself at home or wherever you are watching from. You might be watching here on one of the bankings and just enjoying the action on the screen as well as right in front of you. But as Ian has said several times, you can give the stream a like and a subscribe. This is all provided free of charge for you, and it just means we can keep giving you the very best content. So we're not too far away, hopefully, from Kirill and Pointy bringing us some live interviews, news and maybe breaking features from the truck paddock. So when that comes in, we will go live to it. But for the time being, I am going to go and get myself a little bit of lunch. Enjoy yourself. Come back very, very soon. In fact, don't go anywhere. We will be back live soon. Pointy will come in and have a chat with some of our drivers and maybe even some of the fans in the area too.
And we're live. How are we doing today, ladies and gentlemen? That's right, we are down in the paddock, quite a busy paddock as well for the British truck racing teams down here at Pembrey, South Wales, and as you can see we're enjoying a little respite. The sun is well and truly shining. I'd say it's going to be mid-20s today, even with a bit of breeze, but of course it means fantastic racing conditions for all the teams. So let me stand in here and chatting. Let's have a walk around and see who we can find. Now, we look over to the left first of all, just to show you our one of our sponsors, Total Care's mobile tower lifts in use at the moment. They've been working on Stuart Oliver's truck for quite some time, but of course yesterday they called it a weekend, unfortunately. But you can see how all four of these tower props actually work in tandem with each other. They link up wirelessly, so when you press one button they all go up at the same time. Incredible piece of kit, and of course they're on loan from Total Care for the season for people to use if they need to. Right, let's start at the top here, why not? Let's go and have a little look here. Teams chilling, the sunshine really is high there, marshals everywhere. It's a great atmosphere today, everyone's having a really good time. So, John Bowler, quick look at John Bowler first of all. Now, of course, you may have seen in that last race, John Bowler, first start, ended up losing his windscreen, having some serious damage, but the team have been working tirelessly. Wow, that is warm already. You just smear handprints in front of where he's... hold on. Could someone clean John's windscreen? I've just left this handprint in it. Cheers. So, can you... Yeah, hold on. No.
It's okay.
No.
It's only permanent.
My mum tells me off. Right, so now we can't be happy about that start. It was terrible. It was bad luck, wasn't it, at the end of the day for you?
Yeah, to be fair, we come around the corner. I thought there was a gap. Simon was up the other side, and there was just nowhere to go. So
it looked like you were hit from behind at one point. I don't know what the cameras that you've got on board. Obviously, they've got onboard cameras brought to you this year by TMS, one of our other championship sponsors. They've got all sorts of angles, but we don't get to see that on the stream. But it did look like as you came sideways, something hit you. That's when your windscreen fell out. I mean, you know, the guys have obviously been working very hard. We're coming out for the next race, though.
Oh, 100% we'll be out, and all going well, be on podium.
Good, that's what we want to hear. We want to see silverware. Coming down to Wales, though, bit of a journey for you?
Yeah, we set off. We came down Thursday, got set up. We've got a completely new setup for Pembrey and for the rest of the season, thanks to some of our sponsors. So moving forward with that, yeah, we're really enjoying it, and the weather's beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful weather. Now, we noticed you've been on pace. You've had some serious pace this weekend. Yesterday, 2 great races. Yes, we know they're not the results you want, but at the same time, if you've got a new setup, you've done very well to be doing those breaking in sessions, haven't you?
That's it. Yeah. I mean, myself, the lads, we worked tirelessly in between the races to get everything ready, get everything set up. Little changes in the setup to try and improve and just move forward. So we're really looking forward to it. Good.
Fantastic. Well, John, thanks for joining us. Good luck in the next race, buddy. And did they wipe your windscreen? Yeah, I'm just checking. I touched it and I was like, oh, suntan cream all over it. But remember, kids, slip, slop, slap. You know, in this hot weather, you got to get a hat on, t-shirt, sun cream. It's important. John, I think you're needed for more autographs. Just get a shot. Of course, this is what we love about British truck racing, is that we try and mix the crowds with the garages. We go to some bigger championships and of course you don't get the opportunity to mix with the drivers at this level, and it's just so nice, a great atmosphere, the families, you know, milling around, meeting new people. Right. Over here, of course, we've got our returning, long-standing now tyre sponsor, GT Tyres. Big Tone there, of course, from marketing. Do you want to have a quick chat, Tone? We've got some time, we'll have a word. So, it's nice of you to join us this weekend.
My pleasure, mate. My pleasure.
Oh yeah, well, I've seen some new hats dotting about. I've worn one. It's not a hint. I'm cycling round the hats. I've got a collection. I like to give even wear to all of them. You know, let one cool down. But new colour scheme, grey this year. The hats to match. Was that from you guys, or was that something just decided along with Stuart?
Along with Stuart, basically. It was decided to change, freshen up the team, and we're going along with it.
Well, I think it looks phenomenal, and the new hats are also phenomenal. Of course, GT Tyres not only providing the tyres for the championship, also provided the winners' hats for the championship as well, which people are always very grateful to put on at the trophies.
Yes, very much grateful. More importantly, we supply a tyre fitting as well.
It's very true, they do. I mean, if you look at this machine, it's currently not moving, which is very rare, very rare. As because of the late finish and the longer lunch break, we've ended up with a situation where everyone's actually caught up. Usually they wait until about 5 minutes before the race and go, I need 6 tyres changing.
Yes, they do.
Right, well, again, thanks for joining us, Big Tone. Thank you, and thank you to GT Tyres. Of course, GT don't just do race tyres, they do a fantastic range of all road-going tyres, from haulage to caravans to cars. You name it, they've got it. GT Radial, GT, all brilliant tyres. I've got them on my van and my car, so there you go. I paid for some of them too. Right, on to another sponsor. First time they've actually been out to one of our events now. We got you. Come on over. So this is Sylvie Fleet, one of a new sponsor for this year. Now, obviously, you told the crowds yesterday this is going out on the Bark Live YouTube stream. First of all, what's your name? Where'd you come from?
Hello, my name's David. I'm from Cornwall, but I moved to Bristol and I work for Sylvie Fleet now.
And you are?
Hi, I'm Shark. I'm from BWC. We are in partnership with Sylvie Fleet, providing all of the renewable diesel for all of the races.
Ah, who are you?
I'm Oscar. I'm from Sylvie Fleet as well.
Thanks, Oscar. Right, joking. Get in, mate. Come on, get in. Right. So, first of all, then, Sylvie Fleet. Now, well, both of you guys, effectively, how did your relationship come to be involved with the British Truck Racing?
Well, we are a sister company, so we are owned by the same company, essentially, but we do different things that really complement each other. So that's why we decided to sort of join forces for today and all of the races and support the British truck racing industry, really.
I mean, it is fantastic to have you on board, and of course you guys providing the fuel free of charge, I might add, to the championship, just for the racing trucks, though. You know, so this year. But no, I mean, everybody's always talking about. Everyone's always talking about the detrimental effects of motorsport, fuel burning motorsport on the environment. I think it's so fantastic that in the last couple of years we've had so many advancements in, you know, biofuel, natural fuel, that actually, you know, we're managing to do these races without doing too much harm at all, right?
Well, it's important to future-proof the industry, isn't it? So I think if we want to continue coming to these events, we need to start using fuels that will protect us for the future.
And now, on the subject of industry and fuel, Sylvie Fleet, what's your involvement in the wider world?
Well, so we actually try to offset our carbon footprint by planting trees, and we do other kind of solutions to help the environment as well. So.
Now, we were talking yesterday about fuel cards. Is that another service that you offer?
Yes, so we provide fuel cards. We're the 3rd largest fuel card resupplier in the UK. So yeah, pretty much, and yeah, that's what we specialise in.
So, just out of interest, how big of a firm do you need to have to get a fuel card? Because I'm a plumber and a gas engineer by trade. I've got a van. I use a lot of fuel. Would it be something that I have a company, or is it something that individual sole traders can sign up to?
So we organise things from anything from one-man bands with a van or to 40-plus Arctics. So it really isn't much of the scale is the problem. It's more if you use more fuel in a month than those people, then we can definitely save you a lot of money on that discounted fuel there. So
we need to have words with that. Have words. So you get you down, install a show in June, tell all the van drivers, yeah, look, we can sort out a fuel card thing for you. It's fine. You know, I'm averaging about £100 every 5 days in diesel at the moment, so I might be able to save a couple of pence.
Absolutely.
I mean, I tried to get some, but I waited the whole year last year for biodiesel. I just didn't get a single tank. I just want to try so badly to get some biodiesel in my van. You know, do you think it'll make it go as fast as the race trucks?
Oh, I think so. McDonald's has implemented biodiesel in all of its company, you know.
And you know, fast food, well, it makes fast food fast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there you go. Chip oil.
Chip oil, fantastic. Oh, back in the old Peugeot 306 days of filtering it down the local chippy and sticking it straight in the tank. Anyway, you having a good weekend?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's a lot of fun.
And you'll be coming again?
Yes, definitely.
Brilliant. Well, it looks like we are, thank you guys, it looks like we are now assemble. Thanks again, Sylvie Fluke, BWOC, great to have you here. We are assembling the trucks now for a slightly later start. 2:05 will be the start of the race. So they will be opening the thing. What's the time now? 6:22, so you've still got a considerable amount of time, unless there's any replays we need to do. We'll keep going, Pointy. We've had... Well, you can't get over until they open the gate for the trucks, which is usually when I walk over in the crowds. Well, I walk over and the crowds follow me, you know. Right, so Ryan Smith, again, fantastic result earlier on, doing very well in his race result. Team all looking pretty chill. Look, we got Andy and Pablo, they're part of the support team, all about the support. Arnie, chief mechanic. Right, to the right now, obviously Michael Oliver has already pulled out. Team Oliver at the back, give us a wave. There we go, lovely. And so, Fruhoff, MV Commercial, you name it, Tom O'Rourke's name is on it. We've got Adam Bint at the back there, he's been on technical support this weekend. Steve Horn, how you doing, Steve? Hello. Steve Horn, of course, and Adam Bint, both previous British truck racing drivers. It's great they've still got that involvement in the sport. Adams actually came back to 2 races this year already. He had to help Stuart Oliver at Brands Hatch reprogram a new fuel pump that wasn't working, and he's obviously been on hand this weekend to help Tom O'Rourke with his technical difficulties. And in fact, I've also got a young relative of Adam, little Noah. I believe it's Noah's birthday this Wednesday, am I correct?
Yes.
Yes. So you can have this one now, and I'll do another one during the race. But happy birthday to Noah, my #1 fan, effectively, isn't he?
He definitely is.
Such a little legend as well.
I'm not sure about you, but he is.
I'm not a little legend. I'm a large legend. So yeah, just telling the guys at home, you know, that you've been on hand. You're not in the championship this year, but you've been on hand a couple of times already. 2 for 2 weekends. You've had to come and help some other teams with their technical issues.
Yeah, we're helping with the engines just on the technical side, keep them up and running and make the championship a bit more reliable and a bit stronger to help everyone keep running.
That's fantastic. I mean, have we got our finger on the pulse with Tom O'Rourke's truck now? Because, I mean, they were cannibalising it quite late last night.
Yeah, it's running for the minute. We'll see after the end of the race. Don't give him a commentator's curse, but it seemed to be going all right in that last race, and he's picked up a lot of pace.
I heard rumours that when he brings it in after the next race, he's just going to leave it running. It's like, be fine, leave it running, don't tell anyone. My van's running if you want them access. Thanks very much, Adam. We'll see you later on. Adam Bint, of course, great family support whenever they are in the championship. Right, you need to circumnavigate this truck here. So, as I said, everyone's come out now, so let's have a look at the trucks and where they are. Tom O'Rourke's Freightliner-esque Daimler looking thing, ready to rock and roll. The 86, beautiful livery, looks very mean from the front. I do love that. When you get up close and personal the way you do, you really get to appreciate it. Oh look, we're going. Here we go. Right. We're going to run away now, I think, because this is our only opportunity to cross the track to get to the inner field. So we'll let these trucks go. I'm going to throw you back to Ewan in the studio, sorry, the commentary box now, and I'll run over there and see you on the mics very soon, okay? So, yeah, bye-bye everybody.
Yeah, but
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to Pembrey. Hopefully you've had an enjoyable lunch break, and we are about to start racing very shortly with the next round of the British Truck Racing Championship. Already down on the grid. We understand the start will be about 2:05, so we've got another couple of minutes or so yet. Just again, a reminder, make sure you put the suntan on the kids and the hat. Done very, very well out there today, and with that breeze, the fair skins will get a little red if you don't take some protection, so please do that. We don't want to see you in the medical centre with sunburn problems. So let's look now at the grid for race 13, and well, Division 2 on the front row of Sam Osborne. Sam is the replacement driver for the Napa team. Sam Osborne, the touring car driver, took one victory yesterday afternoon. So, row 1 on pole, 77, Sam Osborne. Alongside him, 33, Neil Yates. Now, Neil Yates was on pole earlier. Back.
We're not allowed in there now.
With a suitably redesigned truck.
Right then, here we have the grid for race number 4 for the trucks this weekend at Pembrey. Once again, a reverse grid. So now we have on the front row Sam Osborne making his debut for one weekend only in the British trucks. He'll be alongside Neil Yates. Had some good chats with Sam Osborne this week already. On row 2, David Smith and John Bowler. On row 3, Michael Oliver did so well in race number 3 earlier on this afternoon alongside Stephen Powell. Then we have Ryan Smith and David Jenkins going head-to-head on row number 4, and row 5, Simon Cole in Div 2, and then Stuart Oliver. No, Stuart Oliver sat next to us. Why you keep showing up on this grid? Stuart Oliver is sat next to us. He's not on row number 5. Tom O'Rourke and John Powell on row 6, and Archie Handy, also making his debut in truck racing, is on row number 7. Pointy, just give us a prediction. How do you see this one running out with Dave Jenkins and Ryan Smith on row number 4?
I mean, it's going to be a battle. The battle will be fought certainly further down the field than usual. I think that, what we've got to watch again, though, Neil Yates front row again, Sam Osborne. What's going to happen between those two? I'm really, really hoping we don't have a repeat at the same start previously. But we can see the pace truck pulling away now, so it's not going to take long to figure out.
Now, Sam Osborne is in a Div 2 truck, so
yes,
we don't expect him to be leading after lap number 1, do we?
Well, we say that, but I mean, looking at the results we were getting from brands, obviously Paul Revere in that very truck was pulling some incredible lap times, actually on paper going faster than some, if not at least half of the Division 1.
So lined up for another thriller. None of the 3 yet have let us down whatsoever. Some brilliant attacking and defending. We did have one incident, of course, the red flag, which pushed us back on our schedule this afternoon by about half an hour or so. The one red flag we've had so far this weekend in British truck racing are not uncommon. Just one unfortunate incident at the start, literally turn number 1 of race number 3.
John Bowler, of course, back on track now, as you see, with a new windscreen. A lot of effort there over the lunch break to get that back on. But unfortunately, we're missing John Powell, who sprung a leak after his success in the previous race.
He did. Stuart, any words with Michael after that, race number 3?
Yeah, obviously a lot of compliments for him, and he drove really well, and it's just more of the same, and try and just be one step further forward. He's chuffed to bits that he got on the podium second. It's a great result. So we had a chat, and he was happy with the truck.
And did he have his wee? Because he was desperate for a wee, didn't he?
He's always desperate for a wee. Yeah, I think there's not many drivers out there when they get out. They're sort of they'll all be going around there now thinking, I need a wee. I should have had a wee.
Pointy, do you need a wee right now? Are you okay?
I don't need a wee right now, no. It's usually once I set off, I'm thinking, Knew I should have had a wee. Speaking of setting off, though, of course, just to mention the pace truck that we've got out there. We've seen a couple. We had the TRP one earlier on. This is, of course, the GT sponsored pace truck. Of course, actually on the road day today for Martin Oliver Transport, and we've got our very close friend Stuart Williams behind the wheel. Of course, minion to his mates.
Right, let's see. Are we going to get? We had one earlier lap under the pace truck. We'll see if it peels off to the right hand side in just a second. They're just making their way around Woodlands. So prior to that, on the Honda curve is the pit lane. You will see at the same time as us. Yes, it has gone in. So Sam Osborne is on the front row, the debutant from the BTCC, making a one-weekend trip into British truck racing on behalf of Paul Rivette, who's broken his foot, and he will lead the charge down to the Hatchett's hairpin. They'll put their foot down, 5 tons of metal, 1,000 brake horsepower, will blister down the start-finish straight. We had an incident earlier at corner number 1. What are we going to get this time? Paul, you take us through the first corner.
So Neil Yates making an early start there. Sam Osborne looking for the inside line as John Bowler follows Neil Yates around. This could be dangerous for everybody. Dave Smith getting stuck straight in there as we see them coming there out of the Hatchett's hairpin, but it looks pretty clean. Outside line though, coming across looking for a space, just a nose now for Sam Osborne ahead of Neil Yates, with Dave Smith looking for a gap that isn't there up the middle. What's going on there?
You know what, he was leading through the first couple of corners, Sam Osborne, but he just touched it onto the grass and lost a couple of places. He's going to drop to 3rd, maybe in 4th position right now. So Neil Yates will lead ahead of the number 11 David Smith. Where's Ryan and David Jenkins? There are a little bit of work to do. Here comes Michael Oliver
now
on the inside of Sam Osborne around the centre S's. Go through Brooklands hairpin, so Oliver up to 4th position. Here comes Ryan Smith on the inside of Sam Osborne as well. He's getting a proper taste now of British truck racing.
Sam Osborne, he's been kept prisoner by most of the division as even Tom O'Rourke comes sailing past him. I think someone has got a taste of, it's not my truck, I don't want to break it.
That's absolutely right. We thought, we were questioning would he stay in the lead until the first lap. That has been the case, but he is in a much different truck to everybody else. The Div 2, they are technically, mechanically a little bit slower than the Div 1, so they've come to fruition right now. Once again, we come into Hatch's already 1 lap down.
Powell
Big
looking
move
for that outside line. Will he be able to make it on the wide though? No, indeed. Dave Smith does show him. You took the wrong line there, Steve. What were you thinking?
But he retains 3rd place. They once again come round to Benny over the crossing between the 2 separate paddocks. And Michael Oliver losing a bit of a time here on Ryan Smith, but in front of the 3 pry behind. And our other debutant just picking up the back of the field. We've lost a couple of images in here. We're craning our necks to see out the windows right now.
If anyone's thinking about getting a Starlink, don't bring it to Wales. That's what I'm saying. Elon, if you are watching, it would be wonderful if you could put maybe like a hardwire in for a laugh. Just, you know, just Pembrey. Just Pembrey.
Oh, it's been the story of the weekend, but we are having fun, trust us. They'll come round the start, finish straight around the Honda curve one more time. We have had so many wonderful races already this season and this weekend at Pembrey, and it'll be the same story this afternoon. We've got one other race. The ultimate race of the weekend is also the 5th and final truck racing showdown of the weekend. So Yates, Smith, Bowler, Powell,
Smith, Yates, Smith looking past Yates, Dave Smith locking up as he comes round. Is that Steve Powell that Ryan Smith's just gone past? There's 2 Smiths and 2 NPR sponsored trucks. It's very confusing at the front at the moment, but it is in fact Steve Powell that now takes the lead ahead of David Smith, followed by Ryan Smith, and Neil Yates dropping back past Jenkins as even John Bowler comes past him now on turn 4. Ryan Smith though showing Dave Smith what it's all about, holding him off quite well now, but something tells me this isn't going to take Ryan very long on this occasion. He's right on the back of him.
Stephen Powell was 4th in place the last time round. He moved up to 2nd position, and now the leader ahead of David Smith. David Jenkins has moved into 4th position on the tail of Ryan Smith, but as we've seen so many times, it's a matter of when Ryan Smith can squeeze past. Of course, this is a full 15-minute race as it stands right now, barring any obviously accidents and incidents.
Ryan Smith darting out from behind David Smith there, looking for a line. Has he got the handling and the power to take the outside, or will he pip him on the exit to Hatchett's? It looks like he hasn't quite got the momentum behind him there, but Dave Jenkins now all over Ryan Smith. So Ryan Smith really has been held up behind that number 11 truck, giving Dave a chance to put some pressure on Ryan.
Now, Stuart, we know Michael had a great race earlier. This is a completely different kettle of fish now for Michael, isn't it? He was doing the leading and the defending, now he's doing the chasing.
He is doing the chasing, that's right. It looked like he, sort of a couple of laps ago, he missed a gear coming out of Hatchett, which was unfortunate. He dropped a few places, but he's now, he's got nothing to worry about behind him. He's got Tom O'Rourke behind him, but hopefully that that he can get away and keep going and move forward. But he's now on the attack, not on the defence, which should help him.
Chasing and defending, what's the easier mindset to be in?
Chasing,
okay.
Yeah. As long as you don't look in your mirrors, forget the defending, just chase.
That is what he's doing right now. Again, we got some static images where we're going to look around. They're going to come down the start finish straight once again. Still your same leader, Powell out in front. And do you know what, Pointy? He's building a bit of a gap there.
He is, he's pulling away. I mean, this is it, Smith and Smith just behind him now. But with that gap, of course, Steve is essentially chasing the perfect lap, whilst he's got two people behind defending. Ryan in a very difficult position now, defending Dave Jenkins whilst trying to attack the back of Dave Smith. That it's really snarling all three of them up. But there's another battle slightly further down between John Bowler and Michael Oliver for that position as well. But down in Division 2, we've got a very comfortable lead for Sam Osborne, of course, as he continues round now, just coming around to Benny. He's doing quite well, certainly for his division.
Ryan Smith has got past David Smith, so now next job for Dave Jenkins to try and do the same. Now the lead is around about 4 or 5 seconds, and we saw yesterday Ryan Smith, when he's got clean air, was lapping around about 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else on the track. So now he's got that clean air. Powell absolutely in his sight. Of course, Smith still behind him, and Dave Jenkins still got a full concentration.
Full concentration, I think, is what you was about to say. He even tried to turn his microphone off. He was choking terribly. So back with the action now then as they come out of Honda Curve down the pit straight. Dave Jenkins looking for a wide line, darting out, slipstreaming from behind Dave Smith, but is he in the wrong position to take Hatchett's hairpin? Bit of a lock-up, bit of dust there, and he throws up wide, steers round Dave Smith as Jenkins now finds that line around him and seals the deal on the way through Spitfires. Fantastic bit of driving there. And then, of course, now back to holding up John Bowler. What's going to happen there? Ryan Smith, though, quite clearly through, just 0.15 off the front runner.
Don't eat mini cheddars, they're dangerous.
Eat mini cheddars, I mean, goodness me. You were on about not drinking fizzy pop yesterday, but whilst we're on as well, though, we might have had a chat to Adam Bint in the paddock earlier on, and just to give another mention to one of my super fans in the Bint family, who's little Noah, who's always super chuffed to see me. So Noah, if you're watching at home, happy birthday for Wednesday. This goes out to you, buddy.
Now, it just seems like Smith is falling back now, being chased by Dave Bowler as well.
Steve Powell, though, doing a very good job. We can see him out the window now, no thanks to the porridge we're currently viewing the race through. But yeah, quite a good gap. I believe it's 3 seconds gap. It's absolutely fantastic. He's pulling away, but of course we've seen this every single race this weekend. Ryan Smith makes it up the pack, all of a sudden he's on your tail, and with laps to go, he's I think he's probably going to make it very hard work for Steve Powell.
This is exactly though racing at his finest at the front. The chase is on. We've seen it a couple of times this weekend. He's been successful once and unsuccessful one occasion as well behind Dave Jenkins. So what can he pull out on this occasion? The race behind is absolutely brilliant between Jenkins, Bowler, Oliver and O'Rourke in there, just roughly, and they are 2 seconds back from Michael Oliver last time round. That is really the race to watch. There's two going on. It's the Smith chase of Powell, and then these four behind, which is David Smith, John Bowler, Michael Oliver and O'Rourke.
Yeah, Tom O'Rourke's had some issues this weekend, needless to say, but it's good to see he's certainly got some pace out there at the moment, and he's definitely in the thick of it with those other 3 drivers. The gap now, though, between John Bowler and Dave Smith seems to be stretching slightly as they make their way down into that hairpin. 6 minutes left on the clock now, which will probably bring us a teensy bit over 5 more laps for the race, which is of course race 2 here at Pembrey. But Ryan Smith, huge gap now ahead of Dave Jenkins. Is Dave Jenkins going to be able to catch up with the same pace that Ryan Smith can find?
Quick question, Stuart, the bullnose trucks, any advantage to those or just aesthetics?
Just aesthetics, I think. You know, they're all 5.3 tons, so yeah, you would think there would be a little bit, but aerodynamics doesn't come into it in truck racing. You know, there's still house ends at the end of it, or like a brick going along, but yeah, they look good. I think that's about the best thing.
No rear wing going on the back of them, no, a bit,
like you said,
extra downforce.
5 ton doing 100 miles an hour, it makes its own aerodynamics. It's like, I will move through the air whether you like it or not. I mean, I know there's some people have ideas that with the bullnose trucks, especially with the Freightliners perhaps, that they've got a slightly different engine position, as you won't be able to see as much engine poking out the back of the cab of those Dayliners. But again, not sure with the camber on the front of those whether they're actually going to make any difference with handling anyway.
That's correct. You know, the engine is in the same position. It's just because the cab's over the top of it, it looks as if it's in a different position. But for the regulations, the weight has to be the same on the front of all the trucks and the same on the rear for all the trucks. So, you know, it's just appearance.
Now, just to bring this into play, on the screen, the order of positions is out. Don't worry about that. The timing is correct, but the order is out. It is most definitely Powell in front, then Ryan Smith, then Dave Jenkins, and then that group of 4. That will update as soon as we could possibly get it.
I mean, I'm trying to get TSL on my phone, but even that doesn't want to know. Oh my gosh, I've just found a weird spike in mobile signal. We might actually have some results very shortly. But yeah, Dave Smith for John Bowler, for Michael Oliver. This really is a 4-way battle. I think it's all going to be who isn't last at the moment, I think, rather than where they're going to end up. But yeah, Steve Powell, fantastic lap time there, but Ryan Smith catching him by just under a second a lap at the moment, and he is very, very, very close now. It looks like he's caught quite a gap on him. Steve Powell soon to be under pressure from Ryan Smith as they make their way towards Spitfires. Will Ryan jump on him in the next lap? I'd say watch this space, Ewan.
I mean, he does leave it to the very last minute, doesn't he? I'm really impressed by how Powell is maintaining the size of the gap he has. Dave Jenkins, he's standing alone in 3rd place right now. He doesn't have to worry behind him. All the attention is on in front of him. And Michael Oliver around the outside of David Smith. Can't quite get there. They do touch.
Almost.
Oh, and is that going to be a flat tyre on the rear right? There's definitely smoke coming out of Smith's truck. And a slide out
with
to
Tom O'Rourke. That was close, but luckily we got away with it, I think.
Well, it's all happening now. This
gosh.
is the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th place here. And they've built up a little bit of a gap. There was definitely
a puncture on the back left of Michael Oliver there, though I'm not sure what
caused
that.
Smoke as well. Is that a lock-up?
No, but it will be locking up if he's going around a right bend with a flat
but that was in
left.
front. That was a lock-up. That was David Smith in front.
Gosh. David Smith, is he still on? Has he overcooked it? Will they come round? We've got Jenkins.
There's David Smith, here we go.
Oh dear.
So Michael Oliver gets through,
We've
and
got
Tom O'Rourke.
John Bowler coming past the tower now. That's one. Where's the rest of them? Michael Oliver, quite some damage. Tom O'Rourke looks good. Huge gap now, though, between him and the rest of the pack. Michael Oliver losing a bit of front wing there.
Stephen Powell coming up to traffic at the front of the race. He's going to get past Archie Handy. But Ryan Smith will now also need past it in a more difficult situation coming around the S's.
The problem with lapping the back of the other division, isn't it? It does hold you up, but of course Ryan Smith now passed Archie, so Archie's been lapped by the 2 front runners of Division 1. Goodness me, quite a bit of action again. Wonderful to see some really exciting racing, but we do have debris on the track now, so hopefully we're not going to have any incidents with that.
And we're going to get 2 more laps in of truck racing. Once again, Ryan Smith has been chasing down from back of the pack towards the front. He's got 1 more man to get, but Powell It's holding on admirably right now. Now, John Bowler was a few seconds ahead last time round of Michael Oliver, and O'Rourke got through, so I think there were some connections that we didn't see on our screens. And also behind us,
didn't it? Just went out just before we got to see the action.
the exciting, we didn't see the exciting bit, but we saw the rest.
We saw a puff of smoke, it
Once
froze.
again, a couple of seconds between, well, let's call it 1 second now. Powell back to Ryan Smith. David Jenkins getting past Archie Handy, the back marker right now, smoothly.
0.6 of a second gap behind between Ryan Smith and Steve Powell as they crossed the line for that last lap previously.
And they'll go over the line to get one more in as well.
One more lap. Black and white flag for number 14 just been released there. John Bowler, probably track limits to black and white. They do get a few warning shots before they're given time penalties, of course. So.
Michael Oliver has lost a fair bit of trim on the front right-hand side.
Doing very well to keep his position, though, especially considering his flat tyre.
Yes.
What is coming next? My goodness, Ryan Smith has massively closed that gap. 20 seconds left on the clock.
There'll be
will
one
this
more
be
lap.
the checkered flag, or will they be one more lap as they cross the line?
I'll go around one more time.
Got to be the last lap now, so Ryan Smith has to make it or shake it. Will he be able to make it stick? This is where we'll see that magic fairy dust come out of the bag.
Powell has been on the podium all 3 races so far this weekend. Can he make it a 4 out of 4? There's only one spot he wants to be in. It's absolutely number 1.
He said he wanted to be there off his own merits, not because of time penalties this weekend. And fingers crossed he can hold him off just 1 lap. This is the final lap that we see between Ryan Smith and enter name here. I tell you what, it is literally carbon copy. Has he got him? He's up the inside. He's just got his nose in, but they have to brake. Oh, contact! No! There's contact. Ryan Smith smashes into the side, clips the back wheel of Steve Powell, looking for the gap that wasn't quite there.
Here comes Dave Jenkins. He's going to come through, surely.
Yellow flag. Dave Jenkins.
Yellow flag. Dave Jenkins swerves past David Smith. Can he catch Ryan Smith? No, he won't.
Surely Ryan Smith can't think that he's managed to take the first place with that act. I mean, and we've lost the feed. I don't believe it. It's back. So Ryan Smith stays ahead.
Rear left as well.
Do you get a first place recovering quicker than the other guy from a crash you might have caused? How does that work?
Well, all to be decided. Once again, there is drama at the end of British truck racing. We'll wait to see what is determined by the racing officials and the stewards.
Deary me.
It was a big old crash going.
Serious questions there.
And not for the first time going into Brooklands. There is contact. We'll see the replay. And there'll be work to be done by the teams and the mechanics going into race number 5, which is just a couple of hours away. Let's ask the man here, Stuart Oliver, what do you make of that one?
Well, I don't know. The stewards will decide that one. Yeah, you could argue they both went into the back, and here it is on the screen again. Steve was protecting his line. Yeah, we'll watch it here. You know, you see Ryan get up the inside, but the next corner is right. He's nowhere alongside him. It's still, in my opinion, Steve's corner. But he drove him off. Yeah. But we'll let the stewards decide. I don't want to be making my views known.
No, come on. What's the official decision? Official decision point.
I'll make views. I would say there that in my very basic understanding of the regulations, to be allowed a corner, you have to be at least halfway or more past the truck you're trying to undertake or overtake for them to then say, no, I'll give you room. Even at that position, I might say, oh no, it does appear on the results that have just come down from TSL that Steve Powell did in fact win, but I'm not sure now. I'm very confused.
We'll wait and see.
There's going to be a lot of questions, but to me, in that situation, I don't know where they should have come, but I can't see that becoming a racing advantage.
I would ignore what you've just seen on your screen. I think that was still an issue with TSL, so forget that entirely.
5 laps is not right at all. We have still got fastest lap though of a 1:11.9 from Ryan Smith there, as TSL on the timing screen shows that it hasn't actually been checkered flagged. So I don't know what's going on.
Are they still racing?
The signal signal at Pembrey this weekend is causing all sorts of ghost issues. But yeah, I mean, back onto the past. Let's look at the situation there. He obviously braked later, as you would do, to try and take that position up the inside on the corner. But then if you're not halfway past the truck in competition, then you can't honestly think they're going to make room. They're already on the corner. They're already closing in to take the tight racing line. You can't expect there to be a gap there at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, absolutely right, but we are not the ones to make that call. We can only say Ian Waterhouse is down there already, but Pointy, you need to get down there as well, don't you?
I don't know. I'll wait for TSL to tell me the race is finished and have a wander down, you know.
There's one thing I could add, gents, there's one positive to it. I shouldn't be getting the blame for any of that.
No, it was definitely your fault, Stuart. I saw you looking out the window at him. You just gave him a nod and that was the end of it. Right, let's get down to the paddock now. Let me know Ian might have some chance to get down there before me.
Guys, thank you so much for joining me once again. Hopefully we're back for a race. Oh, he's absolutely tearing the place apart here. Cushions coming off everywhere. And well, British truck racing, no two races are the same, apart from absolutely guaranteed drama to the very last second. What will be determined by our stewards and clerks of the course. We'll wait and see. A controversial end going into the Brooklands hairpin. Regardless, it looks like Dave Jenkins might be across the line in third place, and no change there. But should that be Steve Powell's win or Ryan Smith's win? We're not going to say. We'll just bring the official results when they come through. All of the trucks now are down in Park Ferme. Here's a few replays from that race. There will be debris littered across the entire track here at Pembrey. There were that many side-by-sides and collisions in that astonishing 15 minutes. We've got one more to come. It's the last race of the day, will be the British truck racing. I can't believe we have to do it all again. There's definitely some repairs to be done in the paddock over the next couple of hours or so. Scheduled to start at initially 4:25, so that will be around about 5 o'clock, our last truck race of the day. And the drivers are getting out the cabs. Pointy is down there. Let's try and work out what happened in that one. Over to you, Pointy.
When he gets out of the truck, we can have a quick chat with Sam. We haven't spoken to him this weekend so far. He's just disentangling himself.
It's, I don't know. That's, I want to know, I can't, but yeah, no signal, can't, yeah. I don't know if we're filming yet, I will.
A word with him. It's just getting
Pointy, put your earpiece in. Put your earpiece in. Right, we'll wait till Pointy. Oh, he's got his earpiece in and we're good to go. Back down to Pointy.
Okay. Sam, well done.
Right then, sorry about the technical issues there. I think you'll appreciate we've been having some trouble all weekend. But here I am with Dave Jenkins. Now, Dave, you were in a position to see some serious action that last lap. And again, adding to the list of names, having a strict lesson from Ryan Smith this weekend. How did you see that unfold?
I didn't. I was too far behind, concentrating with my own handful to see what happened. I just saw Ryan up in the air and the two trucks on the grass. So I really don't know what happened there.
So as it stands, though, we think second place for you at the moment.
We have to wait and see how it all pans out, won't we? You know, we would deserve to be third. That's where we were. That was the pace that we had. So anything better than that's a bonus. But Steve had driven an absolutely astounding race up to that point.
Extremely good.
My truck had just got nothing more to give. I'd got no front end, then I've got too much lock on, then I've got oversteer, I've got hot tyres. So
do we think there's a lot to do with the weather? Because it has been rather warm today.
It is warm, track temperature up, but we're struggling just to set up around it at the moment. So we'll try again in a minute. But Steve did an absolutely astounding job, and I just didn't have the pace to go with him today. Well, in that race, but
one race left.
Some more new tyres and a cold bath, and see what we can do.
Oh, I like the sound of the cold bath. Dave, good luck. Enjoy your cold bath. Yes, Sam Osborne. Let's have a chat there. We're coming in. So, Sam talking to Paul. Sam, here we are. So, we've all got our ideas of what happened that first lap there. My money was on, it's not my truck, I don't want to break it.
Yeah, it's not my truck. I don't want to break it.
There we go. Thanks for joining us.
Easy one. No, but yeah, not going to make it easy for him. It's not part of being a racing driver, is it? So.
Do you realise there, though, I think it's something that people don't quite understand until they do start in pole position. Because effectively, I mean, you've come from a background where if you were to tell me, here you go, it's lunchtime now, you start at the front, and you're like, all right, watch this. But then in reality, you're surrounded by literally hundreds of tons of metal with maniacs behind the wheels for all intents and purposes. I mean, you have to be to drive these things. It's a real learning curve, isn't it?
Oh, massive learning curve. Massive learning curve. I mean, the way the truck moves around, the way that you have to manipulate the weight, the way that you have to behave with it, it's front-wheel drive. So for me, it's rear-wheel drive, and I'm a front-wheel drive person. It's all nothing compared to a Ford, is it? It's a total new finding that balance. There's no diff to lock the front too, so it's.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so let's put a silver lining on this, Cloud, right? You've still got a fantastic result again for your Division 2, which is brilliant. So we're still going home with some more silverware, and you've got no work to do to the truck. I mean, many times. Well, listen, maybe, but what you've got to think about is we have seen many drivers come and go through this sport over the years. They've come in, they've ended up at the front, and they've thought they can do it. And it's like, you know what? You need to know when to look for the gaps to be safe as well as win. And sometimes people don't see those gaps to say, no, I'm just going to go here and there rather than I'll stay here and end up in the grass, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I ended up on the grass around the outside of here. I was just like, I'll just hang on, the Division boys will drive through. But yeah, it's one of them. I tried to stay out as many people's way, but tried to, obviously I don't want to give it up. So yeah.
It's still a trophy.
Yeah.
See you, Bereet. There we go. Right, Sam Osborne, Bereet. Right, thanks for joining us down here in the pits. We're going to head back across the track before they don't let us anymore, and we'll figure out what on earth that debacle was last lap of Division 1. All eyes are on to see what just happened.
Challenge.
Thank you, Pointy. Well, we still don't actually know what positions are going to be final. There will no doubt in my mind be amendments to that, but that is only speculation until we get it officially from TSL and the track here. We don't know what the finishing positions are. We know Ryan Smith was first to cross the line, Dave Jenkins second, and Steve Powell third. They could end up in any particular order. We don't know yet. Coming up next, we go back to the final race of the weekend for the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy class races. Alex Solly winning race number 2, Jamie Keats winning race number 1, Sam Gornall getting second in both of those races, 2 podiums for him. Harry Hickton third in race number 1, our championship leader, but only down in 5th place in race number 2. James Black consistent all the way through this entirely this season. He's not been in the races he finished. James Black is yet to be outside the top 6. He's had a 3rd place, 2 4ths and a 6th and just 1 DNF, but as we know in Mini Challenge, a DNF is a massive point slot. You've got to be finishing races if you're going to be competing for the championship come October and November at Brands Hatch. So I'm not sure where they are right now. They must be in assembly somewhere, I imagine. So what we'll do whilst we're waiting, Ian spoke to a few of the drivers, I think between race number 2 and lunchtime. So let's see those conversations that he had and bring us up to speed.
On and on and on, basically.
Right, everybody, it's the final race of the weekend here for the Mini Challenge Trophy, and we have seen some excellent racing so far. A reminder of what happened in race 1. Sam Gornall took the win, but was actually demoted a place, ended up 2nd place. It was Jamie Keats who took the win overall in race 2. Alex Solly raced from pole position, took the win. What are we going to see in race 3? Well, we know it's going to be full of action. It's going to be fast-paced and very close indeed. Somebody I wanted to just come down and have a quick chat to, though, is Leo Purchase. Leo, how you doing, mate? You all right? Now, how old are you? Because you're just a baby, aren't you?
I'm 16, yeah.
16 years old, and a bit of a rookie as well.
Yeah, new to this, so yeah, see how it goes.
What sort of things have you done before stepping into the Mini Challenge Trophy?
I did 8 years of karting and started doing it this year.
What have you made of your weekend so far at Pembrey, and what have you learnt?
Well, missed Friday practice because I had exams, so going into
That is
qualifying,
dedication, mate.
going into qualifying on the deep end. Didn't have a great qualifying, but race 1 was good, went up 5 places. Race 2 was good, got up to 14, so happy with that, and hopefully I can go up even further in this race here.
One final hurrah here. Is there anything that you've learned from the race earlier today? Because yesterday we had bad weather, didn't we? So let's forget that, but move on to today. We had a dry race earlier. What have you learned from that you're going to bring into race 3 here?
How hard you can actually push on lap 1. It's surprising how much grip the track has and how much you can actually push. So hopefully I can make up a few positions while the people are going around tentatively. So.
Leo, thank you so much for talking to us. Best of luck, mate. It's a real pleasure to have you on the grid as well. Good stuff indeed. No worries at all. Enjoy, won't you? Right, so probably about time to get underway, isn't it? Not too much time. There's Stephen Charlie. We spoke to him again, close to Reese Hurd. Remember that battle a little bit earlier. Just stay with us just a little bit longer because I think we can just pop down. We spoke to Alex Keens yesterday. He's on pole position. We spoke to, there's Harry Hickton. We spoke to him quite a bit as well. James as well. Let's just very quickly jump in and say hello to
Kicked out.
It's all right, Alex, you can go. Come on, go. I've already spoken to you today. Right, James, this is the one, isn't it? This is the one where we're going to get that first place.
Yes, full stop. Hopefully, yeah. No, we had a good start in race 2 and we were catching the leader before. Obviously, you probably saw it all unfold on the live stream. So, you know, we eventually got that second place back. Not how we wanted to get the second place, but yeah, going for that first win in this one.
James, best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
The final race of the weekend for the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy. It is going to be close. It's going to be a corker. I'm going to hand you over to you, and it's going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you, Ian. Great to hear from some of our drivers, and we're just a slight delay because we have one truck still out on track. Truck on track that is being recovered by our big rig. It's truck number 11, David Smith. So I didn't see any incidents for him late on, but it's stranded right now on the start-finish straight. So we'll get that moved as soon as we possibly can. Again, great to have a chat with her, particularly the likes of Leo Purchase, the Graves Motorsport driver. So this is where we try and concentrate these races on everybody throughout the entire grid. It's not just about the winners and the podium pace setters. This is about giving all of our drivers the exposure that they deserve and as they enter their motorsport racing journey. So our third race of the weekend, the Mini's third and final race. And there's still, after this even now, 5 more races to come at the conclusion of our mini race. Leader of the as we know, Harry Hickton, race number 2 earlier today was the first time this season that he's been off the podium. Found it hard to get past the likes of James Black and Jamie Keats. Ended up outside the top 3. He has got 4 podiums already this season, 2 wins, a second and a third. The third place coming, in fact, 2 third place finishes, third place qualifying in third place, the third place finish in race 1 and 5th in race number 2. Ronnie Smith continues his great form in the Rookie Cup, although he didn't get the win. The first time that he didn't get the win was in our second race. We've got our grid on screen. Excellent. So on the front row, James Black. My money, I mean, he's been so consistent, James Black. He just needs that opportunity right at the front. He's going to get it this time alongside Alex Keens, who was 100th of a second quicker in qualifying. Then Harry Hickton, championship leader, alongside Ronnie Smith. Look at this. Ronnie Smith, rookie, leading the rookie competition and second row of the grid as well. Then you've got Alex Solly and Callum Eason on row 3. Row 4, Westbourne Motorsport and Performance Tech with Sam Gornall and Jamie Keats. On row number 5, Luca Moranini Osborne, another of the Westbourne Motorsport team members, and Harvey Reeby of Accelerate Motorsport. That's our front 5 rows. In a moment, hopefully I'll be able to see our 6 to 10, maybe you can, Again, we've just had a couple of technical issues here in Pembrey. We are in the absolute, pretty much middle of nowhere. If you've never been here before, no matter where you live, it's a few hours to get here. It's a beautiful venue surrounded by hillsides in every single direction, and the sea just to our south as well. Row 6, Gabe Fairbrother and Ashley Gregory. I think that might be Ashley's best qualifying so far in 12th position. Then Reece Lycett and Matt Hammond standing in for Accelerate Motorsport. Frankie Taylor and Louis Fleet, the second of our rookies for Team Avago. Row number 9, Ben Taylor, Accelerate Motorsport, alongside his teammate John Castle, going well in the Directors' Cup. On row number 10, Reece Hurd and Paul Manning for Chandler Motorsport and Manpower Motorsports. And then I'll wait to see if we do have... now I can hear engines behind me, but that truck is still on track right now. It's just being pulled off right as we speak at the minute. We've had roughly 21-22 competitors across the weekend in the minis, and hopefully we can get a full field in this one. There we go. Row 11, rookies on rows 11 and 12, Stephen Chandler, George Wilby, Leo Purchase and Cameron Wood. And then on the back row, row 13, Katya Log for Accelerate Motorsport. So that is your 25 racers we have. And the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. Always a wonderful championship to watch progress throughout the entire year. Ashley Gregory, and one of those drivers who has her own racing team, Ashley Gregory Racing. So she's not under one of the like the Westbournes and the Accelerates and the Chandlers, running that car on her own. We see that a couple of times in the junior saloons as well, where people run their own cars.
Paul Manning doesn't appear to be there towards the back of the grid though, Paul, I think. So Hammond's car is okay and he's out there, so that's good.
And we're still yet to see the best of Ashley Gregory this season. She's had a 12th place, 10th place, 7th, a 15th position. I did speak to her last year. She's been racing since she's about 6 years old or something ridiculous.
So we've got a green flag right.
I think she was stock car racing by the age of 10. So the cars are now on the grid behind me out the window.
Row 3 is the 26 car of Callum Eason. And Callum, son of
yet again a 15-minute race.
The Eason truck team from a few years earlier, and when both
I'm just making sure I've got on my screen here a couple of important stats and facts for the race. Cars are moving away for their one. I say one, should be one green flag. Like we saw a couple of races with two yesterday in damp conditions, but it has been at least 17 degrees, 18 degrees since about 10 o'clock this morning. The track couldn't be in better condition. Although, with the incidents we had in the truck racing prior to this, there was a lot of debris around, but our marshals are so good here in Pembrey. I've no doubt at all that they managed to clear that fairly quickly. So Alex Keynes is on pole. He was the fastest man out of the lot in qualifying on Saturday, finishing 5th place in race number 1, down in 8th place in race number 2. Can he convert pole position this time into a podium finish, maybe even a win? He'll have a big competition in James Black, Harry Hickton and Ronnie Smith sitting 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So as they line up shortly, it'll be Alex Keynes on the left-hand side, James Black and the 53 on the right-hand side. Behind them, Hickton and Smith, both leading their respective classes in this year's Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy class.
Harry Hickson leads the championship on 233 from Sam Gornall on 174. Then Jamie Keats is next.
Ronnie Smith
up
looking
on
for his first podium of the season.
James Black, Alex Solly with that win in the bag this morning is now
James Black looking for his second after a third place finish
on 184.
in the first round of the championship.
For Alex Keens, that completes your top six in
As
the
we've seen
championship as it
so many
stands.
times this weekend, not just in the minis, but in every single race.
That includes the second
Hatchets, so important to how the race runs. The first corner, a hairpin here at Pembrey.
So that is the current championship. Then we look down onto the grid as we go racing for 15 minutes again with the Virtue Mini Challenge. Alex Keens.
They are
James Black.
on the grid, ready to go. On the left, Alex Keens. On the right, James Black.
5-second board having been shown. We wait for the lights. There's the lights.
The lights go out, boots go down, and James Black and Alex Keens off the front, down towards the first corner. Again, the hairpin, so crucial. Harry Hickton up the inside, already looking to make positions on the very first corner. Can he get there? And around the hairpin they go. Alex Keens maintains advantage. Harry Hickton on the inside. Can he make it stick? No, Keens will hold it through Spitfire and round to Benny. James Black pushing against Harry Hickton on the inside. Will regain second place as he was at the start of this one. Ronnie Smith picking up fourth, so no change at all in your top four through the first 3-4 corners. They'll go round the centre S's. Oh, big slide there from the number 12, of course. That is Alex Solly. He won race number 2. And 7th place in race number 1. He's not doing too badly in the championship. Came into this weekend in 2nd place. Ronnie Smith 3rd overall, the rookie. There's always one rookie that stands out every year, and so far it is Smith. It's a very short lap here at Pembrey, just around about 1 minute 5-10 seconds. In the Welsh Sports Saloons we got under 60 seconds pretty much earlier. Once again they go down towards Hatchet, and James Black will squeeze through this time. But Alex Keens retains the advantage. Harry Hickton will push him, and they'll go side by side. Hickton's through this time as they go round to Benny. James Black bound to 3rd, Ronnie Smith in 4th position. So for the first time in the front couple of rows we have changes.
Something like that, maybe a little more as they come down to centre for the second time.
Once again round the centre S's, and then up to the Brooklyn hairpin, not quite as sharp as Hatchet's. And the long right-hander round Woodlands. An equally important turning, the Honda Curve. We've seen incidents today. We do every single year at the Honda Curve. It's almost a flat-out right-hander. Just got enough bend on it to keep the pedal down. Alex Keens, Harry Hickton. I missed the pictures here, but Ronnie Smith has got into 3rd place. And James Black is down in 5th. So what happened there? Maybe you can tell me. Again, these intermittent issues that we've got, unfortunately, at trackside. Now the pictures come back in. So Keens, Hickton, Smith, Eason and Black are your top 5. Over the grass around to Benny. Now we will try and keep our eye throughout the entire field, of course. We like to see how everybody's getting on with several classes. You can see the difference. Oh no! What's happened to Alex Keens? He's lost power. Coming up towards the Honda Curve. Is he out? Oh, he's down to 6th, 7th, 8th. Oh, it's like he's lost gears, and the hazards are on, and that's the Giustino's. It might be game over in race number 3 of the weekend. Nose to tail under Hatchets. That was the 81. So, with Keynes out of the picture now, Hickton takes the lead. Ronnie Smith is down into 3rd position as they come round to Benny, and that's Sam Gornall, who has finished 2nd place in both races so far this weekend. He'll be more eager than anybody to make the jump up to the top step. James Black, thanks to the unfortunate incident for Keynes, is now back up into 4th place. That would be his best finish of the season too, but a long, long way to go. Now Keynes, I believe, is still out on track. So maybe he has found the power unit again. Just looked like he missed a gear, but then he just kept going backwards. Yellow flags out. Down the start finish. Harry Hickton then will be the big winner here. A 1.5 second lead over Sam Gornall, then Ronnie Smith, James Black. Callum Eason running in 5th, 4th in class. So if things stand, and this is a big if, Sam Gornall would be picking up his 4th podium potentially and his 3rd second place of the weekend. Jamie Keats running in 6th right now. He's had a win and a 3rd place. He's not been off the podium yet in Pembrey. He loves this track. Gap has been closed considerably to Hickton. It's still Sam Gornall right up behind him. Then just about a second or so gap to Smith and Black, as Hickton on screen right now, and he has got some serious company. Gornall wants number 1 to walk away from Pembrey. Hickton, after a fantastic opening round of the championship, has not had it all his own way at Pembrey. Of course, bonus point for fastest lap as per many of the championships we have. But now coming under pressure again from James Black. So 2 races in pairs at the front of the pack. Hickton and Gornall, Smith and Black, and then we go back to Fairbrother. Fairbrother ahead of Keats. Keats again looking for a potential 3rd podium this weekend alone. And look at this racing. This is finding the slipstream, filling the rear view mirror. All Hickton will be able to see is the windscreen of Sam Gornall. Ryan Hatchett's great corner. And there's our 2 pairs of drivers. No change, Hickton, Gornall, Smith and Black. Now we've seen it a couple of times across the day when you've got to be looking forwards as well as looking back. It's not easy to do. James Black behind them up the inside of Ronnie Smith. Can he make it stick? Yes, he does. No, Smith gets it back around to Benny. And Black goes to the inside again, around towards the centre S's. Back up front is two great challengers in Gornall and Black, chasing their men, Hickton and Smith. So closely matched these vehicles, it does come down to driver skill and experience. Second in rookie class night now, Chandler down in around about 12th position in the 35, then will be third place in rookie in the 95. Oh, a little bit wide there for Ronnie Smith. Not enough for Black to take advantage. Gornall looks to the left-hand side. Is he going to go for the cutback here? He'll move to the inside, go for the switch. No, Hickton's too good for that. Around to Benny, around all of the spectators. They are getting a treat again. Alex Solly right now down in 8th position. That's not where he wants to be. He won race number 2. Came in second in the championship. But only managed 8th in race number 1. He did start 5th on the grid mine, so he's lost places. And you get the feeling Harry Hickton will have to endure this onslaught from Sam Gornall for the next 4.5 minutes. He's already been going about the same length. And every single lap right now is rinse and repeat. Right, let's have a look at the battle behind the front 4. That is Keats ahead now of Fairbrother. Then Solly and Marinan. Oh, Solly moves to the inside. No, goes a bit early. And surely Fairbrother can't get around on the outside going that wide, so Solly might take advantage. He'll be on the outside going round to Benny as they go around Spitfires. So this is a great race, these 4. Keats, Fairbrother, Solly, Marinan. This is for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th overall right now, but Solly is leading class over Marinan. And Keats 4th in class, Fairbrother 5th, so it might seem like it's a race for one position. It's not, it's a race for many. No change at the top. If anything's changed at the top, don't worry, we'll come back to it, especially for the last lap. Very difficult to overtake around the Honda curve. Solly to the inside, foot down. Can he get past Fairbrother and or Keats? He'll get past Fairbrother, have the inside line. Has Keats gone too wide? No, cuts in at the last minute to Hatchets, and Solly will pick up 1 place. So now Keats in front of him in the blue, Solly in the yellow, Fairbrother in the teal and grey, and then behind them Marinan in the 81 and the red and white. Right, let's have a look back at the front where it's still Hickton over Gornall and Smith over Black. 2.5 minutes remaining. That means 2, potentially 3 laps. The race is over when they cross the finish line, and there is 0 seconds on the clock. Sad to see a few cars coming into the pits. Ashley Gregory out of the race and in the pit lane, as is Stephen Chandler of Chandler Motorsport, and also got his teammate down there too, Cameron Wood. So not a great day for Chandler Motorsport or Ashley Gregory Racing. We of course saw Alex Keynes leave early too, also in the pit lane. So 4 minis in the pit lane right now, and Solly's got through, as I was mentioning those. He's picked off 1 more, so he will move into 5th position. Whether he's got time to catch the likes of James Black and Ronnie Smith, it's running out of time. Oh, another one on the infield here. We're losing 5 cars of the 25. We lost 1/5 of the starters in this mini challenge race. They've got plenty of time though to fix the cars before the next round. And this will be our penultimate lap now. They'll get round one more time. In fact, no, this will be, well, it'll be so close whether this is the last lap or not. It will literally be within seconds of whether they cross the finish line with more than 0 seconds on the clock. And there's no way on earth that Harry Higton is going to slow things down to make sure that happens. This is blood full of racing spirit in all of these guys and girls. We've seen some defensive masterclasses this weekend, and it's another one from Harry Higton. Everything Sam Gornall has thrown at him, and to be fair, Higton hasn't given him many opportunities. Absolutely no mistakes whatsoever. Right rear off the asphalt as they go round Brooklands hairpin. The drifting right-hander around Woodlands, then just the Honda curve. Smith still ahead of Black behind them. And then Solly, a great move to go up to 5th place. But it will be a championship extending win for Harry Higton. His first of the weekend, he got there in the end. And what a sweet way to leave South West Wales. Sam Gornall, second for the 3rd time this weekend. Bittersweet, I'm sure. Ronnie Smith picks up a 3rd place and an overall podium. James Black finishing in 4th place, likewise to Gornall, just couldn't get past his man. Alex Solly will round out his weekend with a 5th place finish after a win in race number 2. Then Fairbrother, Keats, Marinan. A great 4-way battle for the guys from 5th down to 8th.
But we'll wait and see what the stewards have to say about it.
So we lost 5 cars in the final race for the minis this weekend. And Harry Higton came into the weekend with the championship lead, and he will leave with it too. We'll get our final confirmed positions on the screen now. Harry Higton, your winner by 2600ths of a second over his teammates at Westbourne Motorsport. Great way for them to end the visit to South West Wales. Ronnie Smith, yet another rookie win for Chandler Motorsport. Then James Black through the kitchen sink of Ronnie Smith, but couldn't get past for Graves Motorsport. His teammate Alex Solly in 5th, came through the field in the last few laps. Then it gave Fairbrother top man for Accelerate Motorsport. Jamie Keats likewise for Performance Tech Racing. Then Luca Marinoni Osborne, Callum Eason, Reece Hurd, Frankie Taylor, Joshua Wilby, Leo Purchase and Harvey Reeby. Alex Solly getting the bonus point for fastest lap. And I understand Ian Waterhouse is raring and ready with our racing top 3. We will go down to him very shortly.
Guys in, I think they're going to go for Harry first.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to Park. Look at what this means for Harry Higton. He's come close all weekend. Come on, mate. Well done. Come close all weekend, Harry, but what does that mean, that one?
Yeah, that's just fantastic. Just caps a good weekend. You know, the theme of this weekend was just picking up points, and that's what we did.
Yeah.
And to cap it off with a win, you know, really good points, that's just amazing.
Fantastic weekend for you, buddy. What does it mean then for the championship? Because that's what you got your eye on this year, haven't you?
Yeah, 100%. It's just fantastic, you know. It means everything. It's you know, that's what we're pushing for. We're working really hard, and that's the aim. So results like these and weekends like this as a whole are just fantastic. So we
mentioned for the team.
Yeah, the team have been fantastic. I mean, everything, the car, everything about them is amazing. The management and everything. You know, James and Ish, my mechanic, they've been fantastic. So
I'm really sorry. You're desperate to get that helmet off, aren't you? Go celebrate. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Let's grab Ronnie Smith, shall we? Because Sam's just having a quick chat over there. Ronnie, congratulations, mate. That was fantastic racing from you. It's so tight in these minis, but 3rd outright. Got to be delighted.
Yeah, very happy. Obviously, as you can see, there's nothing in it. So
Didn't know which cap to put on, did you then?
No, that one's a bit small. So yeah, there's nothing in it, as you can see. So making mistakes can be costly. Luckily, I got away with a few, but Sam and Harry both very fast. Just got away a little bit. So then it was worth just fighting my life off the third.
You're going to get that W this season. You reckon you can beat these guys at some point?
Oh yeah, it will come. I have no doubts. It will come.
Good man.
It's only my second race in the thing, so it will come. No doubts.
Right, well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of the day, won't you? Where is he's over there? Is Sam? Again, unfortunately, Sam. It's been a tough weekend, hasn't it? He took the win in race 1, but him and Harry were actually finished first and second, but they were demoted a place each. Let's grab Sam, shall we? I wonder if we can have a quick chat. Sam, it's been, from a championship point of view, a pretty solid weekend, hasn't it? But I can't help but sense perhaps you're a little bit disappointed you haven't got that W.
I mean, we got the first win taken off us on race 1, but no, it was about scoring points. It's a long championship. I knew Harry was quick, so I was just tagging on the back of him and just trying to break away from the pack. I was happy with the second. It's good points and puts us in a good step forward for the next round.
I think myself and everybody watching is very much looking forward to this challenge between you and Harry for the rest of the season. It's going to be something special, isn't it?
Yeah, even though we're teammates, it is going to be tough racing, but no, we have a lot of respect for each other, so yeah, it'll be nice and clean.
How have you dealt with the challenges here at Pembrey? Because it's not that often we come here, is it?
Yeah, so it's my first ever time here this weekend, and I've learned the track quite quickly, and I think we're really dialed in now.
Fantastic. Congratulations, mate. Go celebrate. Enjoy the rest of the weekend as well, won't you? That is it, though, for the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy. They've finished up here at Pembrey. 3 races. They've been absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to Jamie Keats, who took the win in race 1. Alex Solly, of course, earlier today took the win in race 2. And Harry Hickton's finally gotten on to the top step of the podium here this weekend at Pembrey. A lot more still to bring. Just a reminder, if you're watching on the BARC YouTube channel, do hit that like button and subscribe as well. All the coverage we bring you is completely free for you to watch. If you hit that subscribe button, it helps us and it just means we can continue to bring even more live motorsport action in 2024. I really hope you've enjoyed the coverage whilst we've been here as well. We can see Keynes' car, unfortunately, the man who started on pole, didn't quite go to plan for him this afternoon, but has had a solid start to the season overall in general. And next up, though, we do have the Junior Saloon Car Championship, third and final race of the weekend. Harry Smith and Josh Salvadore going toe to toe. Smith has 1 win this weekend. Salvadore has 1 win this weekend. Now it's the undisputed, a bit like we saw last night, didn't we, between Fury and Usyk. It's the undisputed challenge here for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's going to be Salvadore. Is it going to Smith, or is it going to be somebody else? Well, we're going to find out very shortly indeed. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Ewan, who's going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Ian. Coming up next, it is our final race, and all of these will be final races now, of course, for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And this is what things looks like as we run through to the end of the day. So Junior Saloons, of course, ignore the timings on the left-hand side. These were original times. 2:45 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. That's getting underway in about 5-10 minutes' time. Then our final race of the weekend for the pickup truck racing. Matt Simpson going to make it 3 out of 3 potentially. Track Action Racing Club Series at around about 4:15, 4. British Truck Racing Championship. Well, we have been treated to 3 absolute sensational races for them. Drama in every one in completely different ways too. We've got 1 more of those to come. That's our penultimate race of the day here at Pembrey. And then finally, the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship, where you don't have to be Welsh to take part. That is our last race on track. So we'll be here till around about 5:30-ish, 5:45. So running behind schedule, but no less enjoyable. There's plenty of sport going on, of course, but none more so important than Crawley getting promoted to League One. That is the highlight of the day. Oh, there's a Grand Prix on as well, isn't there? See our marshals on grid, waiting for our Junior Saloons to leave assembly to make the very short trip round the Honda curve onto the start line. That's one of our track cars coming into the pit lane. You can ignore that one. Let's see our grid though in just a moment. Josh Salvadori taking the win in race number 2. So let's have a look. Row number 1, Josh Salvadori having a wonderful weekend alongside Jonathan Moore. He was 5th place race number 2. Row number 2, Luca Maserati and Oliver Kerr. In row 3, Harry Smith, the championship leader coming into the weekend alongside James Sherrington. On row 4, Kieran Roberts and Ollie Law. And on row number 5, Jake Renshaw alongside Jude Cooper. Jonathan Moore on the front row there, came into the weekend 2nd in the championship.
I haven't got any responsibilities to anybody. I haven't, fortunately. Have you? So I haven't, no. I'm lucky chap. You are? Yeah, I have no responsibilities to anybody. I found out years ago that it's better.
Now, we're yet to see a... Well, I'm not saying one doesn't exist. I've just not had time to look at a updated championship standing. Just to bring you back the rest of the grid, though. Wilf Butler and Carl Wells on 6. Will Cruden and Bertie Bream on 7. Row 8, Harvey Kersley, son of Alex and the Coupes fame. Lewis Stannard. Row number 9, Sherry Powell and Ben Smiles. And row number 10, Francisco Howitt and Lexi Powell, making her debut this weekend after watching her dad do very well in the truck racing throughout these 2 days. Still waiting for confirmation of that truck result. I'll have a look shortly and see if there is an amended results list. So the guys and girls are waiting patiently. They will do 1 lap. Green flag. They'll set themselves back on the grid and then they'll get themselves going. Just remind ourselves from the results from race number 2. There's of course Josh Salvadori ahead of Harry Smith, who's had a 1st and a 2nd place this weekend. Kieran Roberts got his 2nd podium out of 2 races. And then Jonathan Moore ahead of Oliver Law. Now initially Oliver Law crossed the line before Jonathan Moore. However, he's got a 1-place penalty for getting an unfair advantage. So that drops Law from 4th to 5th. Then James Sherrington, Luca Maserati, Oliver Kerr, Kyle Wells and Wilf Butler. We are top in race number 2. So Salvadori, a 2nd place finish in race number 1 yesterday, a win in race number 2 today. So the 3 guys we had on the podium is the same 3. So 3 chaps have locked out the podium places so far this weekend. Can anybody else get themselves into the top 3 positions? Once again, you know the score. 15-minute race. Jonathan Moore would love to be in the top 3 places. He's front row of the grid alongside Salvadori, and he's had a 6th place finish and a 5th place finish right now. But he came into the weekend in 2nd place in the standings. He will not be there right now because that will belong to Josh Salvadori after his impressive 2nd and 1st so far. They'll weave their way around the Honda curve, set themselves on the start line. On the left-hand side, Josh Salvadori. On the right-hand side, Jonathan Moore. Behind them, Luca Maserati and Oliver Kerr. Then third on the left, Harry Smith in the number 10, your championship leader.
Maserati and Kerr, Smith and Sherrington.
They will get
Then it's Roberts and
5 red lights. The lights will then go out, and we go racing for the final time in Junior Saloons this weekend.
Lights are on.
The lights go out, the pedals go down,
Not the best of
and they will be off.
Kerr.
Every single race this weekend, Hatchett's, the first corner, has been so important. And what a move straight away into the lead and safely round. And everyone, no, one locks up and goes on. I was just about to say everybody round safely. Oh, and a collection as well. As he tried to regain his place on the racetrack, just picked off the front of the bumper. They come sweeping round the bendy. And then through the Senna S's. And let's pick up for certain, Salvadori will lead through the first half of the opening lap. A windscreen coming off there for the Vinna Motorsport car. Last race of the weekend, that can be replaced tomorrow.
So back towards us to complete lap number 1, and before they do that, if you are the owner
First time round Woodlands.
STA, a Volkswagen Transporter, could you move that vehicle immediately, please? And Salvadori leads them across the line from Mora Maserati out onto the grass.
Again, please do forgive lack of pictures coming through to our screens here in the commentary box. We're relying on the first couple of corners, we can actually see out the box here. Unfortunately, has been the story of the weekend so far. We're bringing the best coverage we possibly can. They sweep round Spitfires, and it is Salvadori that leads over Jonathan Moore, then Maserati and Roberts. So Salvadori has got exactly the start he wanted, going for his 3rd consecutive podium and 2nd consecutive race win. The only loser in the first lap or so, Oliver Kerr, dropping from 4th back to 6th right now. Harry Smith retains 5th place. It's Kieran Roberts, the other winner. He started in 7th place and up to 4th. Kieran Roberts, like we mentioned earlier, looking for his 3rd consecutive podium of the weekend, 3rd place in our opening 2 races. And he wants to make it a hat-trick.
Roberts, Smith, Kerr and Ollie Law. Cooper, Kershaw and Butler.
Salvadori confidently round to lap number 3. It is still more behind him. And this weekend will be a massive confidence boost. And he was third. Well, he was third. Now, of course, he is definitely 2nd in the championship.
Down towards centres now. They're almost 3 abreast as they approach.
He and Smith have shared 1st and 2nd in the first couple of races.
In the right direction.
25 points for a win, 22 for 2nd. So they have shared. They've each got a piece. 47 points this weekend, not accounting for fastest laps. And look at this battle going on further down the order. That is the battle for 10th place. Butler, Welsh, Sherrin, Crewston, Stannard and Kersley. And they'll find their line. And this is full send, pedal on the floor down the start-finish straight. And then, who can hold off the longer? Who breaks last? Into the hairpin and round. Oh, one onto the grass around to Benny. And just making the way back on. Is that Wells in the 448? They snake around the centre S's. It's Harvey Kersley in the 88, well in this fight for, well, multiple places on offer. They will often go 3 wide into these turns. Welsh leads the way over Sherrin, Stannard, Crewston and Renshaw. This is a fight for 10th place onwards, remember. Salvadori still leads over Moore. Maserati up to 3rd place. Roberts in 4th, then Smith, Law, Kerr and Cooper. Oh, bit of a lock-up. But takes a tight line. Oh, that worked. That was fantastic. Crewston. Oh, one goes off. That is Stannard, I think, in the number 19. Gets back on track, though.
As if nothing had happened.
This is brilliant junior saloon racing. Oh, lock up again. That's the number 8. Bream. And I'm glad we're focusing on this race here. If anything changes at the front, we will absolutely let you know and come back to it. But this is about giving everybody their right to be at the front of the show when they're putting on a display like this. You won't see many series with this many cars this close to one another, battling for essentially the lower places, but every point and place is pride and matters. Wells, Sherrin, Renshaw, Bream, Crewston, Butler and Kersley. Just about having enough grip to get around some of these corners, holding on. They know exactly what to push and why to show the slightest bit of restraint. No change in his top 4. Salvadori is like he's on train tracks at the front of this race. Every single apex, every breaking point, hitting all of them. Jonathan Moore, Maserati and Smith. Still so many spectators and families on the banks around Pembrey. It's such a good place to park your car. The RM first come first served, but if you can get here early and you're visiting Pembrey, you want to be around Spitfires and Debenny, or if not around the Essex. And so much banking from a spectator perspective. It is one of the best places to come and watch motorsport. They have formed a natural mini dome around many of the turns. Another race going on towards the back of the pack.
Now we saw, we were talking about Maserati earlier on and how he seems to be the place man all the time. Well, Luca seems to have got it together this time. He was up to 4th when it all went a bit pear-shaped. Not the place for him at the moment. Happy to get on the podium. Sure.
Just under 6 minutes remaining of the allotted 15.
And Smith has now gone up onto the back door of Maserati.
James Sherrington, who has had a 4th place and a 6th place finish, was looking to improve. However, sitting in 10th right now, and in that race we've spent so much time watching.
another of the rapid laps.
Bertie Bream just holding off his man in the car number 8.
8 laps complete.
Oh, one goes wide, off onto the grass. Not as bad as we saw earlier. Oh, but that is digging in. There is an issue there. That looks like the front axle's gone, and that is not going to move. Those tyres look to be digging in, and the surface shouldn't be particularly soft after some rain yesterday, but it has been pretty hard going this afternoon. Sunshine for the last 24 hours. So we will get a yellow flag certainly in that corner. Fingers crossed though, it doesn't stop the race. And that will be a car to collect out of the Honda curve outside banking after this conclusion.
Coming down the start-finish straight, and that is Lexi Powell. So Lexi's still getting a track time.
And there's another one slowing down. That's Powell. In fact, Powell's a back runner. So he's just letting those cars go through. He was already a lap down on these guys. So not in this race going on right now. And he's done really well there. That is showing some racing knowledge just to get out the way. Well, the race is on at the front. Salvadori, Moore, Smith and Maserati. They're only separated by officially, well, 2.5 seconds on the timing. But as you can see, in vision, it is tiny, tiny amounts. And Harry Smith doesn't want to let any points drop here, but he might have to settle for that, because it'll be tricky for him to pass Jonathan Moore and or Salvadori. And as Smith chases Moore, it's going to give Salvadori a chance just to pick up a 10th here or there. They go tight into the corner. Maserati follows. Roberts is going to get a chance here to pick up some space as well. Kieran Roberts, he's the man that's had the 2 podiums already. Currently lying in 5th. Big job if he wants to make it 3 out of 3. And Moore yet to have a podium this weekend. He's only, I say only, because he's second in the championship, a 6th and a 5th thus far. And he doesn't just want a podium, he wants a win.
Up to the karting pits they come. Under 2 minutes now.
And depending on when they cross the start-finish line, they're going to get 2 more laps in. Yes, they will. There'll be 2 more laps to complete.
More in second, then Harry Smith goes through in 3rd. It's really about those.
The fight for the front 4 goes on. Not quite close enough to make a move at Hatchett's. Robertson Law closing the gap to that front 4. They don't want to get caught off guard here.
And I think Salvador is probably not the edge here. He's just going to hang on to this, because if anything, that gap seems to have grown.
That's Roberts ahead of Law in the grey car behind. And even that's letting Kerr in. Cooper and Co. Too much of a bridge to gap, 6 seconds down on these front 7. So none of these placings are settled yet at all.
Salvador, 1:11, 1:32, that was some time ago. Yes, 45 seconds left on the clock. Here he comes into Honda, so this will be the start of the final lap.
Make their way round Woodlands. No change. Running out of opportunities. This is your penultimate, final lap. We've had the penultimate. You just want to continue, don't you? And this has been brilliant from Josh Salvadori. And he is potentially going to end the week with a second place and 2 wins. Harry Smith at the moment will also take 3 podiums, and he'll have been on every single spot, first, second and third. And Moore looking to finally, locks up slightly, getting a bit overexcited, still work to do yet. And there are just 2 more turns to wrap up a sensational weekend for Josh Salvadori. The Chandler Motorsport driver will cross the start-finish line for the final time this weekend, and it is the double. Jonathan Moore on the podium for the first time the weekend. Harry Smith makes it 3 out of 3. Salvadori from pole led every single lap and deservedly takes his second successive win. Moore finally makes his way onto the podium after a challenging weekend, so he'll have there is light at the end of the tunnel. And Harry Smith, he'll still be the championship leader, but that will have been cut.
We'll go downstairs now and try and get a word, I'm sure, with the top 3. And the youngsters are always happy to talk to us and want to celebrate their racing.
Here are your official results. Josh Salvadori, 13 laps completed, and it was never more than 1.5 seconds thereabouts to Jonathan Moore. Great from start to finish from those 2. Likewise, Harry Smith and Luca Maserati, 3rd and 4th position. Then the real racing, the battle and overtakings for Kieran Roberts, Oliver Law and Oliver Kerr. And then that race for 8th and onwards was never ending. Cooper ahead of Wells, James Sherrington rounds out your top 10. Jake Renshaw, Bertie Bream, Will Crewston and Wilf Butler take 11th to 14th. Salvadori gets the bonus point as well for the fastest lap, set early on lap number 3, 1:11.13. No surprise at all there. The cars are making their way into Parc Ferme, and Ian Waterhouse looks and sounds ready. So we'll just let them get out their cars, give them a second to breathe, and we'll hand down to Ian Waterhouse.
Here he is, Josh Salvadori. What a weekend it has been for him. 2 wins and a second place. He's got to be absolutely delighted with it. He's just receiving some plaudits and some... What is this, Josh? What is that? Some Nozeco. Look, right. So should we put it? Let's have a chat, because what a weekend it's been for you. 2 wins and a second place. Come on, Josh. How are you feeling after this one?
It's pretty good. I mean, got a lot of points in the bag.
You're unshakable, Josh. You're too calm and cool. You know, go nuts, go crazy. But no, it's been a sensational performance from you. And of course, you managed to keep Harry behind you pretty much all weekend.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, race 1 I think was unfortunate because, you know, got past his contact, but without that, would have won.
You can't see it on the camera, but I can tell you, those eyes got a big smile. Well done, Josh. Go celebrate. You deserve it, mate. Congratulations. Let's grab Jonathan Moore, shall we? Because it's... John, we just grab a quick word with you if we can. It's a great way to finish a weekend. It's not been the best weekend for you overall, but this is a way to finish it on a high, right?
Yeah, I mean, we missed out on Friday testing because of GCSEs. So the first lap of the tracking a year pretty much was in-paid practice before qualifying. Put it P1 in that session, first time out, so that was the pace has always been there. But a couple of messy races on my part more than anything cost us. Although it's a pretty positive end to a fairly what could have been weekend, I suppose.
So you said your GCSEs on Friday. You got any exams coming up this week?
English literature on tomorrow, 2.5 hours, so a bit of a stinker. And then, to be honest, I'm not sure after that. I take it one by one, but
That is insane. Racing at Pembrey at the weekend and then straight into GCSE. Well, look, best of luck with your exams. All right, stay in school, kids. All right, let's keep going, shall we? And grab Harry for one final time, shall we? Harry, it's still been a pretty decent weekend overall, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we had the first race, second earlier on today, and then a third now. To be honest, I wanted to go for a bit more, but I mean, starting fifth, expectations would have been high for a win. But obviously, I got a good launch into fourth. Was battling with Kieran for a few laps till I eventually got past him. Then caught up to Luca. He was defending really well, to be fair to him. And then I caught up to Johnny and Josh, and me and Johnny were pretty much bang equal pace the whole race, so it was hard to catch. Like, I gained in some places, he'd pull in others. But no, main thing is Carl's home in one piece, and there's a really good haul of points this weekend.
Yeah, it has been. Congratulations, Harry. Good weekend for the championship. I don't know what the championship standings look like right now, but I imagine Harry Smith is probably still top of the table. But Josh Salvador would have really eaten into that this weekend. So the Junior Saloon Car Championship draws to a close here at Pembrey. That's not it, though, because we still have the pickup trucks there next. We've still got another race for track action, another race for the Welsh Sports and Saloon Championship, and, of course, the final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. I'm going to hand over to Ewan to talk you through the next race. Enjoy, everyone.
Cheers, Ian. Great to hear from our top three drivers. And yeah, we're coming back to the Pickup Truck Racing Championship now, where it has been the Matt Simpson show, to be perfectly honest, for these two races so far. A winner of them both, and at a canter comfortably too. So we'll see our grid coming up in just a moment. He's not yet been on pole position, Matt Simpson. Qualifying this year so far has never seemed to go quite his way. And we do have a reverse grid in race number 3 as well. So it's difficult to him, unless he has a good qualifying, never going to find himself at the front. But that doesn't seem to faze him at all. It'd be interesting to see a table, like we have in the minis, of the drivers that have picked off the most places, because I've mentioned this before already this weekend, but Matt Simpson, the first 2 races of the championship, which were held at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit just at the beginning of April, he started the first 2 races at the back of the grid and won them both. So there seems to be not a lot anybody can do to stop him right now.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
And before we go pickup truck racing, as ever, the intrepid Ian spoke to a couple of the drivers before we do get underway with our final race of the weekend for the pickups.
Right, everybody, we're here back in assembly area. It is the final race of the weekend for the pickup truck races. Are my favourite, I've got to be honest. I absolutely love these. Big question, of course, there's Dale down there. Can he or anybody stop Matt Simpson from making a hat-trick of wins here this weekend at Pembrey? Of course, that is what we're going to find out at the sharp end. But a little bit further back, we've got Ryan Hadfield here. Let's have a quick... We haven't spoken to Ryan yet. Ryan, I feel terrible. I haven't spoken to you yet this weekend. How's it been for you?
Well, we've managed to keep out of trouble so far.
That's important, yeah.
We had a fueling issue for the last race, so we didn't manage to quite make it out, but hopefully we've got that sorted now and we'll be moving forward.
Now it's the final race of the weekend, of course, for the pickups. Does everybody get a little bit more racy because it's the final one?
I don't know, judging at the last race, it couldn't get much worse.
You said it, I didn't say anything. Look, right, best of luck out there, enjoy it, won't you, mate?
Thank you very
take
much.
it home safely. Thank you very much, Ryan Hadfield there. Let's move around a little bit. We've got Tom. Jumbo, I ain't spoke to Tom yet, either this weekend. How you doing, mate? You alright?
Good, you? Yeah, not bad.
How's your weekend been?
Yeah, not bad really. We had a bit of a problem yesterday, and today we managed to get a good result in the first one, 6th. So hopefully we can get another good one today.
Well, we've had a couple of times around now already. Yeah. Third and final time this weekend. Conditions are absolutely perfect. Yeah. Are you feeling racy for this one? What can we do from here?
Hopefully move forward. Just got to get my head down and hopefully stay out of trouble. Yeah. And we can end up with a good finishing.
No concerns about tyres or anything?
No, these seem pretty good. These new Hoosiers don't seem to wear as much as the Avons, so yeah, we should be good, hopefully.
Man, Tom, thanks for talking to us, appreciate it. I'd better get out of the way because we've got cars reversing in, it's getting loud here in the assembly area for the pickup trucks. Look at these machines, oh my god, I absolutely love them. Right, time to get underway. Pickup truck racing, race 3 of the weekend. Matt Simpson seeking a hat-trick of wins. Can he do it? Let's find out.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, Matt Simpson going to make it 3 out of 3 potentially. But first of all, we'll have a little look at the grid because once again, he won't be on that front row. I should mention Eric Bolton, who was 9th in race number 1, qualified 8th in race number 2, but actually finished 3rd and on the podium. We didn't sort of call that out at the time. And he's also on the front row in race number 3. So Eric Bolton having a really high end to his weekend. Then you've got Mark Willis in the 65. Row number 2, Michael Smith and Dean Tompkins. Dean Tompkins 4th in race number 1 and 4th in race number 2. He is looking for a podium finish, Dean Tompkins. Then you've got Dale Gent and the ever important and incredibly impressive Matt Simpson in this championship this year. Row number 4, Alan Cooper and Jonathan Hadfield. And on row number 5, Chris Brockhurst and Tom Hutchins. And they've all made it out. We should just have a couple more on row number 6. Yes, we do. Ryan Hadfield and Daniel Fisher make it the full 12 for race number 3. I did have a very quick chat with Team Relsert Racing during the lunch break, who are watching. Thank you for tuning in. And it's top secret what they're doing next year. I did get an inkling. I won't say a single word, but it is it's going to be brilliant what they bring onto the track, hopefully in 2025. So watch this space for Team Relsert Racing next year. They are behind closed doors in the dark with the torches working on their project, alongside stitching plenty of t-shirts, caps and printing on cars. They're a busy family and we do miss them from the paddock. Right, we are behind the pace car. This is a rolling start for the pickups. Front row, Eric Bolton. And alongside him, the number 65, Mark Willis. He did have a second place finish in race number 1, but then it all went wrong after qualifying so well in race number 2. An incident around Debeni. So looking to make amends. Bolton on the left, Willis on the right. They will not race until they get past the hairpin. Make that very clear. No racing till they're past the hairpin. And there we go. And now we can put our foot down. A unique start to the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, race number 3. And just a few more races to come here at Pembrey, so don't go anywhere. Mark Willis straight into the lead, past Eric Bolton. He means absolute business, does Mark Willis. And again, it didn't go his way earlier on in race number 2. And it wasn't really his fault, span out, but can he make amends in race number 3? Just had a chat with Tom Hutchins, the number 29, bit of a lock-up, we're all okay, we're still racing. Yeah, Tom Hutchins had a 6th place finish in race number 2. He is again looking to improve on that. He was at the back of the pack in race number 1. So it's nice to see all of our drivers and where they progress throughout the weekend. As Ian said, they know the racetrack now. It's race number 3. We don't have to sort of save the car for races 2 and 3 because we are here. So it is all guns blazing for the next 18 laps. So this is an 18-lap race. The first 2 are 14 laps for the pickups, a little bit longer in the 3rd race of the weekend. So Matt Simpson already into 4th position from 6th. Expect to see him do everything he can to just pick off the places as we move our way around the track. Behind him, Dale Gents. Gents had a 3rd place finish in race number 1 and a 2nd place finish in race number 2. Can he make one more step up and stand on top of the podium? He's got a big race on his hands. Simpson all over the back of Tompkins for 3rd place right now. He's a very difficult man to defend against. Mark Willis, arguably the most experienced driver on the grid in pickup truck racing. He's in the top 3 of the championship as far back as 2014. He's 5 times he's been second or third. He'll hate me reminding him of that. Oh, a nudge in the back! That's a little bit naughty. But hey, early on the brakes, or was it late on the brakes for Willis and Bolton? That'll give Tompkins a chance just to pick up a fraction of a second, but that's all you need sometimes in pickup truck racing. They're so evenly matched. Matt Simpson watching very closely like a hawk, trying to spot any single mistake at all that he can capitalise on. You have a look up the inside of Tompkins, won't take it this time. Oh, again they go, really 3 touching abreast. And this gives a chance for Gent, Smith, Cooper, those behind, to start looking for gaps themselves. Dale Gents smells blood.
Don't know who that was. Tompkins still there in front.
They whistle round the Honda curve. And we're focusing on the front 5 right now, but let me tell you, oh, a spin out, what happened there? That is Eric Bolton from pole position, and another spin. What's it? Hey, hang on, there's something here. Is there's double yellow flags. Is there something on the ground here? That is 2 cars inexplicably have spun out, approaching Hatchett's hairpin. We weren't aware of any spilled oil, and I'm sort of speculating here. There are marshals at that corner. Surely they would definitely spot it if there was on the ground, or maybe just a pure fluke that both these cars came off at exactly the same time in the same place, and seemed to spin out to the left as well, which is quite bizarre. So Tompkins now under pressure from Matt Simpson, goes onto the grass, big dive into the nose, picking up turf, big divots, and that's another one gone to the back. And he'll drop down the timing order. Dale Gents looking to go up the inside of Matt Simpson, and nobody spins out that time. That was quite bizarre, wasn't it? And this lets Willis get away by 2.5 seconds. Then Simpson, Gent, these are the perennial championship leaders, and then of course Rhys Jones, the 2-time consecutive champion, not racing this season, having a break. Oh, Dale Gents, that is brave, around the Brooklands hairpin on the inside, and not many people overtake Matt Simpson. That is exactly what Dale Gent has done. Another incredibly experienced pickup truck racing driver, and saying to Matt Simpson, nah, you're not going to have all this all your own way this weekend. And he will now lead the chase on the back of Mark Willis. Willis can just ignore all this. He'll be conscious of it in his rear view mirror, but of course doesn't need to get involved. And another inside on Matt Simpson. That is Smith. Oh, but he can't quite get the power down soon enough and get enough grip around Spitfire. Matt Simpson is under attack here in race 3. Didn't see this one coming. Michael Smith, what a move that would have been. He was 5th in race number 2, Michael Smith, and also 5th in race number 1. Sitting 4th right now. Ryan Hatfield sat closely behind. This is brilliant. And Dale Gent is moving away from Matt Simpson. And that is because he's having to concentrate so hard on Michael Smith in his rear view mirror. Not someone having fun on the banking. Should be concentrating on the racing. It's wonderful Oh, what a rear slide. That is Tompkins. He's sitting down in 10th right now from being in the front 4 spaces. And there will be frustration at the hands of the number 21. Cooper in the 72, also on the hunt. And for the neutral, maybe not for the Simpson household, this is exactly what we wanted to see. Simpson under a bit of pressure, sliding out around the Honda curve, as did Michael Smith. Championship leader. This will be the biggest strain he's been under this season. We're only 6 races in. Smith tries to get him on the switchback. Oh, we can lose some time. Just lost the back end ever so slightly going into Spitfires. And all the while, Simpson losing time on Dale Gents, who's picking up time on Mark Willis. We're still 10 laps left of this. Number 42, that is Jonathan Hadfield in the RM Hadfield Haulage sponsored truck. Holding off Eric Bolton, who has another one of those. Or I said holding off, maybe he isn't. He started on pole position, of course, looking to get yet another podium after moving from 8th to 2nd in race number 2. And in fact, even lets Tompkins through. And will he sneak out? Oh, he did take a bit off the back there. That is ever so close. And a slide round. Can he get him on the switch back? Yes, he'll take the speed advantage. Will Tompkins over Hadfield? No, he can't get it done though. The right-hander team came too quickly. Then round to Benny, up towards the S's. Just seeing the distance there. Cooper, Broxhurst and Smith. Smith just 0.8 back of Simpson. No change in your front 2. Let's concentrate. We'll keep with this race right here. And then another attempt by Tompkins. He'll put alongside. Hadfield defending, but not this time. Oh, he has to defend twice. They do swap positions. Hadfield, Tompkins get through, and then Bolton saw an opportunity, but Hadfield wasn't going to let 2 past. There is damage to the left rear. We saw that last time round. I think it was as Tompkins went for the initial overtake towards Hatchets. Again, they lose the rear end. That is the speed and determination they go round the hairpin with. There is less than 1 second separating these 3. Big slide again. Trying to squeeze every single ounce of performance out of these pickups. Back to the front. Look at this. Gent has caught Willis. He's in the crosshairs. Simpson still fending off Smith. Is this the chance that Gent's been waiting for? He'll get a few more goes with 7 laps still to get around on this course. Goes for the inside as Gent got through. He'll have the advantage. Oh, he's going to tail fish. No, he won't. And he does get through. Spitfires. Willis on the outside of Benny. Then moves to the inside towards the centre S's. He'll have the advantage towards the S's. And he's going to get the place back on the inside. Pickup truck racing at its finest. Back comes Dale Gent. They'll go side by side towards Brooklyn's hairpin. The lead chopping and changing. And this lets Simpson and Smith back in the fight for the top spot. A 4-way race for the win right now in race number 3 of the pickups. Every single race has been fantastic. None more so than this one. Mark Willis using all of his experience to fend off Dale Gents. He's got through once, can he get through again? Will it be the same move? Watch out for Simpson and Smith looking to take advantage as well. Lock up from Willis. Smith again, Gent on the inside. It's almost a carbon copy of the previous lap, but this time Gent doesn't get through. Willis holds on, and we breathe for half a second. Simpson and Smith, all the while, watching, waiting. Dale Gents, oh, not quite there. Round Brooklands hairpin. We've got another 5 or 6 minutes of this, folks. Don't go anywhere. Willis looking ever so slightly more comfortable this time round Woodlands. And the almost right hand of the long right hander, almost foot down on the curve. Dale Gents lining up a move. Moves to the inside. Willis won't defend. He'll stick on the outside. He'll go for the switchback. Gents will go through. And Willis, oh, Simpson makes a dive as well. And they rub side by side. And Mark Willis will move from first down to third position. Because as Dale Gent went through, Simpson took advantage and also went for the dive. Smith remains in fourth, then Brockhurst can capitalise in fifth position and close the gap to the top 4. This is absolutely by no means anywhere near over 5 laps remaining. Any one of these could still take the win. Dale Gent, what a performance this has been. He's been on the podium both races so far, a third, a second, and now he leads. Mark Willis will be spitting feathers in the car 65. Held the lead for the first 13 laps, and now it's his turn to line up the inside move. Not this time.
Be a brave man to predict that at the moment. Dale Gent still leads from Simpson from Willis. And if anything now, it looks like...
and this is a 5-man race. Brockhurst right up alongside them there, right behind Smith. They don't want to lose or make a gap to Willis, Simpson and Gents, which is just starting to happen. Oh, and as they touch on the grass as well, that isn't going to help. So a lock up at the back from Willis around the Brooklands hairpin. What an absolute thrill this is. Almost full speed right-hander Woodlands, and a bit of a break into the Honda curve, and we go again.
For a fair patch, it doesn't seem to be being dropped. Made that little mistake, and
is that Brockhurst making a move on Smith in the background? It's such a tight corner. Yes, it absolutely is. Brockhurst does make the move on Smith. He's up to 4th place. Can he close the gap? Just an ever so slight touch on the brakes as they go through Spitspires round to Benny. And back up again towards the S's. It's a very short lap here, similar to the length of Brands Hatch, just over a minute or so. A minute 5, a minute 10. Just the 8 curves, 6 right, 2 left. But what an 8 curves. And the front 3 just start to build a 1.5 second gap on Smith and Brockhurst as they had their own battle, which Brockhurst now leads. That's a good lead for Gent into the hairpin. That's exactly what he wants to have every single time now. Just too much. Any sort of dive from Simpson is not going to be enough with that size of gap going into that hairpin. Simpson needs to be right on the back of him. That, of course, opens the door for Willis, though. You've got to look forwards and you've got to flash a look behind as well. the most difficult position to be in. Right in the middle of a fight like this. Simpson going for 3 wins out of 3. Gent looking to deny him. Take a first win of the weekend. Didn't have the best of starts to the championship in round 1. Didn't finish one of the races. And with hundreds of points up for grabs in each race, it's a massive gap to bridge. As Willis falling off the pace of the tyres going out. Lap number 17. That's closer. That's where he wants to be. Doesn't get it done. And he won't get it done around Spitfires either. Dale Gents has a rear view mirror full of Matt Simpson. But like Mark Willis, Dale Gent has run hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps in a pickup truck. He knows these machines almost better than anyone. And he's got to go around one more time. Gent, Simpson and Willis just falling off the pace. Brockhurst and Smith. This is the important turn here. If Gent can hold on through the hairpin, if Simpson doesn't dive, then that's the number 1 spot for the overtake. Holds on, round Spitfire and DeBenny. Willis is coming back ever so slightly. Simpson continues to need to look back as well as forwards. Around the S's. And up for the final time, the Brooklands hairpin. It will take a mistake now from Dale Gent to lose this one. It's just the long right-hander of Woodlands. This one here. And Simpson now just needs to look back and hold on. Dale Gent though, what a performance from the long-time pickup truck racer. It's a win in race number 3, 3rd in race 1, 2nd in race 2. He'll top the podium to end the weekend for the pickups. Matt Simpson, 2 wins and a 2nd step of the podium. And Mark Willis, after a 2nd place in race number 1, a pole position for race 2, but a spin sent him to the back of the field. He will end the week with another podium in 3rd. Brockhurst and Smith 4th and 5th, Cooper in 6th, Tompkins, Bolton, Hadfield. What a great weekend for pickup truck racing.
So, top 3 then, Jen.
And I think Dale Gents, when he gets to speak to Ian Waterhouse, is going to have the biggest smile in the paddock, and so he should. He had to fight his way through a couple of places. A wonderful move on Mark Willis, which also let Matt Simpson through, and he held on for about 7 laps in the lead. Fantastic racing. There's your official confirmation. Jen also got fastest lap, a 1:03.67. Rapid on lap number 6. Dale Gent, you went out ahead of Matt Simpson and Mark Willis. Then Chris Brockhurst ahead of Michael Smith for 4th and 5th. Alan Cooper, Dean Tompkins, Eric Bolton had a good time out there. Eric Bolton was on the front row, settles for 8th. He wanted to be higher up. Jonathan Hadfield and Tom Hutchins round out your top 10. And at the back, Ryan Hadfield and a non-finish, unfortunately, for Dan Fisher. And they are winding their way round. Ian Waterhouse is waiting patiently to speak to the top 3.
Also, Mark Willis,
cars are arriving in Parc Fermé. And the number 83 of Dale Gent will take the spot next to the number 1. Ian Waterhouse will have a chat with our top 3 drivers.
Simpson. Coming on to the second spot, and finally Mark Willis in the 65 car. So, oh, and he's got a broken windscreen actually, Mark Willis. So doesn't look too good. Last car quite heavily taped up after that second race, of course.
Right, I'm here with the happiest man in Pembrey right now, Dale. Come on, that's how you do it. We spoke after race 2 and you said you were going to go for it, and you had enough.
Yeah, well, it's like the set which is done for it. Reece and Kenny sorting it out for us and that.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit. It's exhausting and that. That was brilliant. I drove my arse off. So no, the team. Honestly, it's all down to the team. Said it before. Since we unloaded, we was on the back foot.
Can we get some of them over? Are they allowed over? Or
they probably can come over.
Yeah, let's get a couple of boys over. Come on, boy.
No, they can't be shy.
They're too scared. Look, we'll put a camera on him anyway.
Yeah, no, it's down to them. I say we was on the back foot from the start when we got here, and from what happened last meeting at Brands, it was sort of a bit of a downer for myself with it all. Yeah. And then coming into it and say, yeah, changing engine, gearbox out 4 or 5 times through the night, late nights and that, and it's paid off. You're where you belong, Dale. You're right at the sharp. It's good to feel back here.
Good to be back. Congratulations. Go enjoy the rest of the day. You certainly deserve it. Another man who's all smiles and all happy, who's had a fantastic weekend. It is, of course, Matt Simpson. Not quite.
You know, we're here for the long run, so it's all about finishing and just keep bagging points. And yeah, you know. His was sort of getting slower and mine was getting stronger. It took a long time for my tyres to come on, because obviously we're on the same set as we was last at Brands, so it's a long season. So we'll take the points.
How long do you expect the tyres to last then?
New one. No one knows. Well, we don't know yet because we've not put none on, but it's going to be 5 points less than bringing the truck home in one piece.
Congratulations. Lovely little story over here, Mark. I was just chatting to you too before. You didn't have a car an hour ago, did you?
Oh dear. No.
I get a bit emotional. Sorry.
But
no, well done, mate.
Do you know what?
Honestly, well done.
Pickup truck's a good old job, and we got it back
out, mate.
We got it back out, and we said, thanks very much.
Well done, top stuff. Right, there you go. Pickup trucks are done and dusted. Mark getting very, very emotional there. That's not it though this weekend. Track action about to head out on track. We've also got the final race for the British Track Racing Championship, and the final race of the weekend will be the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. That's all still to come today. So I'm going to hand back to you and to take you through the action for the next race. Enjoy.
Matt Simpson, who's been on the top step of the podium twice.
Cheers, Ian. Sorry for the break-up in pictures there. Next race on track, as mentioned, is the Track Action Racing Club Series, their final action of their weekend too. Then we'll have the truck racing and the Welsh Sport and Saloons to close out the weekend. But I do believe Ian did speak to a couple of the track action drivers a little bit earlier.
Right, everybody, it's time for the final race of the weekend for Track Action. A wonderful array of cars, and there's going to be a different winner in this one as well. Paul Roddison has won both races so far, but he's gone home. He's got an 8-hour drive, so he's decided to go home. So no Paul Roddison in this one. I've popped down here to grab a quick chat. Andrew Mitchell here, because I love this car. Absolutely love it. What's it like to drive around it?
It's actually quite a nice little track. I haven't been here before, so when I first started out here yesterday, it was quite bumpy. It is quite bumpy, yeah. But the 205's quite good at the more intricate stuff. So I'm just getting used to how far I can push it around.
I was going to say, how long does it take you to get up to speed?
Well, it's taken me about 30 minutes, 2 15-minute races, and I'm up to the speed of those guys now.
So this is the one, right? Third, final race of the weekend. This is the one where we just let everything go.
Well, I want to make sure the car goes home in one piece, but yeah, well,
you look pretty bullish to me.
I can do. Yeah. See if I can make it for the win. And I just heard you say that Roderson's gone home because he's got an 8-hour drive. That's rubbish. He was scared that I was going to beat him.
I think that's right.
No.
Paul Roderson, if you're watching, best of luck. Keep your eyes on this man.
Thank you very much.
Keep your eyes. Thanks for talking to us. Let's move down a little bit further, shall we, and see who else we've talked to. All right, boys. Let's keep going. We've got the Scotting car here as well. We've got Dave Beecroft. Oh, there we go. Fine day again. Final race of the weekend for you. What are you going to do from here?
I'm going to try and keep up with him.
Yeah.
And keep in front of him.
Okay, so stay where you are then, yeah?
Basically, yes.
Cracking ambition there. Nice one, Dave. Let's keep going, shall we? In fact, I think it's probably almost about time to get going, isn't it? Pickup's just about to finish up. So, yeah, who is going to be the winner this time? It does sound like Andrew Mitchell is feeling pretty confident. What about Charles Constable? He's the man who starts on pole. Dan Earl, he's been on the podium in every race so far as well this weekend. Track action about to get underway. It's going to be a different winner, and it's going to be an absolute thriller. I'm going to hand over to you and take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Ian. And the cars are on track. Those interviews just a short while ago in assembly during the pickup truck racing. So a shame to see no Paul Roderson. Everybody's got a long drive home, but he is going back to Goole, which I had to Google map, and it is quite far away, Goole, in the northeast of the country. So we do have on row number 1 Charlie Constable in the one remaining Volkswagen Scirocco. He'll be alongside Daniel. That will be a brilliant race, those two. And the Vauxhall Astra VXR. They've been closely matched throughout the entire weekend, the Astra and the Sciroccos. Second row, Andrew Mitchell in the only Peugeot 205 on the grid, and Scott Abragliano in the Mazda MX-5. Abragliano had an unfortunate race number 1, but did come back to pick the 4th place in race number 2. Row number 3 got Joel Daniels and Dave Beecroft, who we've just heard from, in the Citroen Saxo, and Daniels in the Renault Clio. And then we have the battle of the Peugeot 206 GTIs. CJ Morgan and Jacob Baldry on 4. And on row 5, Dave Scotting and Harley Connolly.
Should have been away at 15.50.
And there should be a couple more. Yes, there is. Excellent. 206s for Mac McCarthy and Noah Checkley. Honda Civic for Anthony Allett, the only one in the field. And the Renault Clio, Paul Evans. They lock out row number 7. So Roderson was going for 3 wins in a row. He was ahead of Constable in both races. So Charlie Constable now, on paper at least, our favourite. Dan Earl in the VXR has taken 3rd place in both races so far. So we are going to see some new faces on the podium, or at least one new face on the podium in race number 3. Because it has been the same 3 for races 1 and 2. 4th place, Joel Daniels in race number 1, Apragliano in race number 4. You kind of guess that may have been Apragliano in race number 1 if he had finished. But he did have some issues and didn't finish. He pulled up quite early on.
Saw him going quite well in the earlier race, and then he pulled off onto the inside by the crossing, or the outside rather, and with that he's done exactly that, pulled it into the end.
I'll do one lap under the green flag conditions. So there is the Scirocco of Constable and the Astra VXR of Dan Earl. They will be the 2 to watch, and waiting to pounce behind them, the Mazda MX-5 of Apragliano. On paper at least, the others shouldn't have the performance to catch those front 2. but we've seen some pretty special things happen on Bark TV over the years. And of course, it's race number 3. It's the end of the weekend. Mechanical issues as the race or the weekend progresses can come to the fore. Just saw Mark Willis there, only just made it onto the track and picked up a podium place. Quite emotional with it. That 33 was the 206 GTI of Jacob Baldry. So Constable on the left, Earl on the right. They will go toe-to-toe into that first corner, which could be pivotal. They're so closely matched. The race can be won or lost that early on. Hopefully not for the neutral. We want to see racing from start to finish. Overtakes at every single corner. And you see the smoke come up. Away they go. Not the best getaway from Charlie Constable. And he will not lead into the first corner. That will be Dan Earl, who kicks on. And it's the Peugeot 205 that has had his absolutely blistering start for Andrew Mitchell. And the MX-5 of Scott Apragliano will pick up third place. One over the grass at the back there. One of the 206s. So, dramatic start to our third race in the Track Action Racing Club Series. Charlie Constable with it all to do. And this hands a massive advantage to Dan Earl, because he should be able to fend off fairly comfortably the 205 and the MX-5. And Constable will need to do everything he can to try and edge past them before he begins a chase, if he even gets up opportunity. Didn't see this one coming. He will go for it. Well, what a move from Charlie Constable around the woodlands and Honda curves. But the MX-5 has the more raw power down the start. Oh, what's that? Lock up there. And he's gone on. Dan Earl locks up into Hatchets, but he had a big enough lead for it not to be too regressive for his race standing. And the MX-5 is a little monster, isn't it?
Second position now then.
Scott Apragliano off the podium so far this weekend. One mechanical and one the other car's just too quick. He's looking to make amends here. Oh, and Constable. There is a lot of cars that go onto that patch there. I don't think they realise how deep the rut is, how dusty it is down there. It's just off the apex. But it is like going over a speed bump at about 90 miles an hour.
Through the Honda curve they come. Yeah, Mitchell, then Daniels, then a bit of a
Peugeot 205 comfortably in fourth, and Daniels the 36 in one of our Clios. Daniels, in fact, just off the podium in race number 1, finishing in fourth position. He's been the best Clio. Another one, Peugeot 206, leaves the track only temporarily. Does let two competitors through, though, in that class. Taking most advantage in the 33 is Baldry. Picks up 2 spots. And in both races so far, the Peugeot 206 GTI class, of which there are 6 on the entry list, they have provided brilliant value for money. Although they're not fighting for overall honours, it has been equally as entertaining as what is going on right at the front. So we will not forget about them. They will get coverage because they're due it. So the top 4 drivers, just to show you how often the variation in the classes here. The front 4 drivers, all class leaders. 205 now, looking to walk in the shoes of the MX-5. We do have the Britannia Marks Cup, which is for Ropers, MGs, Vauxhalls, Lotuses, GT Cup cars. That is the one that Dan Earl is in. We've got the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, which is self-explanatory, 6 cars in that one. The Deutsche Mark Cup, which is Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche and VW, except for Scirocco's, they're in their own class. That is Constable. The Nippon Challenge for the Hondas, Hyundais, Mitsubishi, Mazda, Nissan, Proton, Subaru, Suzuki and Toyota. So that is the one Apragliano is in. All over the back now of Dan Earl. Wow. Just see Constable holding off Mitchell, and also got the Tricolor Trophy for the French marks. So there are 6 classes in total. That's why you see 6 number 1s on the left-hand side, which can be a little confusing. Just ignore the classes if you want to. Apart from the Peugeots, which are completely racing amongst themselves, the rest, we're just enjoying overall honours right now. Because although they vary wildly, much like they will do in the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Champs, the last race of the weekend, even to a higher extent you could say, and we just enjoy watching these cars go around and racing one another. They do promote themselves, the Track Action Racing Club, they were formerly Track Attack, as the most affordable series to enter. They do run as kept as close to possible production specification, apart from, of course, safety and reliability, like your roll cages and things. And so you can almost guarantee that either overall or in class, fastest driver is the winner, not the one with the largest wallet. Oh, a rear wheel slide. Going round the S's. And Dan Earl holding off Apragliano in the MX-5. Oh, big wide goes to the inside, and the little MX-5 is going to pull alongside the BXR, around Spitfire, around to Benny, and take the lead. Well, we were talking about Scirocco's on the way in. It's the Mazda and the Vauxhall providing all the fun right at the front of the field. And Apragliano, after finishing in 4th in race number 2 and falling foul in race number 1, well, he's a race leader in the Track Action Racing Series. The Scirocco of Constable in 4th, and the Peugeot 205 of Mitchell in 4th place. Right up the sharp end and then slipping away just a little bit. I am very happy to be absolutely standing corrected. My prediction at the start of this race that it would be between the Scirocco and the Vauxhall. This is why we tune in to Bark TV on a Sunday afternoon at Pembrey, because you never ever know what is going to happen on track. Now, we've already seen a couple of times in previous races the tyres falling off in race number 3, depending on how many they've brought, of course. They do, again, it is an affordable series to run in. They're not going to be bringing 16 tyres to these events. They're potentially running the same tyres all 3 races. And our Dan Earls just starting to fall off. Here's a battle of the Peugeot 206s. And is Baldry trying to get the inside of McCarthy. Can he stick it round Spitfire? Or will he get advantage on the inside of DeBenny? Yes, he will. He holds it on. McCarthy bends off the challenge of Baldry for the time being.
But it's really about these top 4 cars at the moment.
He's not given up yet, though.
Certainly a good Sunday for
McCarthy and Baldry side to side as they come into the long right-hander Woodlands. Of course, the inside is the advantage. Sticks it in front, McCarthy. They've been trading places here. And behind them, that's Connell in the 43. And this is for 3rd, 4th and 5th in class. So a podium position in class. Big, brave move down the outside of Hatchett's. He'll go for the switchback, and McCarthy will go far too deep, and they'll collide the Peugeots behind. That is Connell trying to pick up the pieces as Baldry goes through. And McCarthy now just needs to hold his composure. Oh, Earl's got through on Apregliano. We missed that as they came through traffic, as they tried to navigate the back markers. Dan Earl has done a job on Apregliano, and Constable is back in this serious fight for 2nd and 3rd now. Oh, what a shame for Apregliano and the MX-5. I know a lot of you at home will have enjoyed seeing that lead over the Astra VXR. And Constable setting up a move to move into 2nd on Apregliano. He won't get it done around Woodlands, maybe at Hatchett's. First up though, Honda Curve, not many moves taking place around there. So Hatchett's coming up, this is the big overtaking place. He's going to look left and right. He's not showing his cards just yet. Moves to the inside and then to the out. But Apregliano is wise to the tactics of the Scirocco. And now he can focus again on the Astra in front. He's already done him once. Can he do him again? And of course, the 205 is brought back into the hunt as well. That's driven by Mitchell. Well, can he take a dive on the Brooklands hairpin? Nearly, not quite. Can he get his foot down towards Woodlands? It's pretty much a straight down there. From Brooklands right round to Hatchett's, it's almost foot down the entire way.
Quite drastically down that Speedway straight in Carter's Curve, and that may well, of course, be...
and there's more traffic. That was a bane for the last lap for Apregliano. They'll have to go through it again. Can they navigate it though? They're going to come up against 3 more Peugeots in a minute. They all get through the first one. And with over 3 minutes of racing remaining, traffic is going to be the big decider, you feel, in this final race for the Track Action Racing. And what a show they have put on across 3 rounds of competition around Pembrey. You see the back markers there, that's the race. That will be Connell, I believe, in the 43 they're coming up against, and it will be Checkley and McCarthy if they get that far.
Not, it'll all be over by the time they get to us here.
All front 4, all class leaders, they won't care one jot about that. This is about first over the line.
Inside at Honda, so it's Honda where they're going to try and do the pass, and Apregliano gets through as well. Constable's got to push on hard.
They will have to navigate traffic.
Goes through and down.
They've got past 1 more. They will catch at least 2 more of these Peugeots, and they probably won't know what part they're going to play. Oh, the Mazda nearly gets through, and in fact the 205 makes a move on Constable. That's Mitchell, but Constable will have advantage around to Benny and then towards the S's. Let's not forget Dave Breecroft, leader in class. He's of course the only car in that class in the number 3. He's driving the Citroen Saxo, 6th overall right now. But he gets through. Apregliano gets through past Dan Earl. Sorry, the pictures just broke up as that happened. Didn't even get to see it. And he's taken advantage of the traffic as well. Dan Earl will get through, but he'll lose half a second or so. Constable in third, Mitchell in fourth. Change of leader once again. And they still might come up against one more Peugeot, or even two, because they're going to try and get past one now. Around Spitfires. And Pragliano takes the long way round to Benny. Earl will follow in the Vauxhall, as will Constable, and the Peugeot doing absolutely the right thing, knowing the situation, slowing down, letting all four go past.
I think that's probably it as far as Tower Enders are concerned, but they won't have another couple yet.
Again, pictures just breaking up slightly. You can see better than potentially I can, often at home. Pragliano leads. And this could potentially be the last lap. We won't find out just yet. If they cross the start-finish line, we're going to count down from 10 seconds. They're going to get maybe one more lap in. Do they cross the start-finish? Yes, we do get one more lap. By the skin of our teeth, we get to enjoy this again. Dan Earl, down the inside, the last time into Hatchets. Has he gone too deep? Yes, because Pragliano comes back. He'll have the advantage around Spitfire. Dan Earl kicks on though. What a move from Dan Earl. Regains the lead of the race. They've got traffic up front. The Mazda up the inside as they approach the S's. And Constable also goes through. What's happened to Pragliano? He's losing places left, right and centre. And in traffic. Oh, Constable into second. Can Constable dive down into Brooklands hairpin? No, the traffic could cause issues here. One more Peugeot to get past, and Dano can use this as a blocker. He can keep him to his left-hand side, then move on. The Mazda looking to get back into second, and Pragliano not giving up round Woodlands. There's one more turn, the Honda curve. Can Mitchell even take third place off of Pragliano? What an incredible race in the Track Action Racing Club Series. Dan Earl eventually gets it done on the hairpin into the last lap. Pragliano settles for third as Constable got through in traffic, and the 205 of Mitchell, fourth place for the last 6 laps it seems. That's where he settles. Unbelievable action from the Track Action Racing Series. Talk about value for money at Bark. Absolutely brilliant. Hats off, every single one of them.
And that will be up very shortly.
In terms of the Peugeot 206s, let's not forget, of course, Dave Beecroft winning his class of 1. We'll get those official results to you in just a second. Truck races coming up, but, well, Ian hopefully will give all of these drivers a big hug and a high five and a thank you for putting on that show for us.
Race control, race admin in the tower.
Dan Earl confirmed there, of course, as your winner in the Vauxhall Astra BXR. Constable second in the Volkswagen Scirocco. Scott Pragliano led on several occasions and into the final lap, but settles for third place. Andrew Mitchell wins the Peugeot 205, fourth overall. Then Joel Daniels, Dave Beecroft in the Citroën Saxo. And then the battle of the Peugeot 206 GTIs goes the way of C.J. Morgan, ahead of Dave Scotting and Jacob Baldry, second and third in class. Mac McCarthy, Noah Checkley, Harley Connolly, then Paul Evans and Anthony Allett in the only Honda Civic. Not finishing the race, but number 1 next to his name. Again, only 1 in class. Fastest lap of the race for Dan Earl, a 1:07.65, set halfway through that race. Just wonderful entertainment, an argument of breath back, and Ian Waterhouse will, of course, as ever, speak to our top 3 drivers. Get ready for some very big smiles.
Mazda.
Welcome to Parc Ferme, everybody. He's been knocking on the door all weekend, and now Dan Earl has done it. I can't wait to see that smile underneath that helmet there. No, there it is.
I'm meant to be there. It's different, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we did speak after the last race, didn't we? We wanted to get rid of that third hat, and you got rid of it in the best style.
Only just.
it was
Mate,
right down to the last one.
sweat. I'm dripping. Yeah. These boys did really well. Yeah, I kept locking up down there, but I did really well to hold on to it. So
perfect way to end the weekend.
Still need new rubber.
Yeah, but don't worry about that now. Just go enjoy in a moment. Congratulations, mate. Great weekend racing. Fantastic stuff. Charlie, again, second place for him. That's 3 second places this weekend for him. I wonder if we could just have a very quick chat. We will catch up with Scott in a bit as well. But Charlie, I'll tell you what, you are Mr. Consistent, aren't you? 3 second places.
Yeah. Well, I thought I'd do. You know, the Mazda was really quick this race, so I thought, yeah, I'll hang back a little bit. And then they started fighting. I thought, yeah, I'll have some of that. And
look, just stick in it because you never know what's going to happen, right, in motorsport.
Yeah.
Congratulations, mate. 3 second places. Great to see you, mate. Thank you so much. Let's move around, and Scott is just chatting to the circuit commentator at the minute, so his interview's going out across the PA. We've still got 2 races to bring you as well. Don't forget to see for the final British Truck Racing Championship. That's up next, and then we finish round out the day with the Welsh Sports and Saloon Championship. But Scott, I'll tell you something, that went right to the wire, didn't it, mate?
Just a little bit, yeah. Would have been nice to have taken the win, but is what it is.
You were so rapid in this final race. Well, what was different?
I've done a few little tweaks since the last race. I just thought, well, go big or go home. It worked to a degree, but the tyres and everything just started to go off. I've been driving the car with a little bit of some mechanical issues over the weekend, so I'm quite pleased with the result.
So there's more to come from you next time.
100%. Yeah, most definitely. I will definitely be mixing it with them a little bit more than that.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks so much.
You've
You've been great entertaining all weekend. Right, you can see just behind me, this is the reason I've come over here, so you can see the trucks are out on track. Yes, the final British Truck Racing Championship of the weekend here at Pembrey is about to get underway. So let's hand over to your commentator, Ewan, to take you through it.
Finally.
Yeah, thank you very much. Did really well fending these boys off.
Thank you, Ian, once again. 2 more races to come this weekend. The headliner British Truck Racing Championship, that is up next, and that will be followed and closing out the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. So another half an hour of on-track racing to come. Hopefully be joined by Pointy very shortly, and I'd love to get Stuart Oliver back in. Hopefully he's been some fantastic insight here for you, so do let us know, and maybe in the future. It's the first time we've had a driver co-commentating with us. I think it's brought so much to it. You can ask him questions and get answers that you can only sort of guess at most of the time. So next time a driver is, we hope they don't obviously leave the weekend after the first race, as Stuart Oliver did in terms of competition, but maybe that is an opportunity to get some drivers in with us every single time, as long as, of course, we're on at the venue. Sometimes we commentate from outside the venue, which will be very, very difficult to get a driver there. Trucks are on track or just coming out of assembly right now, and I'm waiting. Hopefully Pointy will bring us information on the actual results of race number 4, because it was a controversial, to say the least, end to that one. Powell leading, Smith going into the Brooklands hairpin. There was a coming together, let's say. Dave Jenkins doing the chasing, which ended up with Smith over the line first, then Jenkins, then Powell. But we believe that may have been amended, but I will wait to bring that to you officially. And onto the grid then. On row number 1, we have 2 Division 2 trucks, which always causes a bit of excitement into the first corner. Simon Cole and John Powell in the Iveco and the DAF. Neil Yates in the MAN TG alongside David Smith in the MAN TGX. Mans again on row 3, Dave Jenkins and Stephen Powell. Michael Oliver, who's had a pretty interesting weekend on row 4 alongside the 8-time champion Ryan Smith. On row 5, the BTCC driver Sam Osborne, his first ever weekend of truck racing, already had 2 wins across the 4 races alongside the long-standing Tom O'Rourke. And we should also have a row number 6 as well. Yeah, Archie Handy and John Ballard. Another debut weekend for Archie Handy in the Volvo FM12 and the MAN TGX. So 12 trucks on the track, and I have got no sign yet. I might be doing this one solo. Oh no, I can just about see Pointy. He's having a chat with the fantastic Ella, who does a lot of the media and social stuff here at Bark. I think they're comparing sunglasses. They are both heavy sunglass wearers. Mine are Ray-Ban, what's yours? Oh, I got mine from Tesco's for £3, Pointy says.
In the box this time is Paul Rivette.
But they're UV protection, so I'm all right.
Napa Racing.
Right, we're under the pace trap. They will come around to the grid.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had a really silly
We should just get one full lap under the pace trap.
For the next one. I could ask you why. Well,
It's going very, very slow on this occasion. Usually goes a little bit faster.
So the man they put in the truck is your touring car driver from the Napa team, and been doing extremely well.
So front row, Simon Cole on the left-hand side in the pink.
You know, he's won 2 out of the 4 races in Division 2 this weekend. And
on the right-hand side, nice to see, in fact, John Powell's truck, because after the last race, he was losing quite a lot of oil, it must be said, and has actually sat in the assembly at the Parc Ferme for at least half an hour after the race. So reliability issues across several of the trucks this weekend. Hopefully none in race number 5, and we just get 15 minutes of full-on roaring. And when I say roaring, if you've not been trackside for British truck racing yet, please do try and do it this season. You won't believe the ringing in your ears and the vibration they cause across the entire race circuit, wherever you are. It is quite a spectacle.
That much of a dent into the championship this weekend. He's had some results, he's put some points in the bag, but with you out of it, you'd have thought John may well have tried to win all.
So far this weekend,
no, he's had a bit of a rough
we had race number 1. Ryan Smith did cross the line. Then it had a penalty, dropped down to 3rd. Then the penalty was rescinded and went back to 1st, with Dave Jenkins and Steve Powell alongside him on the podium. Dave Jenkins took the win in race number 2 ahead of Ryan Smith. Some brilliant defensive work, and Stephen Powell in 3rd. Race number 3, Ryan Smith winner again ahead of Michael Oliver. Couldn't quite do the defensive work of Dave Jenkins in race number 3. Powell again 3rd place. And then race number 4, Pointy, who has just landed on the sofa with Force next to me. Do we know the result of race number 4?
No, and I'm not here to commentate this time. I'm just here to sit under the air conditioning because it's lovely. No, so I've not yet handed out the trophies for race 4, and yeah, I think there is a decision being made. I'm not sure I'm allowed to talk about it, so we're just going to have to wait and see who gets them. I'm handing both sets of trophies out after the next race.
Okay, so let's not make any speculation on the results, but generally the results come through, even if they're amended quite quickly. Is there an appeal in, or let's talk about it just from a fact perspective?
Yeah, so from a fact perspective, if you were to go on TSL right now, the results would stay at the moment as they cross the line, which would be Smith, Jenkins, Powell. So as of at the moment, that is all we have to go on officially. So only time will tell. I mean, you know, there's lots of talk in the paddock, but that is all, of course, as you've quite rightly said, speculation. We can only go off what we see. However, what we've got to remember is TMS, our onboard camera sponsor this year, get the angle a lot more clearly than we do, and that is, of course, what they'll be looking at in the Clerk of the Course's office in the tower. That's what they'll be looking at. So, you know, we could be completely wrong. We could see something they don't. It's anyone's guess at this time. But yeah, going off what's written down, it's still Smith, Jenkins, Powell for the results of the last race.
And after 2 races, you have completely scared Stuart Oliver off, haven't you?
Yes, we got rid of him now. It's fine. I think he enjoyed his time in the commentary box, but perhaps not something he'll be making a career out of. He much more prefers the racing, I think it's safe to say.
But how good to have a driver's perspective in here.
Well, when last night, he was sat there looking a bit down in the dumps, as you would be, having done a part of a race, and there's 5 races in total. And I was like, I know what would be a good idea. We've got commentary on circuit this weekend. Let's get you in there for a driver's perspective. And I think it's great. I think it really brought a different angle. Someone that literally does sit in those things and then would be watching the race and commenting on it. I think it was great.
And he could give answers that we could only guess the answers to, couldn't he, as well?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I've been accused of knowing a bit about this, but and I do mean it is a blind accusation. It's like, you almost sounded like you knew what you were talking about then. Almost.
For those that don't know, you've never raced trucks, but you are deep in that paddock, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a plumber. I'm not even a commentator, and I think you'll be well aware of that by now, having spent the weekend with me. I'm nowhere near a professional anything. In fact, I'm not a very good plumber either, to be honest.
I've seen some of your wells.
But yeah, I mean, I've been hanging about with the truck racing now for almost 15 years on and off, and we've been around Europe together. I've know a lot of the drivers, and although it's just a great thing to be part of. It's a great hobby. It's a great thing to do. It's a great life experience. You really do get to see so much action in this sport, and again, the atmosphere is what we come down for every weekend.
Now, you say you're not a commentator. This is my first ever lead commentary on motorsport as well. We are winging this together.
Absolutely, but I know you are a professional commentator.
Dave Goddard back in the hot seat, and his British Encyclopedia knowledge of motorsport racing, hopefully from the next race onwards.
We'll see.
And
unless obviously there's like an accidental online vote and he gets completely boycotted by accident. I mean, I love Dave. He's a great guy. Really, I wouldn't want to replace Dave.
There we say, get your votes in now.
Yeah, just vote in the comments below. If you're watching this on YouTube Live, vote on the comments below, and put us back in our place, probably.
Just please, just say nice things. Just say nice things.
I mean, either vote, they're going to win, aren't they? You or Dave, both fantastic blokes, very knowledgeable, very good at what you do, and that's what's most important.
Do you know what? I'd be proud if I could say I know 5% about motorsport as much as Dave Goddard does.
You'd be lucky. 5%. It's reaching a bit, mate. I'll be honest with you.
I know there's 12 trucks on the track right now, and
well, that's more than I knew. I haven't had a chance to count them past the window.
The pace truck should peel into the right-hand side of the Cymrain Woodlands and before the Honda curve, and then they'll cross the start-finish line for the first time. 15 minutes of truck racing, the 5th of 5 races in the series this weekend, and there is never ever in truck racing 2 races exactly the same, and that has not been proven more.
Well, till in the last lap anyway.
Yeah, it's just even when it's over, it's not over.
It's not over, no, not until the fat lady sings, as they used to say. But here they come now, down the pit straight, away from Honda, full speed ahead, the lights go out, and we are racing. Steve Powell out to the outside, very dodgy move, 3 abreast, followed very closely by brother John from Division 2, and Dave Smith looking for the outside line as Simon Cole takes it in tight, followed by Neil Yates. Neil Yates a little bit wide there. It's clean from Ryan Smith, Archie at the back. Tom O'Rourke right in the thick of it, neck and neck there with Dave Jenkins as he just manages to pull ahead. But a good lead for Steve Powell. Oh, we've got contact there. Dave Smith just happens to tap into Neil Yates there, sending Neil Yates onto the grass. Will he manage to get back onto the circuit without causing another issue? Yes, it looks okay. Gosh.
Stephen Powell, is that the move of the weekend? Off the start-finish line into first position. On the outside, round Hatchett's hairpin. Talk about bravery with 5 ton under your feet.
They say you struggle with 2 abreast into the entrance of Hatchett, so I'm very impressed with that. I tell you what though, Dave Smith now off in the number 11, just cutting onto the grass slightly. You can tell the energy. The sun has definitely got to the heads. We've had a full day of sunburn, and it is going to get real this last race at Pembrey.
They can almost taste the alcohol already at the after party. Dave Jenkins around the outside of Simon Cole, who was our pole sitter. Michael Oliver will follow him through, as will potentially Ryan Smith. The 3 Div 1 takes to get through past Simon Cole, who goes out wide. Probably the safest thing to do for Simon Cole. get out the way.
Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, you know, you have got to understand you've got there the top of Division 1 trying to get past a Division 2 truck. It's something that needs to be decided pretty early on. So, yeah, no, he's coming. I'll move out of the way.
In terms of Div 2 trucks, still, well, first and second was Cole, but Powell going nicely in second place right now. He's got Dave Jenkins all over his tail, and you'd expect these Div 1 trucks to get through at some point. And there's the number 11, Smith, going through on Simon Cole as well. He's falling down the order, but he's in a completely different race to these guys. You've got Osborne and Handy at the back right now. How good has Osborne been this week? It's been great, hasn't he?
It has been fantastic. And I mean, of course, we did have a Division 2 result last weekend at Brands Hatch where Paul Rivette, sorry, lost my teeth then. Paul Rivette ended up taking an overall win from the Division 1 and 2, but of course it still only classified him for a Div 2 trophy.
I mean, you don't see that very often at all. A Div 2 winning,
but
I don't think I've ever seen it.
To win overall from 2 divisions, but I tell you what, John Powell has found some fairy dust in his camp at lunchtime, missing the previous race, but he's doing extremely well to hold his position, but very tight round hatchets there.
I mean, Powell,
Oliver,
he was losing oil at the end of the last race, wasn't he?
Not good at all for John Powell. So yeah, so to come from that, losing oil, new head, he's even looking for a spot now past the inside of Michael Oliver as they come round to Benny on to turn 4. Will he make it stick? No, he manages to drop back just in time, but that of course then leaves another position free for Ryan Smith to come screaming through behind him. Ryan Smith now looking for the back end of Michael Oliver. This is great, bump drafting as they call it, taking the wind and following very closely behind him. He's going to be looking for an overtake very soon, I think, Ewan.
Synchronised overtaking on Powell by the 2 Div 1 leaders, Michael Oliver and Ryan Smith. It's Powell now up in front in the number 3. Of course, we've got 2 Powells, of course, but it's the number 3 leading the way. And just a little couple of wheels on the grass. Oh, save for Oliver, and this will surely let Ryan Smith through into second position as they come round the Honda curve.
Beautifully done.
That'll be so difficult for Oliver to hold on to.
Surgical overtake by Ryan Smith there, absolutely beautiful.
And 4-second advantage to Powell. We've seen those leads scythe through. Dave Jenkins, of course, in the 69 in second place right now. Powell out in front, so 9 seconds in total from Smith to the lead with the big black truck of Dave Jenkins in between them. We've got another thriller on our hands.
This is definitely race 5, just checking. I mean, we've got Powell, Jenkins, Ryan Smith coming for the pair of them. I tell you what, it's been an interesting weekend. All I might add, of course, Ryan Smith proving why he's got those consecutive championship titles. Because, you know, he can literally come from the back of the pack and show everybody what he's made of.
And I think we all know what his dream is, to get the number 10 or even more, because Stuart Oliver, who's been with us, 10-time consecutive champion. Ryan Smith currently on 8, needs to do it 2 more times. You can't really see him being stopped, can you?
I tell you, someone's got to pull some serious rabbits out of the hat to be able to knock Ryan Smith off the top spot. And well deserved as well. I mean, he's worked very hard. He's got a good team behind him. And, you know, the driving, you can say whatever you like about the truck, but there is driving skill there. There has to be at this level.
Watching O'Rourke fending off John Bowler for 6th and 7th in class. John Powell dropping down the order, but still leading the Div 2 ahead of Simon Cole. A little bit of trouble for Yates in the 33 ahead of Osborne and Handy as we go right to the back of the field.
Yeah, Simon Cole next to Neil Yates. It looks like they're in their own little race. A little bit of sideways action there. Oh dear, we've had a bump there. We've lost Neil Yates. Spins out. Simon Cole comes into contact. Sam Osborne getting involved there as well. Onto the grass. Sam Osborne and Neil Yates away again, though, as to is Simon Cole. But of course, that does severely hold up the position that Simon Cole had just ahead of Sam Osborne.
Sam Osborne getting the full British truck racing experience this weekend.
Certainly is. I tell you what, as long as he walks away from it, that's what we all want.
Powell ahead of 3.5 seconds now, back to Dave Jenkins, 4.5 back to Ryan Smith. So the 9-second disadvantage Smith had over the leader has been cut just down to 7.
He's catching him. He's catching it each lap. This is the thing. He's slowly catching Monkey with still 9 minutes just left on the clock. He's still catching him enough each lap to be able to make it stick. But of course, we've got that added thing, usually around the 5 minutes remaining mark, where we'll catch the back of Division 2. We'll see that snarl up that traffic, and that's when we'll start to separate the men from the boys once again.
Now, Stephen Powell has had a brilliant weekend as 3rd place in races 2 and 3. We're not sure about race 4. He's definitely somewhere on the podium.
Yeah, so 3 trophies overall for Steve Powell this weekend so far, which is just great news for him, it really is. And Michael Oliver, of course, taking that second earlier on as well. But yeah, it really is going to be down to who takes race 4. But Division 2, of course, is an overall point scoring for them. We're doing a trophy first, second and third for overall points in Division 2 this weekend. So even though we're only doing first place for each Division 2 truck, we're doing overall points for the weekend, which is a nice little thing to go away with, I think.
Now, the great thing about truck racing is there are battles throughout the entire field, despite only having 12 trucks on the course. We're watching Smith hold off O'Rourke and Bowler right now. Oh, there's another one. Is that on the grass, or is that just going out wide there? That's Archie Handy on his debut weekend in the pink number 40.
Chatting to Dan Simon Cole earlier on in the paddock, though, very proud. You know, much to learn, much to still achieve, but at the same time, very impressed.
And I mean, to go from Fiestas to 5-ton truck, that's a jump, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Sam Osborne, British touring cars to truck racing. The driving style is very similar, vehicles completely different, but what a baptism of fire for young Archie.
Bowler had a little sneak at an idea. Oh, another one got, that's Michael Oliver off the track. No. He's in the grass, and that
off
looks...
by Spitfires, is that?
Yeah, that Spitfires are turn number 2, and that is not looking great. He's not even trying to get back on the track right now.
He's still rolling, looking for a gap though, because of course at this part in the race people are going to be coming round out of hatchets at high speed on the hard acceleration. He has made it back onto the tarmac very slowly though, almost in limp mode I'd say, unless he's looking for a space to accelerate.
Well, he's found the space to accelerate, but he's not putting the foot down. Smoke coming out of the front right-hand corner. Is that something rubbing against the trim? Will he pull it?
He's pulling in, he's off. He's got an issue there, he has pulled off. It might be a flat. The smoke you've seen was probably steam from the brake discs, of course. We spoke about the water-cooled braking systems earlier on. But for Michael Oliver to pull in, that's certainly done something. And just lucky for the rest of the racing drivers that he was in a position to remove himself from the track.
So we might get a replay of that. Maybe it was a lock-up into that turning. Didn't see a spin or anything like that. It just seemed to come off the track, and that was it, sort of like job done. I'm sure Pointy will find out a little bit later on from either Michael or Stewart. We go back to this battle further down the pack between O'Rourke and Baylor, which is now a fight for 5th and 6th place. John Powell ahead of Yates, and of course Michael Oliver off the track, so Osborne, Cole and Handy still 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Division 2. 5 seconds now, only the gap between Powell, Jenkins and Smith. That's only come down by 3 seconds in about the last 5 minutes. So based on that and just projecting forward, Powell's looking pretty good here right now.
Very, very well indeed. Yes, so Jenkins and Steve look to be doing quite well, but I don't want to put the commentary curse on them, of course. They've still got about 5 laps left to you know, battle with each other, of course, because don't forget, Jenkins might be happy where he is, but he still wants to try and get that overall first place for the race. But look at there, Ryan Smith screaming round the corner of Honda there, down the pit straight. He is looking for that first place again. He's just, look at the lap times, incredible, 1 minute 11.4. That's insane, it really is.
He took half a second off of Dave Jenkins on that lap, and I'm going to say only half a second, because that is not going to be enough if he wants to catch him, because they're only going to get 4 more laps in before we drop down to 0 seconds remaining. But again, regardless of the result in this one, he's extended his championship lead, and again, it just sort of looks formidable. Gutted for Stuart Oliver. He was 3rd in the championship, just 13 points behind, but without finishing 5 races, that is championship done, isn't it, without being too harsh?
Yeah, I mean, he's got, like I say, there's got to be some very serious issues with other teams to give you an opportunity long enough and big enough to be able to make those points up, you know. Again, he's stuck in Division 2, of course. Consistency is key. You don't even have to go home with that many trophies through the year to be able to win overall on points. It's just based purely on consistency and reliability of the truck. But I mean, look at Sam Osborne there, the back end twitching around. He's certainly putting the pedal to the metal there as he comes out of De Benny into turn 4.
Now, Stuart Oliver will need Ryan Smith to have a weekend off essentially.
Yeah, effectively, he's going to need to take a holiday.
And as we, and we've seen it happen. I mean, it doesn't not happen.
No, it
People
can
have technical
happen.
issues.
I mean, we never wish ill of any team. Like I say, I love all these drivers, and whenever whoever's at the front, I want them to win whilst they're at the front. You know, but at the same time, you know, Ryan Smith is very, very good with the points so far, and he would have to have missed quite a bit of racing to make a big difference to the rest of the championship.
Now, the gap between Powell and Jenkins has barely changed. It's always been around between 1 and 2 seconds. However, Ryan Smith has taken a second off the gap to Jenkins on that last lap. That was down from 4.5 to 3.5 and now 2.5. They're coming up against the back marker of Handy. They both get through Powell and Jenkins. However, Ryan Smith will have to wait, and that could be significant if he can't get past really quickly.
Something tells me he's going to get past Archie pretty quickly. I mean, I reckon next time we see them come past, he'll have already done him on the pit straight, as he has indeed. We see them come round the corner. Jenkins looking at the inside line, slipstreams out to the left, looking for the wide. Will he be able to outbrake Steve Powell? No, where's Steve going? Comes out wide, tucks it in. Very good drive from Dave Jenkins there as he manages to avoid that interesting readjustment from Steve Powell, the number 3, just before the entrance to Hatchetson.
That is incredibly close, and
time was good.
Dave Jenkins knew exactly what he was doing. He looked like he'd fallen too far back, but left the braking incredibly late, and now he's right on the tail of our leader Steve Powell. Dave Jenkins, of course, going for his second win of the weekend after he held off Ryan Smith in race number 2. That was a race we'll never forget, one of the laps of the season we had yesterday. And of course, whenever there's a battle, it lets the person behind chasing catch up ever so slowly. 2.3 seconds on the last lap, and that is going to be cut once again as we come into what is going to be our penultimate lap. We'll get 2 more laps in before we see the checkered flag. Is that going to be enough for Ryan Smith? Can Dave Jenkins get past Stephen Powell, or can Powell hold on as he's done so far for 13 and a half minutes? He's
so
just got to
close.
survive 2
Here
more.
he comes
Dave
again.
Jenkins moves to the inside. This is exactly what he did last time. Then has a look on the outside. How late can he leave the braking? Dave Jenkins on the outside. Can he get him on the switchback? Stephen Powell defends once
Down to
again,
acceleration
and that lets
now.
Ryan Smith back in.
Ryan Smith has joined the group. Yeah, that's it, group chat. Ryan Smith joins the group. Right on the tail now, Dave Jenkins. Of course, Dave Jenkins not only looking to overtake Steve Powell now, you can see Steve pulling away slightly as Jenkins realises Ryan Smith's right behind him, starts to get into defensive mode, as we spoke about earlier on. Look at the pull away there as Jenkins concentrates on Ryan and Steve starts to pull away. But really, we've still got 50 seconds left. Is this the last lap? Will this be the decider? We've got another Division 2 truck to get past. This could be the decider.
This will be our last lap coming up next time round across the start finish line, and they're going to move past our pole sitter Simon Cole. That's how quick these Div 1 trucks are. They'll get round, not round Woodland, they'll take it onto the Honda curve, and as you said, Pointy, Dave Jenkins trying to get past traffic, trying to get past Steve Powell, and trying to defend from the 8-time champion. It's a tough old task on his hands. Ryan Smith looks down the outside of Dave Jenkins. Steve Powell will lead into the hairpin for the final time. 1 more lap to go. Maybe not this time. Will Ryan Smith dart to the inside, get him on the switchback? Dave Jenkins defending, and he won't get through that time. So Jenkins looking forwards and back, round Spitfires, still 1, 2, 3. This is giving Powell every advantage he can to take potentially his first win of the weekend. He might have won race 4, we don't know, so we'll call it. Oh, and damage their connection, and we're losing some trim. The right rear of Dave Jenkins against the front right of Ryan Smith. That's how close things are.
So close.
Not just close, but touching. And Steve Powell is looking good now as they go towards the Brooklands hairpin for the last time. There'll be 2 more right-handers, and these aren't really overtaking opportunities. So Stephen Powell in race number 5 of the weekend as they come round Woodlands, the penultimate corner.
I'm holding my breath.
Smith still racing against Jenkins. 1 more turn for Honda. But Steve Powell, surely now, is going to be a winner in British truck racing here at Pembrey in race number 5. That is how they cross the line. Ryan Smith has 1 more go on the outside, but it's too late. Dave Jenkins second, Ryan Smith in third. That is British truck racing in a nutshell.
Oh my gosh, action-packed throughout again. I tell you what, all credit to Steve Powell, but my God, what a driving from Ryan Smith again. It literally is. It's like watching a pro. We've got lots of steam and smoke coming though as Tom O'Rourke comes round with John Bowler across the line. It's Bowler for O'Rourke for Dave Smith. Neil Yates still just finishing off his final lap as well as the Div 2s come round. John Powell will be very happy with his first place, currently holding with quite the gap ahead of Sam Osborne, so he'll be thrilled with, especially with the issues he's had this weekend, to get another first place trophy.
And I make that, is that 5 podiums for Sam Osborne in his debut? Of course, there's only 4 cars, of course, but still 5 podiums plus the wins in there. Great start and potentially end to his British truck racing career.
Yes, well, you say that, Ewan, but I mean, we've spoken to the guy a couple of times now, and I've got a feeling.
Have you?
He says we'll never be able to replace the touring cars, but when you look in his eye, you're like, oh dear, oh, we've got you. But don't let Barkey say that. They'll be annoyed if we steal a driver off them.
We will wait and see. Pointy, thank you for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure, all these 5 races.
Thank you.
Let's see some replay.
Go through that first replay again.
You get down.
I'll get down there. See you later, you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you so much. This was the move that set up the entire race. Powell down the outside into turn 1 of lap number 1, and he would never look back after that. Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins, they're 6th and 8th respectively around the first corner, but they would come through for 2nd and 3rd. Dave Jenkins into 4th already by DeBenny on lap number 1. But Stephen Powell would move away. Eventually the Div 2 trucks would fall back. Of course, a lower power. They're never going to hang on up front there, although Paul Rivette did do that at Brands Hatch. Coming off the track there on the outside, around towards the S's. And then Michael Oliver did hold off for a little while, Ryan Smith, but got through at the Honda curve at the end of lap number 3. We did lose Michael Oliver later on. We're not sure why yet. We didn't see him come off the track, but he did go into limp mode and came off into the assembly area. This was a big chance for Dave Jenkins. That's about as close as he got to Stephen Powell, but at the same time, he was defending from Ryan Smith. That is how it ended. 1, 2, 3, Powell, Jenkins and Smith. There are your official results. Ryan Smith passed his lap, so a bonus point for him in a 1:11.42 set very early on lap 4 during his chasing. But your top 3, Powell, Jenkins and Smith across the line, separated by about a second and a half. Ridiculous stuff in truck racing. 4th to 7th in the class, John Bowler, Tom O'Rourke, David Smith and Neil Yates, themselves having a great race. And in Div 2, John Powell ahead of Sam Osborne, who sends back to BTCC after this weekend. And then Simon Cole and Archie Handy again on his debut. Michael Oliver, a non-finisher. Well, I'll get my breath back. You keep watching, because here's Pointy in Parc Fermé with the trucks.
Various members of his crew.
Right then, what a way to finish the weekend. John Powell in Division 2 taking the first place for himself. And over here, let's just come through. Let's come through over here. Dave Jenkins, 2nd place. What a battle, Dave. Fantastic job there. What a battle we saw at the last lap.
Yeah, no, it was a bit like yesterday, wasn't it? Steve just got away off the start again. I had to do everything I could to get through the pack, get after him. And then settled down. The lap times are very slow because of the hot temperature and the tyre circuit conditions. So, and then when I could see me just eating, and then there was a few laps where I could tell that Ryan wasn't getting any closer. I thought, yeah, this is game on. And then unfortunately Ryan got to me before I got to Steve, and then it was just a game of defending then. So no, thoroughly enjoyable weekend. Thanks to the fans, thanks to my team, and thanks to my sponsors, amazing, and my family of course, most importantly.
Obviously, wouldn't be here without any of them. What a combo. Dave Jenkins, phenomenal race, very well done. Right, we'll get Ryan Smith. Ryan, we know it wasn't the result you were after, but I tell you what, every race we've got to say,
So I did think we was going to get it. It was getting slower and slower, but you know, managed to keep it in front.
Well, sadly, connection issues just as we were getting to the conversation with Ryan Smith. Would love to hear his insights. Dave Jenkins delighted with the second place and a great weekend overall for him and his team. But what a win for Powell. We hopefully go back down to Pointy if we can get the camera back under working conditions. Otherwise, we will move on shortly to our Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship, the last race of the weekend. It will be a 15-minute race. We're still trying to get back down to Pointy, but if not, we'll try and get those recorded and play them out at another point, maybe at another weekend, or at least in the highlights that you're going to see in the highlights packages. But it would be great to get their insight and celebrate with them. So on to, for the time being, the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. Let's have a look at the schedule. That is the only race we have left. Last one of 19 races this weekend. Can you believe it?
Well done, anyway.
I didn't think we'd make it. We nearly got there. And we'll see the grid shortly as well. Then we'll run through what happened in race number 1. If this is your first time watching Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship, oh my goodness, you are in for a treat. You will not believe the cars we're going to have on display in the next race. I'm talking Mazda RX-8s, I'm talking Davrian's Mark 6s, I'm talking Darien T90s, Ginetta G20s, Mini Saloons, NMR Kawasaki's. I'm going to chuck a Porsche Boxster in there just for fun as well. Now, you don't have to be Welsh to enter this series, though it is the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. Really friendly series, all about the enthusiasm of motorsport. Just a 5-round series. They kicked off in April at Castle Combe. After Pembrey, they go to Anglesey, not until August. Then they're at Brands Hatch on the 1st of September, and they close out their series at Silverstone on the 28th and 29th of September. It's the only time we see them, I believe, on Bark TV this year, so enjoy it whilst you can. And like I said, you don't have to be Welsh to join this series. Everybody's welcome to join the fun, so they say. So whether you're new to racing or have raced with them before, there's a variety of classes. And of course, we know already they race at some of the best circuits throughout the UK. Now, with just about a dozen or so cars on the track, we're going to try and go back down to Pointy, who's got Stephen Powell. I hope we can get this one back down to Pointy if we're all working.
Just send in the bell. Send the bell. See, camera and everything. Steve. Wow, deserved. My God, I mean, literally, even Ryan Smith just said, you know, driver of the weekend, well deserved. I says, yeah, he's been trying enough times. You know, you've got to be elated. And in fact, to remind you of your own words yesterday morning, I don't want to be winning races on penalties. I want to be winning them fair and square, clear of the pack.
100%. I mean, do you know, we've had a couple of wins in the first year and the second year. Never ever seen a checker flag till that race there. So, pleased for me, pleased for the team even more, the hard work they put in. And it's not just the work, it's like their families and what everyone puts in, do you know what I mean? We do it for a reason, we want to win. And we're there and thereabouts this year, you know. We've moved up a step and we're really happy. Stuart, unfortunately, is not there, so took another one out of the way. But we'll take the benefit of it, unfortunately, for Stuart. But, yeah, we deserve the win, you know what I mean? We've had 2 taken off of us, whatever way it happens, but... yeah, we've done it.
You've done it. Well done.
We've done it on our own merit from start to finish.
Proper race.
Yeah. So I'm pleased for everyone, and like Lexi's done so well this weekend.
Yeah, you've got to be proud of her as well.
Oh, mate, she's.
I mean, we had a bit of a bump on Friday, Jed testing, wasn't it? So for her to just get back in the seat, we can't play down the fact that takes. They're a very exciting stock.
Aldi socks on yesterday.
I don't know, maybe Aldi socks.
Or Lidl socks.
Yesterday, Aldi socks. Well, maybe we should keep a track of them.
Honestly,
Anybody at home wants to start a poll on socks?
After that crash she had, I mean, just for her to get back in the car. She was going to, she wasn't. I said, look, just do it, because you won't do it otherwise.
No, you'll never get back in, will you? I have heard a lot of people saying that. If you don't get back on the horse, you'll never ride again.
No, absolutely. And it was a big shunt, you know, for first time out, so...
I watched the video on the phone. It was like...
I was actually making coleslaw at the time, and she ran me.
As you do.
And then the damage, but... And do you know what's really... she made me really proud, because she wants to go back out, but she's so worried about damaging someone else's car. So,
Yeah, that's it. I know, and I feel like that's what I said about Sam Osborne earlier on. He was at the front of that pack. They were all looking to get past. That's a lot of money of someone else's to be smashing
driving someone else's kit, but like someone at the age of 15 to be thinking of the financial side of it already in motorsport.
Yeah, yeah.
It's amazing.
It's a massive balancing act. It's not just about being a good driver. You've got to be able to afford the damn thing too.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Oh, thank goodness. Well, just make sure she doesn't get married anytime soon, because you'll get the bill for that as well.
Like an Arab or something.
Right then.
Just before you go, can we,
Go on,
can
we just see the socks. Can you see that?
Socks, our cameraman. Look at that.
Yeah, can you zoom in?
He's got on. I don't know if you can...
That is awesome. I mean, we've got, I don't even know if it's bright enough on your phone, but they're definitely bright enough in real life. My gosh. Ian, we've got one last race for you to do, but that's it from me.
That's it from you, Pointy.
You can have your mic back now.
Bring it in. Bring it in.
Thanks, thank you for trusting me with open air.
Yeah, Pointy won't be back. No, I'm joking.
It's not.
Truck's back at Truxton, no?
Yes.
6 weeks. Yeah.
Truck's back at Truxton, Convoy on the plane, I do believe, which is, of course, another one leading up to the big one at Donington. But yeah, we're really looking forward to Truxton. We've already got lots of show trucks booked in. Great support races again. You know, it is the home of Bark after all. So what a way to go. Fingers crossed Neil Yates can make it round the whole circuit this time, though.
All right, Pointy, before you land yourself in any more hot water, you better go. Thank you so much for everything, Pointy. Take care. Yes, there is another race. In fact, the cars are about to come onto the grid now. So, yeah, should we get underway? Let's head over to you and your commentator for this. It's the Welsh Sports and Saloon Championship. Final race of the weekend here at Pembrey. Ewan, over to you.
Because they line up on the grid.
Thank you, as always, Ian. So good to get that chatting, wasn't it, with Stephen Powell? So glad we fixed those connection issues. Well worth the wait. And that was his first, he said, first time winning a race, seeing the checkered flag in sort of a full dogfight. So that is absolutely brilliant. Right, let's look at our Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship final race, not just for them, but of the entire weekend. Derry Davies, who took the win earlier on today ahead of Chris Everall, they lock out the front row. Damien Longatano, third this morning against Fabio Lifarelli. This is in reverse. This is Aldra finishing earlier on today. Then Russell Haggerty, and I should be pointing out the cars here. Let's start again. Derry Davies in a Darien T90. Chris Everall in a Ginetta G55 GT4. Damien Longatano in a Westfield SE. Fabio Lifarelli in a Mini Saloon just for fun. Russell Haggerty in the NMR Kawasaki, then Simon Baker in the Mazda RX-8, as is Wayne Spiller, last year's championship winner and going into this weekend championship leader as well, but didn't have the best of things in race number one. Craig Attard in a VW Scirocco, James Harvey Invitational this weekend in a Porsche Boxster, and Mark Williams in a Renault Clio. You'll never see a grid like this ever again in your life. And on the back, we also have Roger Dowden in the incredible Davrian Mark 6, Mike Cook in a BMW 330 Club Sport, and another Clio courtesy of Andrew Williams. It is a ridiculous lineup of vehicles. Oh, and we're just struggling to get away here on the left-hand side, so no, he won't come round, he will get away. That is, of course, the Derry Davies won the first race in the Darien T90. In the Mini Saloon, that is Fabio Lifarelli. And now the big story in race number one is Damien Longatano in that Ginetta G2044 car. He should have been absolutely front runner. However, he had a bit of issue around a third of the way around the race and fell pretty much towards the back. We found out later he was just protecting the car. He was almost going back because he was going so slow. So he let loads of cars through, just made sure the car was okay. Then he found out it was and put his foot down again. So if we see a full race of him going for it, hammer and tongs, then you could potentially see a much closer battle between the three of them at the head of the field. It was a great race between Derry Davies and Chris Everall. Everall in the red Ginetta G55 GT4. That, I said it earlier, a 6-litre engine. And the odd-looking 99 there of Russell Haggerty, if you've not seen one before, that's an NMR Kawasaki. Just a 1-litre engine, but it goes like stink, let me tell you. They do have a rolling start for the Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Championship. So you'll see in a second, that's just coming round Woodlands. The pace car will pull in. You got Derry Davies on the left-hand side in the green, and then you got Chris Everill on the right in the red. And they will go foot down, and Longatano already looking on the outside side, and the Mini Saloon just falling back ever so slightly, having a look himself, but it is the 169 of Chris Everill, and the Ginetta G55 GT4 will take advantage over Derry Davies. So a reversal. Oh, the Mini's going backwards. I thought he looked a bit poorly, lost a couple more spaces, maybe just doing a check on make things are okay. Oh, but that's a real shame for Fabio Luparelli in the Mini Saloon, and that is not looking good at all, is it? Maybe just needs to step aside, look slow from the off. Derry Davies trying to hold off Damien Longatano in the Ginetta G20. Isn't it great to see all these going up against each other? And the 99, Russell Haggerty, that's the NMR Kawasaki. I want to call it orange or peach, it's one of the two. Answers on a postcard. What colour is that Kawasaki?
Now pushing Derry Davies as they go down to Hatchett's.
Longatano will look left and he'll look right. We really want to see this car working. Oh, gets so close. Long way round on the cut back. Will he get him? Who's got the power down first? Who's got the most grip? It is Derry Davies. Round Spitfires. Then the big long left around to Benny. The Senna S's. Everill will continue to lead over Davies and Longatano. Haggerty in fourth place right now. Haggerty is in, as we know, the Kawasaki. Got to be the car where you're sat lowest to the ground across the entire weekend. Can Longatano get past on the inside as they come around Woodlands? Yes, he can. And look, once he's passed and foot down, the power in that Ginetta G20 is formidable, to say the least. And if you're watching this for the first time, you didn't see the Welsh Saloons earlier, you will see, most likely, prior to the end of this race, cars being lapped at least once. Of course, even a Porsche Boxster is not a competition for any of these cars running at the front. Let's have a look a little bit further down the field. The 52, that is Mike Cook in the BMW 330 Club Sport 3-litre engine in that one. Behind him, Mr. Harvey, our invitation in the Porsche Boxster. And then Roger Dowden in the Davrian Mark 6. That's the yellow one behind these two. Although the BMW goes off track momentarily, lets the Davrian Mark 6 back through, and he'll have to do that work all over again.
Let's look at the clock to see who's quickest on track as they go over the line. Yeah,
tell you what, Everill and Longatano, they will be this close together. Unless Longatano can get through, you feel like Longatano's got the more raw speed, and that's it right there. What an example of it. Foot to the floor and straight through, and he has to give way, Everill, and is Everill losing some pace here because Derry Davies, race one winner, also squeezes past around to Benny. And now you will see the full raw power of that Ginetta G20, and it will be incredibly hard for either Davies or Everill to hang on to the back of him. Again, they were, oh, rear wheel slide. But entertainment for us, isn't it? Maybe a little bit worrying for him. Everill then from first to third over the course of around quarter of a lap. But that 6-litre engine will go absolutely nowhere. And on the back of Derry Davies now. These two such unique, or all of them unique cars. So you will see, although aggressive, very respectful racing. Everybody wants to go home in one piece. Nobody wants any damage at all. Lungatano just pingling out just over a second advantage. And that is Baker against Spiller. They are running in the same class, those two. That is class number 2, the Mazda RX-8 against the Renault Clio.
Fabio Lucarelli down in 7th after that little coming together with Williams tucked in behind him in 8th, then Harvey Dowden.
Again, a marginal gap starts to build.
This is now a case of how quick does Damien Longatano need to go over the stripe he goes.
Simon Baker running under the Rocket Dog Racing sponsor team, that Mazda RX-8. James Harvey in the Porsche Boxster, also in the same class actually. Now there's a really good view of the Roger Dowden's Davrian Mark 6.
Haggerty goes over the line in the...
It's a bonkers looking car, isn't it? It's only a 1 litre engine, or 1040cc to be completely true with you. Just down the road from Llanelli as well. And there's I really appreciate we're doing this, having a really good look at these vehicles. It's not all about the racing, it's about the cars on display. So the 99, that's Russell Haggerty in the IDGAF racing team. I've just gathered what that one is. In the NMR Kawasaki. Again, just a 1 litre engine under that shell. It's like a go-kart underneath there. Also not far away from Newport, that vehicle they travel from. Back markers for Davies and Everall, and just Davies goes deeper, Dowden and Everall, they both go deep. They were just getting past the BMW 330 Club Sport, and I tell you what, Everall went ever so close as he just nipped in front there, but they'll leave them to fight amongst themselves. Longatano, as we anticipated, over 3 seconds to the good now. And if Longatano doesn't have the fastest lap at the end of this race, then I will eat all the paperwork in front of me that I've had this weekend. He is absolutely tearing it round. There we go. And I didn't imagine that either. Longatano, 1 minute and 29 hundredths of a second, averaging 87 miles an hour around the course here. And it is a short and windy course, as you know. There's a couple of straights, but they're not the longest. So there is Lucarelli in the mini saloon. That's another one nice to have a little look of. Look at the kit on it. Highfield Motors sponsored, 998cc on the books. Let's call it 1 litre. Travelling from Camelford to be here. And here is the race. 11, that is Baker, and behind in the 96, Wayne Spiller. That's the Mazda RX-8 race.
7 minutes left on the clock, so just over half distance.
Pretty much identical vehicles, both 1.3 litre. And identical lines into the Hatchett's hairpin as well. Everall over the back of Derry Davies. These again were 1 and 2 across the line in race number 1. At the moment, big move into the inside for Derry Davies, looking to get the space back that he lost from pole earlier on in the... what a move back from Derry Davies! Bravery at its finest, cutting in, braking late, and getting the place back immediately on Davies. That takes some guts to pull off that move into a hairpin. He probably started braking about a few hundredths of a second later to pull that one off. Longatano, 5.5 seconds to the good. Either way, Longatano, that's all about reliability now. further 44. A breeze past traffic. We mentioned that you might see some lapping. It wouldn't be surprised to see cars getting lapped twice on occasion in a field like this. Everill, he'll have another go into the side again. How late can Derry Davies break this time? It'll be a change of positions. Can he get it done again? Surely not. No, not this time. Can he get it on this cutback? No, Everill gets it. It sticks. Second time of asking. This race isn't over between these two. Longatano 8 seconds out in front. That will just keep stretching as well as these guys are attacking and defending behind. No doubt whatsoever they'll have given up hope of catching the Ginetta G20. But we can enjoy. There's the BMW 330 being tucked in on the inside by the Kawasaki. But again, that is acting as a back marker, the BMW. That is not a straight race. That BMW there, the number 52 of Mike Cook. Cuckoo Springs Cottages, the official sponsor. Sounds like an address. 3-litre engine under the bonnet. And we've not had a look yet at the 180. That's Mark Williams in the Prompt Transport Limited sponsored Renault Clio. It's the only Clio on track, drawn from Bristol, so not too far, just the other side of the River Severn. The Clio is followed by that's the Porsche Boxster of our Invitational Mike Harvey. Sorry, James Harvey, the second of our Rocket Dog Racing entrants. 3.2 litre engine under the Porsche Boxster S. So in this race, we've got everything, and this is how wild it is. The Mini Saloon is a 998cc, let's be generous and call it 1 litre. And right up and through to the 6-litre Ginetta G55 under the bonnet of Chris Everill. As we know, running in second place, fighting with Derry Davies, back and forth. The Porsche Boxster coming on the back of the Clio. That is one of, in fact, both of our Mazda RX-8s. So we've only got, what have we got? 13 cars in the field, but there's really sort of 4 races going on, maybe even 5. That's Everill looking to do a big swing on the went to the inside of one, outside of the next, getting through the RX-8s. Derry Davies will try and follow, but this will provide a little bit of breathing space for Everill, because Derry Davies will not, I'm going to say not, yes, of course he will. Oh, good vision there from the RX-8 not to get in the way. Oh, they do make contact though, and they're both on the grass, and the second RX-8 will get through. So I was saying there, maybe you did see him. It was a late deep dive from Derry Davies, but looked safe from our viewpoint, but sent one of the RX-8s off. But they will thankfully continue their racing, because was it the Boxster that got through as well? Here's Longatano, our leader, by 7 seconds. He's been lapping at around about the minute mark. And to give you some perspective on that, every other race pretty much has been lapping in around about the 1.8s to the 1.12s. He's 10 seconds quicker pretty much than any other car that has been here in Pembrey this entire weekend. He has slowed down ever so slightly in the last few laps. He got very close to the sub 1 minute, just 2300ths of a second outside 60 seconds. And great to see him having a full race as things stand. Just over, there will be 2 more laps we'll get in. Or Longatano, well, if you've been lapped, you of course just finish the next time you come past the checkered flag. Porsche on the back of the Clio. And they are actually racing for position, the Porsche, and Mark Williams Renault Clio, or 7th and 8th overall. Derry Davies a little bit too far behind now, Chris Everill, as he overtakes the beautiful Davrian Mark 6. Longitano is on his last lap now, 30 seconds left on the clock. It's a 60-second lap for him, which just sounds stupid to say. And if you think this is quick, on the 30th anniversary of Senna's passing, Senna does have the fastest unofficial lap time here, would you believe it? Coming off the back of that Longitano's car, ironically, is 44 seconds. He was done in his McLaren F1 car in the 80s as they were testing between races. So Damien Longitano, a third place in race number 1 due to some mechanical issues. He dropped down to about 10th and came back to 3rd. But on this occasion, not starting on pole, starting on the second row of the grid, but as soon as he was in front, there was absolutely no stopping the Ginetta G20, the Whitchurch Motor Services sponsored vehicle, and a commanding win in the second race of the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and a lovely way to end the weekend of racing here in South West Wales. Chris Everill holds off the challenge of Derry Davies, so they reverse their positions from this morning. Derry Davies took the win, Chris Everill was second, Damien Longitano was third, so we do get the same top three. It's no surprise, those three cars are so much quicker than the rest of the field. Unfortunately, we did, of course, lose two cars in La Pirelli, who would have been potentially a contender further up the field in his mini saloon, but pulled off as. Also, have we lost Willis as well in the 88? I didn't spot that. That was one of our Renault Clios. Thought he was going okay. Maybe he's just he was running near the back there. But as the rest of the vehicles come across, the RX-8, the brilliant NMR Kawasaki, you might not see one of those on a racetrack again this year, even if you watch Bark and any other channels all year long. And that rounds out a really superb weekend. Here's see some replays. Big move down the outside, didn't stick early on. It was Everill ahead of Davies and Longitano. And then, of course, Haggerty in the 99, but that didn't hang around for too long. The RX-8s went head-to-head. And as soon as Longitano got through, first of all, Derry Davies still had Chris Everill up the road. And the BMW and the Porsche, they were fairly closely matched throughout this entire race. I think they finished in that position as well. Bit of a spin there and then onto the grass. But the 52 did come back against the Porsche. Longitano, when he eventually made the move on the giant Ginetta G55, he made it stick around Spitfire and DeBenny. Also let Davies through as well, but they would eventually swap positions one more time with a daring move on the outside into Hatchett's hairpin. But then, is this the one where he got it back? No, he didn't. So the one prior to that, Derry Davies actually swapped positions 2 or 3 times on one straight. It was brilliant to watch. That was Derry Davies again, still doing the chasing, but pushed off with the one of the RX-8s. Were in a lovely battle between the two of them, and Derry Davies split them. And let's see our official results then for that race, which was so good to follow. Damien Longitano winning by only 2.67 seconds in the end, slowed down over the last couple of laps. He had done what he needed to do. Chris Everill and Derry Davies, brilliant race between the Ginetta G55 and the Darien T90 throughout the entire 15 minutes. Russell Haggerty in the NMR Kawasaki kind of raced on his own in the 99, pulled off 4th and 3rd in class. Then Wayne Spiller, first in class against Simon Baker in the battle of the RX-8. Mark Williams in the same class in the Clio, third in that one. James Harvey, our invitation in the Porsche Boxster, ahead of the VW Scirocco of Craig Attard. Roger Dowden in the Davrian Mark 6 wins class against the BMW 330 Club Sport of Mike Cook. Then Fabio Lufarelli, 5 laps back, a non-finisher, as is Andrew Williams in the Renault Clio. Longatano, fastest lap of the race and fastest lap of the weekend, 1 minute 0.29. Ian Waterhouse is down there with our top 3 drivers. Let's jump down now to Parc Fermé.
Well, welcome down, everybody, to Parc Fermé for the final time this weekend. I'm very sad to say. Now, Demi, we need to have a quick chat, don't we? Because you did say after race 1 you were a little bit unsure about the rear of the car. You've also gone back and tested it, and it was fine. Right?
Yeah, it made a few adjustments, and it seems to be back as it should be now.
But you did make a comment saying you were lucky to finish there.
Yeah, I think I could see a bit of smoke coming from this tyre, and I was thinking a bit more, and it might sort of end up going down, and I could see Chris in the mirror catching me, so I was begging the last lap board to come out.
I bet you breathed sigh of relief when you saw it, and you saw the checkered flag, right?
Oh yes, definitely.
Perfect way to end the weekend, though. Congratulations. Well
Thank
done.
you. Cheers.
Top stuff. Let's grab Chris again, shall we? And Chris, you had your work cut out there, and I'll tell you what, another lap or so, and it might have been enough.
Yeah, it's getting there. Once I got back by Derry, I messed up down to the hairpin and a bit too late on the brakes, and it all locked up, but yeah, it's racing, isn't it?
It is racing. Look, you look pretty roasty toasty there. You need some water, right?
Yeah, I could do with something.
Well, I'll let you go. Congratulations. Thank you as well. Great weekend. Let's grab Derry over here as well for a quick chat. Third place there. Hey,
yeah.
Happy?
Yeah, happy enough. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, I had a few big moments, a massive moment at Honda, well, 2 massive moments at Honda. And I went off, knocked the splitter and all that off at the hairpin down there. So, yeah, I don't know, we need to stiffen the back a little bit. It felt very loose.
Yeah.
It was gripping and then it would just let go. So, yeah, things to fiddle with.
Congratulations anyway,
Thank you
mate.
very much.
Best of luck for the next meeting as well. Right, so that does round it out for the on-track action here. I just want to say a couple of things as well. As ever, I want to say a massive thank you to all the marshals here. Thank you to you for tuning in as well. If you hit that subscribe button on the BARC YouTube channel, it makes a huge difference. Can I also give a big thank you to the broadcast team as ever as well. The RD Unsung, who you see my face, you hear from you and you see Pointy, but you don't see the team behind it. Kirill, who is holding the camera right now, has been pounding the pavements with me. Thank you very much, Kirill. Zolly, Richard, Catherine, Ray, they are your team out on the circuit. Producer Dan, and of course your commentator Ewan. I just want to say one final very special thank you as well. It is to Ella, who's here. Ella, please come in. You have to come in. You can't come out. It's a final day working with, well, you're actually in the office tomorrow, aren't you? But final race meeting with the BARC for Ella. What a year it's been. Thank you for everything, because you played a huge part in everything we've done. What would you like to say about your time with the BARC?
Going to make me emotional. It's been great. That's the only way to sum it up. Short but incredibly sweet.
It has. It's been fantastic. Thank you for everything, Ella. You've been an absolute superstar. You're very much going to be missed by everybody. I do know that. Right, I'm going to hand back to you, and that's it from me. I've been your presenter, Ian Waterhouse. I'm going to hand back to you in for the final words. Thanks for watching, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Ian. Took the words out of my mouth. So many thanks from everybody on the ground and around the entire venue. Thank you to Pembrey, and of course, most importantly, our marshals, making sure we can race safely. The Orange Army doing a wonderful job, especially with some pauses in play earlier on this morning. Thanks to Ian on the ground. They have walked some miles, he and Kirill, this weekend. Well done to them both. I've been standing in. My name's Ewan Dunlop for Dave Goddard. Don't worry, Dave Goddard is back as we go to Silverstone on the 15th and 16th of June. I will see you there. I'll be on the ground with Ian Waterhouse because it's the British Endurance Championship, and I believe the Caterhams are going to be there that weekend as well. Thank you so much for tuning in this weekend. I hope you've enjoyed the entertainment as much as we have enjoyed bringing it to you from the side here. Dave Goddard back next time. I'll see you on the ground. Goodbye from Pembrey. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We'll see you soon.